Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. I am your host, DJ Genesis Detroit, and this is Alchemizing Energy. And today, and I think from here on, I'm going to start doing some earlier live streams, kind of getting into this case, guys. It is heating up on the down at the field. I plan on actually going down there. I just been kind of like I said, I'm waiting on to get in my car because I'm riding dirty, y'all. I'm riding kind of dirty, so I don't want to be going down to Frisco with bold tags and get pulled over. So I'm just like, give me till like next week, and you'll see me out there, getting like some on the ground footage, interviewing some people, getting some information about this trial. And I plan on bringing you the up to date as much as I can. But I do have some allies that are, on the ground. One ally in particular, Mel Smith, he is giving his account. About to play his account. I spoke to him earlier this morning about like what he has, what he's witnessed during this whole situation, what has gone on. So I hope that you guys can check that out. And we also are going to be covering some of the kind of like the back and forth, the rhetoric that's happening in between. Things are just, people are really, it's getting real. A lot of misinformation is happening. A lot of people, they're putting out the wrong information, and it's like, it don't take that much to do some real research. Like, I don't understand why people, they like to summarize it up. They're making it about the libs versus the conservatives, the liberals, Hold on, this is some shit I was watching that pissed me off. Hold on, let me find out where. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna try to play this on the show because I think that this will give an example. Let me copy that and send it to myself. It gives an example of how biased, and how misinformation. People are just putting out a bunch of just misinformation. Don't know what they're talking about. And they want things to be just so cut and dry when it's not. With this entire case, it's just like everybody wants to be like, oh, it happened like this. It was like that, and it's just cut and dry. This and that. That's it. And what's happening is that as time is going on, and you're actually hearing the case, there's more to it, guys. This is not just a cut and dry situation. Everybody's like, he went to the track, and I even actually went out to a track to see, is there any signage that says, hey, you can't bring a weapon onto these grounds. There is no signage, so that means that that's not a rule. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time people think that they just making up rules that don't even exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, the track is on a public ground. It's a public place. So a lot of times when you're in a public place like that, you don't want if you go to different track meets and different locations and stuff like that, people might go strapped up. They might not just go and just assume that they're going to be safe. So it might have been a thing where he did constantly bring weapons whenever he went to track meets, just in case something went down. So a lot of times what I'm seeing is that throughout this whole thing is that people are just pointing the finger and just not even taking into account that these are young men getting into a scuffle. Things got out of hand. Things went a little bit too far, and now here we are. So let's first. I wanted to first start off with just some of the conversation that people are like just having in mainstream media on which I believe is kind of a misunderstanding, but a misconception of what's actually happening. So I want to show you first what's out there, and then we're going to actually get into the nitty gritty of this thing. We're going to actually hear from Mel Smith, who's actually on the ground in the trial. And so you'll get to hear the difference, okay, of what opinions are versus the facts. Let's go. First, let's start with this one right here. All right, so this particular content creator, he puts a thing. It says Karmelo Anthony is doomed. Okay, he is doomed. And we're gonna hear his take. And I like this. This gives you a prime example of how. Let me see if this is the best view for people that are watching from. No, okay. Let me just keep it like that. Okay. This is a prime example of how people could just. They want to summarize things and make it so simple when it's just not. Okay, let me play this video real quick. Let's play it.
Seated a jury in the Karmelo Anthony trial in Texas, and libs are losing their minds because the entire jury is white.
Incorrect. The entire jury is not white. See what I'm saying? People are just getting on these platforms, and they are just rambling and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The entire jury is not white. There are Asians, there are Middle Eastern, there are other people. The majority of the is white. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it might be a little bit of half and half. It's like multicultural jury. It's not all white. So there we go. That already misinformation. This is what I'm talking about. This is what's going to be. So I want you guys to be very wary about some of the stuff that you guys are hearing. Unless the person is actually there at the courthouse, sometimes people are hearing it through the grapevine and they are just saying whatever. Okay. And I am not on either person's side. I am for the truth, and may the truth set us free. Let's go.
And I'm going to explain exactly what that precedent means and how devastating it is for Karmelo Anthony, a young black man who stabbed a white student for nothing. They were at a track meet together. Apparently, they were in each other's space. Who cares? It doesn't matter what he called you. It doesn't matter if you felt offended. You can't just go kill someone. You're not allowed to bring knives to high school track meets. So he's guilty as hell. It's all on video, by the way, and he admitted that he's guilty. He told the cops, I did it. They found the murder weapon. There's really no question. But there is a way, a technicality, where Karmelo Anthony could walk free. And we're going to call this the O.J. Simpson caveat, which is a black juror could say, well, because of racial crimes or because of some perceived injustice or because of.
Okay, so we already have determined that there are no black jurors. So why is this even a example that he's going to bring up? You hear what I'm saying? See, a lot of this times people are using this trial to show their bigotry and racism and stuff like that. And this is not the place for that. These are two kids that have lost their lives because Carmelo's life is over, and so is Mr. Metcalf. They both lives are gone down the tubes, down the drain, child. And this is a sad situation to like on both ends. This is not where one would be victorious. Even if Karmelo does not get convicted, or if I don't think that there's a chance that he won't. I think he probably at least, if I'm not even sure if they can switch to manslaughter. I think that this is a murder trial. I don't think that they can give a lesser charge of manslaughter. I don't know how that works. I don't know. I mean, there's so much going on with this because I believe it is manslaughter. I don't believe it's murder. And now, if they had said manslaughter, 100% guilty, then go ahead, go. But first degree murder, like it by intention, I don't think that that is going to stick, and that is where things are going to get interesting. Let's go.
Blood libel. I refuse to convict you. I refuse to find you guilty. And then they could throw the whole trial. And you dealt with that in the O.J. Simpson trial, where O.J. Simpson slaughtered a white woman, left her blood everywhere, all over his car, all over his gloves, all over his house.
See, you're bringing up a O.J. Simpson. This is a completely different situation. This is a heat of the moment argument that ensued that turned into something else that could easily happen to anyone, you know, if you have a weapon and things get heated and, you know, out of control, next thing you know, you use that weapon, and if you don't have control over what you're doing, you're not really a skilled person, you could end up killing someone without even knowing that you are realizing it. Let's go.
O.J. Simpson fled from the cops, guilty as hell, effectively admitted that he did the crime to the cops, but he was able to get away with it because the jurors were black because of a change of motion, change of venue, and a genius move that they made to take the trial out of Brentwood in LA, out of a fancy white neighborhood, and move it to the ghetto. And by doing that, they were able to pull from a jury pool that was sympathetic to O.J. Simpson and wanted revenge against white people. The jurors have said it here, right here.
Do you think that they're members of the jury that voted to acquit OJ because of Rodney King?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
How many of you think felt that way?
So my thing is, I don't understand why he's bringing up O.J. Simpson. That is a completely different situation, a completely different trial with a completely different set of circumstances. And this just goes to show you where people's minds are at in this whole thing, you know? Why riots? Karmelo Anthony will be found guilty and the riots will begin. Well, why riot is because everybody is making this about what their just like they always try to do, with their whatever it is, the subject or whatever they want to like make into a reason to protest. There, you know, even when they had the ICE raids, the people were protesting about all different type of stuff. It'll be a protest about one thing, then you get the LGBT that want to talk about their rights. Then you get it'll be different groups of people with different subjects that they want to protest that come to the protesting different shit. And this ain't got nothing to do with half the stuff that they even out there talking about. You know, some people just want to go out there and just have something to protest. So, you know, some people just want civil unrest. Some people just want to go out there and just because they want something to kick off or whatever. Some people are just antagonizers. There's a lot going on with this whole thing. So, you know, people, and we're gonna show some of that footage of what's going on down on the ground there. You got Jake Lang, he's up there inciting stuff. You got some agitators on the other side on the some people dressed up in dashikis to call them people crackers and Neanderthals. I mean, it's getting very, very. And this is only the third day, y'all. So I don't know. By the time this hits week 2, I don't know. It might be an all out. They're gonna have to damn near have the National Guard out there. That's how it's starting off, you know. But the store owners have nothing to do with this case. What are we talking about? So you're just rambling. Sorry, I don't know if you're drunk or what. Skilled police officers and the military kill or injured bystanders to shut up. You sound dumb. What are you talking about? These must be bots, guys. So I got like some bots. Somebody's sending bots my way because they're saying sentences that don't even make any sense. I can't focus on the comments. I think I'm gonna shut those down, let them say what they're gonna say, and focus on the information at hand. So let's get into the first thing I wanted to show. First, I wanted to show misinformation. I wanted to show how the media is kind of beginning to skew this thing accordingly. The second thing I wanted to bring up is I talked to Mel Smith earlier this morning, and he basically gave a rundown from where he sits as a person that is actually sitting actually there reporting on the whole situation. So let's hear what Mel Smith had to say about what he is experiencing as he watches things. Let's go. You got to see the video of what happened. I know you probably can't go too much into detail because of the court's rules about not telling too much information. But I wanted to kind of get
that's not true. That's not what the court doesn't say that.
Really. So some people
it's public information. But first, I just want to say this is Mel with Watching the World, so I stand on that. So go ahead.
Yeah. So you got to see the actual tape of the tent situation. There's some people that are kind of making it seem like that he was getting jumped on by multiple people, that there was a fight that ensued, and then on the second fight, that's when he stabbed Austin. Is that a true story? Because I just played a video from Smash the Topic that said that there was like about four people that surrounded Karmelo and kind of jumped on him. Is that true?
So first off, I don't know who that platform is. For number two, all of this literally happened in seconds, so there's not enough time for two fights. It was basically all one big commotion, and when it ended, Austin didn't even realize he was struck. But just to set the standard, we see simultaneously the twins are coming back from fishing, and they're walking, or they're coming back from somewhere. The coach said something about fishing, so it kind of made it a little strange. But anyway, they're coming back to the tent, and you can see it's raining. And simultaneously, Karmelo Anthony is walking from a different direction toward the tent. Now, they only have two frames. They have a video that they call West, and they have another one that's called East, but there's a gap. So let's say Karmelo is walking in the West frame. He goes off frame, but then he shows up in the East camera, but there's a gap where you can't see what he's doing or what happens along
the reason why I'm showing this is because there was a guy who got up on Smash the Topic, and it's really all over Twitter, where he gives a completely different account. So before I play Mel's account, which is the actual true account, he's actually there in the courtroom. He's actually seen the footage. This guy is saying that he's seen the footage, and he gives a completely different thing. So that's why I asked Mel, did you see the footage? Because I was like, what? Because that's not even what I heard, even before this trial even began. So they're saying that this guy is, he gets up there and he's saying a completely different story. He's saying he saw it and this, that, the other. And here he go telling telling a completely different story. So I don't know whether he's just an agitator or what, but this is what he's
seen the video on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was okay. It's clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still raining. Right. I'm from Louisville. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
And we were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with for the day. Okay. So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already. And so during that time when that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them, they were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up. Right. On the video, you can see those four that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past. Right. The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. If you're Carmelo,
and they showed it on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
I'll put it this way. Okay. They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things. Okay. So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up. Right. That's exactly what they say. Okay. And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And
So
it
they
was,
actually did jump him.
yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's
Karmelo,
more than the twins that got some licks
all
on.
four.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is not true, guys. What he just said is not true. So if anybody is watching this video about what this guy said, what he said is not true. That is why, because we're not just going to no, there's not black and white jurors. There are Asian, Middle Eastern, and white. So that's pretty much the makeup of the jury. It's Asian, Middle Eastern, and white. But yeah, this guy, he just told a whole lie. And see, this is not the platform that's going to try to put out. I'm going to try to get as accurate of information as possible from both sides, not just only supporting Karmelo Anthony, but also supporting Austin Metcalf. There's a young man died, you know. So this is not the platform of just one-sidedness and speaking in a wind tunnel. So let's go back into what the actual reporter that is actually there that saw, because that guy could not have seen the video if he's saying all that what he's saying. So I made it a point to ask Mel, and I know Mel is going to tell me the truth. He's not going to lie about this, you know what I'm saying? And so let's hear what actually happened. Let me go back, because just so now that you guys have heard that was what I was asking about. Was that true? That Smash the Topic video.
But
So let's
just to set the standard, we see simultaneously the twins are coming back from.
So you got to see the video of what happened. I know you probably can't go too much into detail because of the court's rules about not telling too much information. But I wanted to kind of get
That's not true. That's not what the court doesn't say that.
Really. So some people
it's public information. But first, I just want to say this is Mel with Watching the World, so I stand on that. So go ahead.
Yeah. So you got to see the actual tape of the tent situation. There's some people that are kind of making it seem like that he was getting jumped on by multiple people, that there was a fight that ensued, and then on the second fight, that's when he stabbed Austin. Is that a true story? Because I just played a video from Smash the Topic that said that there was like about four people that surrounded Karmelo and kind of jumped on him. Is that true?
So first off, I don't know who that platform is. So number two, all of this literally happened in seconds, so there's not enough time for two fights. It was basically all one big commotion, and when it ended, Austin didn't even realize he was struck. But just to set the standard, we see simultaneously the twins are coming back from fishing, and they're walking, or they're coming back from somewhere. The coach said something about fishing, so it kind of made it a little strange. But anyway, they're coming back to the tent, and you can see it's raining. And simultaneously, Karmelo Anthony is walking from a different direction toward the tent. Now, they only have two frames. They have a video that they call West, and they have another one that's called East, but there's a gap. So let's say Karmelo is walking in the West frame. He goes off frame, but then he shows up in the East camera, but there's a gap where you can't see what he's doing or what happens along the way. But when he shows up in the East camera, he's under the tent. So they basically get to this tent at the same time. And the twins, along with another guy or whatever. So under the tent, they did a good job showing that basically you see some commotion where it looks like Karmelo is sitting down, and what they describe as being Austin, he goes over and they try to decipher if he punched Karmelo or if he pushed him. Because in the opening arguments, they tried to say that Austin pushed Karmelo, but the defense in their opening arguments, they said he pushed and punched Karmelo. But the key point is Karmelo never stood up. They made that very clear. But they also made it seem as though both twins were involved. That's at least from the standpoint of the defense. And so they did a good job at explaining how Karmelo is like 140 pounds at the most, and that he's about 5'7". And they said that these twins are roughly 6'1". And one coach had testified that Austin was some 220 pounds as a linebacker. So basically they're painting the picture that, forget about anybody else, that Karmelo is sitting down and these guys, at least the twins, I mean, they're trying to paint a picture. Austin is the aggressor, but Hunter was sitting right in front of him, and they're painting the picture that he has to face. I mean, even in his mind, if you fight one brother, you're basically fighting two. And so they did a good job of showing that really, what's his name, Karmelo Anthony, in split seconds, basically, he had his knife, he stuck him. And then they showed how when he went over and ran out, he didn't try to leave the arena. A lot of people are saying that this was a high school. When I came down to Texas, I thought this happened at a high school, but it actually happened at the track meet. But the prosecutors are trying to paint the picture that, hey, even still, the school has made these children aware that they cannot bring weapons to the track meet. So they're trying to tie it together, but the narrative in the media is not necessarily true. But anyway, Karmelo runs out. The defense and the prosecution, they're both telling a different tale, but he ends up with this coach. Her name is Tiffany. She stopped him because people have identified Karmelo as the actual culprit. Okay, sorry, somebody just walked up to me. They have identified Karmelo as the culprit. So then he ends up going to this coach. Let's see. I don't know if I can find his name, but anyway, really big, tall, black guy. Let's see. I'll come up with his name in a minute. But that coach basically said, and this is the key part to this trial, he said he told Karmelo, you basically, if this young man dies, you ruin your life. And Karmelo said, oh, he's not going to die. I didn't really stab him like that. See what I'm saying? And that's when I saw the jury, and I saw everybody kind of looking like, oh man, he didn't intend to kill him. He was basically, probably he felt outnumbered, and he was trying to get these guys to back up off of him. Now, I'm not trying to take away from the fact that the guy got stabbed. The guy's name was Vincent Hooper. That's the coach that basically told him you ruined your life. And then they said Karmelo started crying. This coach testified that he's been a coach for many years, and he felt that Karmelo Anthony was sincere, and he was terrified and really went into a whole tangent because he's like, oh my goodness.
Right. So I just wanted to just give you guys a visual of the difference in size, because I think that people are just misunderstanding. Okay, so this is Austin, a diagram of like what the size difference would be. Karmelo 145, standing at 5'7". Austin standing at like 6'1", 220 pounds. So there's just showing what the size difference would possibly be. And that's going to be one of the biggest things that they're going to bring up in the court, that he had the two twins around the same size, kind of coming up to him, this, that, the other, and he's a very small in stature guy, compared to the twins that were kind of like coming towards him. So that's going to be something that's going to be a point that they're going to be making, so just wanted to show that diagram. Let's go.
So,
Oh man.
You could ask me any question you want to.
I'm sorry. That's awful. So who went first, the defense or the prosecution?
Prosecution went first.
Okay, so this coach is being questioned by the prosecution.
Both sides. First you get direct examination, then you get cross-examination by the defense.
So when he talked about the, how Karmelo kind of was crying and this, that, the other, was that when the prosecution asked him that question, or was that when the defense asked him the question?
No, he told it straight out. I mean, he told it right to the prosecution, and also the defense just built on the narrative.
Oh, wow. So was Karmelo Anthony surrounded by Austin Metcalf, this third party, and his brother, or
it's hard to say he was surrounded. It almost seems that Hunter was directly sitting in front of Karmelo. Then his brother Austin was sitting on the same row, but down maybe a couple seats. And so when all of this occurred, it's almost like Austin, they had some words, and Austin just lunged at him either with a push or a punch.
So whatever that guy was saying, that there was 3 people, there was a fight, all this other stuff, that guy was lying. This thing happened in a matter of seconds. So please be careful about what you're hearing on different stations. It's getting you riled up. Also, the narrative that, all these other narratives that are happening on other media, they're making it about liberals versus the conservative. People are really using this to grift off of, and this is not a grifting matter. These are kids here. Okay, let's go.
Either with a push or a punch. And all in that whole motion, Karmelo stuck him.
So it wasn't like
no
a two fights that.
No.
Wow.
No, so.
And they make it seem like you could that the video is very clear, like that you could see the raindrops.
Listen, hold on, wait a minute. So let me give it to you this way. Imagine you're sitting at a Knicks game and you're filming, like, these are the actual cameras of the arena. They're filming the other side of the arena, what's happening, which you can't even see with the naked eye in detail, neither would any camera pick up on it. So when they started off, the first witness was a video expert. And so basically, when they really, under the defense, when they broke him down, he could say, listen, I can't, because the defense is saying, listen, if they were arguing with each other, could you tell that from the video? No. If one of the guys turned his head really quickly, would you be able to see that? He said, well, maybe a little bit, but basically, the video cannot define how they approach Karmelo, okay? And so here's the issue, and this is what I try to tell everybody from my video, and everybody's getting upset, right? Let's say, for instance, myself and another guy, we get into it, right? If I punch him in his head and he sticks me with a knife, okay, everybody's going to say, wow, that's crazy, right? Mm-hmm. You went too far. There's no reason for that. Everybody's gotten their butt whipped in life, beat. So you just take that beating and keep on moving, right? But now, how many guys need to come at you to where it's appropriate for you to really use some serious force? Is there ever an event where a knife equals two guys that are 60 pounds more than you coming at you? Is that appropriate for you? What force can you meet them with? Because obviously one guy is 60 pounds heavier than you. Okay? I'm not condoning his actions, because a lot of people who don't think on a high level, they quickly say, oh, people are defending Karmelo. No. What I'm saying is one of them alone was too much for Karmelo. They did a good job showing that Austin was a linebacker. He's 6'1". Carmelo's 5'7". The defense is showing that they basically started picking at him, name calling. That's the term they use, name calling. Okay. So if one of them is 6'1" and he's 220 pounds, Carmelo's a small guy, and you get two of them, you don't have an equal force. So now the scales are way tilted. So that's why they create weapons, because people are trying to match whatever force, right? They're trying to. Now the key is he shouldn't have had a weapon at school, or this, not school, a school event. Okay, that's clear.
But
Where it could get,
legally, he's allowed to, though. Legally, he was allowed to.
okay, so here's the thing. People are not really looking at this, but what's going to happen is there's a good chance that the jury might let Karmelo off. People are going to say, oh my God, what's going on? And they didn't sit in court like myself and see that, he was outnumbered, outweighed. The scales were against him. Now, I'm just asking the question. So if a jury member see it that way, like it's kind of like when I covered Diddy's trial, everybody thought Diddy was going to get life and Rico, but the jury, they have children, they have their lives, and they say, wait a minute, Diddy's not John Gotti, so we can't do this to him. And in fact, I told you, one of the jurors, 2 hours into deliberation, basically said, oh, I'm not following the judge's orders because this case is pretty much whatever. See what I'm saying? So in this case, you might get somebody to say, hey, listen, I got a son. Okay, these guys, he was sitting there. He did not hit anybody first. The prosecution started off saying that he came in, he was agitating. And then the defense, they were more believable because they made it seem, listen, because the prosecution is saying, hey, Karmelo just came in rough riding. And, I'm speaking loosely, but he came that day to do some damage. Well, the defense said, wait, he actually knew a guy under the tent. Now, keep in mind, right? His school did not have a tent. So it makes sense why he's trying to find shelter. He's probably trying to find a familiar face so he could go in and get some shelter and talk to somebody he knew. And he went to talk to this guy named Eddie. He knew him. And the defense did a good job of showing that it's okay for kids. They're there all day. So one guy might have his, whatever he's going to do. Let's say he's running track. His first run might be at 10. The other one is at 3. So they have this big gap where guys are going around mingling. And then there's so many schools in the area that some of the guys went to middle school with this one. They moved from that school. So they know each other.
Right.
So it wasn't like he was he went under their tent for some drama. He went under there to talk to Eddie, and then these guys came in, and the defense is showing that they were the aggressors. Okay, so you get somebody on the jury to see it that way, it's going to be a lot of people.
It just takes one person. It just takes one person to see it that way. I just wanted to also show this because I was trying to get an idea because I wasn't sure about whether or not maybe there would be some signage saying, hey, don't bring, weapons are prohibited, and so most track and field things are held at junior high schools. I don't know why they always put the track at the junior high. I find that interesting, but most of the tracks are usually at a junior high for some reason. And so I went to a junior high up the street from where I lived just to get an idea of what does that look like? What does a track look like? Okay, so let's go. So this is me. Meets are held at I don't know why track and fields are normally held at middle schools. But okay, so this is the closest track and field to Horn High School, which is where my daughter used to go to school at. Okay. So this field got closed to the public until further notice, but which I don't know why. But I wanted to see if there were any signage saying, because normally when you enter a place that you can't have weapons or anything like that, you would see some type of signage upon entry to that place that will stop a person from being able to carry a weapon, right? It would say that, like prohibited, this is public property. But so for what I'm seeing here, there is no signage saying, hey, this is this is public property, or this is under the code of whatever. You're not allowed to have a weapon. So I just wanted to like see if there was like some kind of signage that might have, when you have an athletic field, because it's a public field, that the high school uses whenever they have their track meets. If there would be any signage that would say, hey, no weapons permitted or something like that. I just was trying to see if that might be a thing. But, because I was going to say if that did exist, then maybe there could be something to it. But no, I don't see any kind of anything that says that, So this is pretty much an open space. Like it's outside. It's it's not like necessarily like I don't know, it's a track and it's an outside thing. I don't think that there's no, this is out in public. So even though it's a track meet, the track meet is really, it might be owned. It's on public property, So there's no specific rule saying that you cannot have a weapon on public property. Now should someone bring a knife? Hey, you know what? Depends. Sometimes he might just have had the knife. People just, I know in Texas, like having weapons is like a known thing. Like people, people are strapped, got guns, got all type of stuff, So, that's just a known thing around here that people do have weapons. Whether he should have had it at a track meet is, maybe clearly not. Because, one thing about guns, they teach you how to use them and when to use them. If you get like get a license, but I don't think there's like a license for knives. You know what I'm saying? And, and that, what this is like showing that knives can be very, in London, there's a whole big thing about people with knives stabbing each other and stuff like that. Knives could be very, very, very dangerous, And there's no course on like how deep to stab somebody or when to stab. Like there's no legislation, not but like at least with the training with guns, if you get like a concealed carry weapon, thing. So. But anybody can just get a knife and stab and don't even have no idea of whether it's lethal or, stuff like that. There's no training on that type of thing, And people get knives. Hey, fathers might give you a pocket knife. You might be into fishing and you might use the pocket knife to open up a fish or, different things. People get like little pocket knives and things like that. That's like a normal thing that most people have, So, and I think they say he was caught earlier that year with that knife at school, but it's like, I don't know. It's just interesting how everybody's kind of demonizing him for having a knife. I don't know, but I just wanted to like at least go to this track and just see what was up, see if there was any signage, because normally there's signs if you go into like a place like a library or even specific like restaurants or something, stores, you'll see something, hey, you're not allowed to have a weapon on the premises. I just wanted to see if they had that signage, so I didn't see it. There you go. I would think that they should have that kind of sign, like no weapons should be allowed on these premises. That's normally what they would have. And then that place will be underneath whatever code that they, for that location, for being able to carry a weapon in that location. So as you can see, I just showed you a track and field, and they all pretty much have the same layout. it's Frisco. They might have a more elaborate layout because they had like bleachers and this, that, the other. It's probably like also a practice place for the football team. That's kind of like how it usually goes. It's like either a combination of a football field and like the actual track going around it. And that's usually a practice place for the junior high school football field, football team to practice on. But yeah, so I just wanted to make that plain. So let's get into the rest of what Mel had to say about the situation. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's quite. See, here's the thing, right? It's tricky because when I was flying down, a lot of people say, "Oh, there's only white people on the jury. There's no blacks," right? Now that's different because when I got there and I look at the composition of the jury, you have the primary 12, and then you have 6 alternates. Okay, just in case somebody or some people check out. You have, and I don't want to get into this too deeply, but I'll say, I think I counted 8 foreign ladies, okay, between Middle Eastern and Asian, okay? So you don't have a lot of white people in the primary 12. So this case is going to be judged by, people that originated from a different country primarily. So now how is that going to turn out? And how many of these people are Republican versus Democrat? You have all these arguments going around. But I'm just basically just telling you.
But they said they got rid of all the teachers. They said they got rid of a lot of teachers. And most of the black people were teachers. That's why I think that they probably felt like they would identify with a kid, making a split decision a lot faster. So that I think that was the unfortunate thing, is that a lot of the black people, because they were in education, that's what. All right, so another thing I wanted to debunk because of the gentleman that I first initially played, he says that the people were up in arms because it's a majority white jury. It's not a majority white jury. Once again, debunking lies. So, like I said, we're not going to be up on this page over here, like letting lies fly. This is going to be about truth and honesty, and I'm not going to sit back and let people just lie about the situation. So, number one, Austin Metcalf, Karmelo Anthony did not just go over there to incite a fight. He went there to see his friend named Eddie. It was raining. His team did not have a tent. He went to get cover, and also he noticed his friend there, and they was talking or whatever. Next thing you know, people came over. They didn't want him over there, etc. But it was not like he was just impeding. People visit each other's tents is because people, like in Texas, you might go to school in one place, might go to school another. You might have friends in different school areas, so you might go over here and see your buddy, even though y'all are on opposing track teams. Y'all still be cool. Oh yeah, hey Eddie. Next thing you know, you're under the tent kicking it with him, and then the people say, "Hey, you got to get up out of here." And that's pretty much kind of what kicked it off. Another thing to debunk. There was not a couple of fights that ensued. It was a very quick thing that happened. It was not that people jumped them, and it said that's a lie. We're going to debunk things on both ends of the thing where people are trying to grift and be center stage and use this as a thing to like get famous or whatever. People are lying. Now, I'm gonna show you guys later on where people they're letting that guy have it that told that lie about that, saying he saw the video. He clearly did not see the video. Mel is actually there. He's sitting right there watching it in the courtroom. That guy clearly was not there. He's lying. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. All right. The other newscaster said or content creator said that the jury was all white. That's another lie. It's majority foreigners or immigrants that are actually ruling this case. Middle Eastern, Asian, and primarily. So the 8 out of the 12, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 4 are white, the rest are foreign. So, and I think it's mostly women that are doing this. Let's go.
Anytime it happens with Diddy case, if they strike a black person at the end, everybody's going to say, well, yeah, it's because of this. At the end of the day, though, what I'm saying is you have a variation of people of all different backgrounds on the jury. So it's not the narrative. Because see, what happened is they say, oh, they got rid of all the blacks and all the jurors are white. You see what I'm saying? That's the narrative that goes out. Like the narrative out on the street is that this happened at a high school. You know, you get these people shucking and jiving. They don't know what's happening. So
Right.
basically, that's what happened.
It seemed like it was just a split moment decision that he probably didn't realize they could, no one said, because he could have stabbed him in his arm and he could have bled out. So even,
He
stabbing.
don't know where he stabbed him at, and that was made clear by the coach. He didn't even
know
think he
where.
struck him. Yeah.
Wow, he just was trying to get him off of him and trying to get away. And
Right.
here's the thing. So did they show the knife?
Not yet. No.
They haven't shown it yet. Okay, so because I'm trying to figure out whether this was like one of those keychain type of.
It was a folding knife, so probably just an average, like a switch, not a switchblade, because that's indicative of being able to hit a button and flip it. The prosecution is saying he already had the knife open. All of that has to be dealt with during the trial. But again, the prosecution, they went so far to the left and heavy that I think it kind of shoots them in the foot, because the defense is slow and steady, and they're showing that the prosecution basically was just going too heavy. Like that's what happened with Diddy. The prosecution went so overboard that the jurors are like, no. And then they're also charging him with first-degree murder. Had they charged him with manslaughter or something like that,
case.
it would have been more precise, I believe. But because they're going at it so heavy,
that's the part that I think that is weird. Well, hello, Mind Chaos Brew. Hey, if you want to come up, if anybody wants to come up and make your comments or whatever, the link is I just posted the link in the chat. So if you want to come up and make a comment, please feel free to come on up. This is an open panel. I do like to hear what people have to say about things. No, it was not a butter knife. It was definitely a pocket knife. And all that. So that's not good morning, Mind Chaos. Yeah, if you want to come up, please come up. But yeah, that's another thing that we have to take into consideration. Even the coach is saying that he cried when he found out that he's like, your life might be over, and he says, no, I didn't. I don't think I stabbed him that bad or whatever. If he dies, your life is over. Oh no, I don't think I did that. He didn't even know where he stabbed him at. I mean, there's so much to unpack here, So it was like a split-minute decision. And so the part that I find crazy is that they went immediately to first-degree murder and not manslaughter. Now, if he would have did manslaughter, the honey case closed, they probably would have told him to take a plea deal. You know what I'm saying? But because it was immediately first-degree murder, that is where it gets tricky, because no, first degree means that you had the intent, that the intent gets in there, right? But if it's a split-minute decision that happens in a matter of seconds, that is not the same thing as a first-degree situation. That's where you get into like manslaughter charges. Let's go.
Going at it so heavy, they're going to set themselves up for him to have overboard that the jurors are like, no. And then they're also charging him with first-degree murder. Had they charged him with manslaughter or something like that, case. It would have been more precise, I believe. But because they're going at it so heavy, they're going to set themselves up for him to have a lesser outcome, which may include him walking. And if that happens, people who haven't been following the case, like people that come into my comment section, they're going to go bananas, because a lot of people were saying in my video yesterday, 2 of them, he had a knife, right? He stabbed him in the heart, right? Okay, case closed. Lock him up. See what I mean?
Right.
So then you go to the trial, and it's a different ball game. And in that ball game, and I'm not saying that's just a a term Southerners use, ball game. But in this whole event that happened, which is very serious, a lot is coming out. And in that, he might see freedom of some sort. And that freedom may not be, he walks out of there, but he might walk out of there with a couple of years or something. And you have people that have condemned him to death, so to speak. See what I'm saying? They want to see him. Some people are actually saying kill him, So this is serious business. And then out here in the parking lot, we have people that are strong for Carmelo and let him go free. And then you have the white militia out here, and they have their agenda too. So this is shaping up to be something serious. All right?
Have you ever heard from Jake? Have you seen Jake Lang out there? I know that he got arrested. He was in town 2 days ago. He got arrested in Frisco at the city hall, but I know that
I'm not local, so I don't know who that is. But,
he's not a local guy. He's actually from I think he's from either California, from somewhere,
yeah,
but he goes all around the country. He's like a Chud the Builder type of guy.
okay. Yeah, there's a guy here with one of those type of flags trying to agitate, so it might be him.
Yeah.
But anyway, I got to run for now. Thank you, bro.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks.
All right. Hey, you need me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, right now, I'll ask you this question: are they letting people in? Because the lady that I work with.
Yeah, they're gonna let people in at 5:30.
So.
Yes, honey, I was up early with it. I was up early. You hear me? To get the information, and we're gonna continue to talk to Mel as the trial begins to unfold. We're gonna get information directly from Mel. Also, later on today, I think he is going to be talking to Calvin Johnson. Hopefully, we can co-stream that. So please stay tuned for that. And I did ask about Jake Lang. Was he there? And yes, Jake Lang is absolutely there. I thought that he got arrested. I was hoping he would not be there because, man, this guy, if there is going to be a lot of upheaval and turmoil, this is the one that's going to try to incite that between him and Miss Peters. And her tweeting and stuff and what she's putting out. I mean, they're turning this into a shit show. And at the end of the day, this young man's life is on the line. Another life was taken. The whole thing is just a mess. So let's go. Let's see all this that's going on here.
Hey, you motherfucking know it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you talk about the motherfucking lie. Hey, you know it. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Check it out, man. Low impulse control. This is the reason why Austin Metcalf is dead. Because this is a response that is told. This is a response they teach their young people to have. This is a response that the mothers, the black mothers in this community does not teach its people to respect personal boundaries. It does not teach people to talk with respect. And that's why Austin Metcalf said, because of your failure as black parents, failures as black parents, teaching the youth to kill. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Me and you, future combat. Me and you, future combat. What's up? Now you got me from.
And that is what's going on outside of the courthouse. You got people inciting, he has a sign up saying white lives matter. He's, and you already got the other side. They're just pretty much chanting, he's going to be free. But then you have another guy with the white lives matter. And that is inciting people. That's getting people pissed. And now you have them going back and forth. It's interesting that came from Turning Point. So they have Turning Point USA is out there, and they have their camera people, filming from the Karmelo Anthony side, and you're seeing it's getting real hectic, and then I guess they decided they began to clash with each other, and now you have the police getting involved. It is getting really, really, really crazy. So let's hear with this right here. With Court TV is saying.
You know, I'm very familiar with track meets. I was under the impression that, you know, when you go to a championship track meet, you have multiple tents on the same side of the bleachers. But in this video, because it's early in the morning, just before 10 a.m. when all this happened, the high school where all this went down, Memorial High School, it was just an isolated tent in the bleachers by itself. There were no surrounding, schools or anything in the general area. You saw some schools walking in, but I guess, the meet was just starting. But anyway, they identified Karmelo walking up the bleachers, kind of walking towards the tent. He kind of goes towards someone, and you see him standing there for a couple of minutes. Then you see Austin Metcalf, his twin brother, and his friends walking up and getting under the tent. And then once everything's happening under the tent, it just kind of looks like a blob of people. You can't really make out anything that's really going on for 5 to 6 minutes. And then you see a quick to and from, and they were implying that was like the push, the initial contact. You can't really see anything happening before then. You see.
All right, key word. So anybody just say that they saw anything other than a blob of people and then something happens, and that's with the camera. And they said that was a 4K camera that filmed that. So anyone saying anything otherwise is lying. There we go.
People walking by, they're not really, turning heads as if something's loud and, something's catching their attention. But all of a sudden you see that to and from, and then you see Karmelo, or who they identify as person of interest, who we're assuming to be Karmelo Anthony. He runs out from under the tent, and then he's running down the bleachers, sprinting a ways away from the tent and out of the stadium onto the track and everything towards one of his coaches. And eventually after that, we see another angle of the video where Karmelo's been taken into custody by police. But the reaction, Julia, it wasn't a visceral reaction. When you saw the to and from, of course, that's the stabbing action, if you will. All I saw, I'm sitting 2 rows behind Austin Metcalf's father, and his head was just kind of in his hands, kind of like this. Wasn't necessarily crying, but, just implying that he doesn't really want to see, even though you can't see the stabbing, but he knows in his mind this is the moment that his son lost his life. So he was just there, obviously overwhelmed by everything. I'm sitting right behind the Metcalf family. Karmelo Anthony's family is on the opposite side of the courtroom. But again, the video, not as impactful as I thought, but it definitely is a scene setter to help us understand clearer as to what's going on, since we haven't seen anything so far in this case.
Oh, incredible detail, Cody. You're setting.
All right. So for those that have any questions about what happened, that's pretty much what happened. Very quick. It was very quick. It was not like a whole jumping. People were not jumping each other and this, that, the other. That's not what happened. So let's kind of get like some more footage of what's happening on the ground. So initially, there are protesters. They are, out protesting, speak, on what in the what in the world?
And his enemies be scattered. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, it's getting hot. Yeah, this is crazy. Man, it's crazy. So this is I don't know about that. What? Okay, like they praying, free hugs and prayers. They're giving out prayers. People are praying outside the courthouse. Hold on, let me see. Like, hold on.
Let God arise and his enemies be scattered. Let God arise and his enemies be scattered. Amen.
Now you got people getting the Holy Ghost out there and everything.
Let God arise and his enemies. We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. We love our black youth. They deserve.
He was minding his damn business when the boys came up to him.
We the crowd. We agree. Karmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the Karmelo and his family. Karmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the cream. Karmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the cream. Karmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the cream. Karmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the cream. Karmelo Anthony will walk free.
Right, so that's on the Karmelo Anthony side, and I guess as time went on throughout the day, I guess you see more of the white nationalists come out and they get to going, and then a whole clash ensues. Let's go.
Dead cracker. Only good cracker is a 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 dead cracker.
Man, so this is where it gets stupid. You know, people are doing ridiculous things, bro. That is crazy. You know, it don't have to turn into all that. This is where it's, come on now. What is this? You know, I don't know who that guy is, but he's doing too much. Like, you know what I'm saying? We have Jake Lang on one end talking about how the black people ain't taking care of their kids. Then you got this guy saying so this is where they're trying to make this. They're making this about something more than what it is. They're making it about race, and this is about two young kids getting into it. And this could have been two black kids doing the same thing. It could have been two white kids. It could have been anybody, but they want to make this about race.
Only good cracker is a dead cracker. 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 Only good cracker.
Man, that is crazy, guys. I don't agree with that. That is not cool. We don't, just because we got people on the other side inciting this type of behavior does not mean that we need to be up out there doing all that BS. You know, and this is the type of inciting that we see going on, you know, that it has no place in this situation. But, you know, without further ado, I'm gonna like this. We're gonna get off of like this. So I wanted to show the chaos outside the courtroom. I mean, I think that that's absolutely deplorable. I don't agree with that, you know. But there are certain content creators that are kind of pushing this type of thing, you know. You have this Sarah Fields, you know, she's going after content creators, saying that they cut her in line. You know, clearly, when you hear it from Nika at night, she says no, she was there early, and she was in line in place, and then Sarah was behind her in line. And then when she didn't get chosen, then she began to go to the sheriff and say that, hey, this woman cut in front of me, and tried to get her removed from being inside the courtroom. So it's like it's all type of wild like stuff going on, you know. So let's actually break down this whole let's go shouts out to Queen Sheba, who breaks down some of the things when it comes down to the trial as well, and she goes a little bit deeper into how things were during this whole situation. So let's go.
Going on with this case. And yesterday, I told you guys, I said, listen, I made a personal note.
Yes, everybody wants a viral moment.
Exactly. All-out dog fight. This is going to be a dog fight in the courtroom. And I think I'm right. I'm jumping right in tonight because it's late, and I appreciate those of you that are tuned in and waited. Typically, like I said, I would go live from the courthouse, but there was just so much that happened today, and I didn't think that I would be able to give it to you in the manner that you deserve, right, from what's happening inside the courthouse. So I said, I got to get to my room.
No, we do not need to see more. We don't need to see any of that. That's not what this case is about.
Let me just say this real quick, and we're gonna get to it.
See this? This is not what this case is about. People want to make it black and white, but these are kids. Y'all need to cut that out. These are kids that got into an altercation. Let's stop making it about black and white. That's the problem. It ain't even the kids that's the problem. It's us, the adults. These are two kids got into it. It got out of hand, and this guy is up for first degree murder. His life is over. Two people's lives were affected that day, not just one. Karmelo's and his life is through. You know, whether he gets life or not, he's gonna always have this stigma on him. Who's gonna hire him? He's got a lot. Even if he does get out, you know, what is that gonna leave him? You know, people are just, but they want to make it about race. This is not about race. Let's go.
There are some content creators that work really hard to bring you content. I've covered other trials. I don't know anybody in these trials. I didn't know Diddy, but I covered Diddy trial. I don't know Shanquella Robinson. I don't know Anna Kepner, the young girl that was killed on a cruise ship, but we cover these trials, right? Or we cover what's happening so that those of you that don't have time to catch up, we can give you a bird's eye view of what's happening in real time, whether it's covering the trial, getting the details, talking with an inside source. So that's what we do. And many of us do a really good job. So y'all be cool on the content creators that are out there covering the trial. Okay. And also, let me say this, just because I'm black, don't assume you know what I am. I don't live in this county. I traveled here to cover the trial. So I think it's unfortunate that people are being looped and stereotyped, you know, because you have these people, you have content creators that are out there serving their own agendas. They're not talking about the case. They're not bringing you nothing. They are just rage baiting you. And I think that's really, really irresponsible. But hey, we're all adults. I can't tell anybody how to manage their content. That's on them. But I will say this. We will run circles around you all day, every day, because this is what we do. You can't rage bait me. You can't bait me in. You, your audience, or anybody, because we stay on it. And I am good. I am a fucking good content creator. So come what may, I stand on business when it comes to giving and breaking down what's happening in the courtroom. So I want to say that, period. And for those of you that support other content creators, stay on their asses if you've donated money and they have an excuse of why they can't get in the courtroom or what happened, this and that. That means you're not getting there early enough. That means you're sleeping in. You're taking people's money and you're being lazy. You're waking up, eating room service and thinking you're going to walk up whenever. And when you get there, you F around and you find out that the hard workers are already there, that the Metcalf family is already there in line, that the media is already there in line. How do you let somebody that doesn't live in your county outwork you? Yeah. How do you allow some people that have traveled from New York, Los Angeles, outwork you in your own county? When people donate money to you, excuses are monuments of nothingness built on bridges to nowhere. You get your ass up and you find a way to get in that courtroom and you shut your mouth and you give them their money's worth, especially if we're talking over $30,000. And let me shut up. Let's jump in. But I just, that's the way I pop my ish over here. Okay. I'm very aware of what's happening on social media. Don't bring me any negativity, you guys. I'm aware of it. But my focus is to bring those of you that want what's happening to bring you good coverage and good content. And that's what I do. So this is what's happening. This is where we're going to start. Today was a very emotional day in the courtroom. I almost started crying myself. And I want to remind all of you that are tuned in, listen, this is not for entertainment. This is a real life trial. Someone lost their child. And I think it's unfair to both families that you have these rebels, whether they're content creators, protest groups that are out there pushing their own agenda. It's not fair to either family. Y'all have to do better. This is real. It's not a laughing matter to me. I don't give a damn if it's white, if it's black. Someone has lost their child. Period. And I think this is a very unfortunate incident that could have and should have been avoided, y'all. We saw the surveillance video. They played it for us in the courtroom. Thank you all that have donated. I was in the courtroom. Do you hear me? Second row. I saw Karmelo. I saw his family. I saw everything. I saw the defense, the prosecution, the government, the jurors. We're going to talk about all of that, okay? This is so heartbreaking. So please keep that in mind as you enjoy yourselves in the chat and as you go back and forth. Speak your piece in the chat. It's not an echo chamber, but please remember to be respectful because the families could be watching, and we just want to try to do the best we can, right? Because a life has been lost. That's what I want to say. That's how I choose to set the tone. So yeah, and I know how that feels because I lost a brother.
Exactly. The families are watching this. And the thing is nobody cares. Nobody's caring about the fact that these people are in mourning. They have to relive this over and all over again, a whole year later, 2 years later. So this is not this is not a joke. It's not something that people should be grifting off of. I rest in peace, Austin Metcalf. This is not me taking a side. This is me 100%, trying to report what's going on and give you guys the information as best I can. For those that are unaware of what's going on, let's go.
About 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago. So yeah, that pain never goes away. But in spite of all of that, it has to go through the legal system. And Karmelo Anthony has to get a fair trial. Will he get one? I think both sides have done the best that they could to select a proper jury. And let me just tell you something. A juror was in tears today. She was in tears today. Now, this juror that was in tears today is an older white woman. And y'all know I nicknamed jurors. I nicknamed her Miss Barbara. When one of the key witnesses testified, Coach Robert Starr, who's the head coach for the Memorial High School track team, testified regarding the events that happened and what he witnessed and some of the details that were very uncomfortable, but hey, it brought her to tears. And the guy next to her, the gentleman next to her, that was a male juror, I witnessed him consoling her. Let me say this. This is going to be a very tough case for the defense. I don't know what their strategy is, okay? Because the government has come. The government is not here to play. They are not applying leniency. They're not tiptoeing around the matter. They are putting it dead in the face of the jurors. They're not saying a life was lost. They are calling it cold-blooded murder. They are saying things like he plunged a knife into his heart. They are not here to play. Do you understand me? And when the opening statements began, let me tell you how it worked. Each side had 20 minutes to present their opening statements. The government, and I told you, I said, if you want fair, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen now. I'm going to tell you what the hell is happening in the courtroom. The government did such a good job with their opening statements that I said, well, I'll be damned. I don't know where the defense can go from here. I don't know where they can go from here. This is just me being fair. I said, if the government does a good job, I'm going to tell you that. If the defense does a good job, I'm going to tell you that. This is a sad case all around. But before we get into that, we got to go back to yesterday. We got to go back to yesterday to bring you to speed of how or what's happening in the courtroom, because we also have to focus on the jury selection. Yesterday, juror number 27, 37, and 48 were struck. They happened to be 3 Black females. The 3 potential Blacks were struck, okay? And all of them are educators. So you had 3 Black females that happened to all be educators. They were struck. Now, the defense challenged the strike and they filed a motion for the judge to consider reinstatement. The DA said that they struck the jurors, the 3 Black jurors, not because they were Black, but because they were educators. And they did not want any teachers on the jury at all. That was what the DA was saying. The defense got a chance to argue their side, and the state received an opportunity on yesterday to argue their side. The defense was claiming, listen, you struck them. They were running with the race claim. And I'm just going to tell you everything, right? They said they struck 3 Black jurors. They didn't even talk to them. They didn't ask them any question, Your Honor. We want to file a motion to have them reinstated. The judge rebutted before making a decision. And what Judge Roach said, hey, listen, that's why we have questionnaires. Why use the questionnaires? Why use them if you're not going to rely on them? I'm just giving you verbatim. Now, let me give you a little bit about Judge Roach, John Roach Jr. He's a no-holds-barred kind of person. He has a very different kind of personality. He's somewhat assertive. One juror described him as scary. He sounds like Dave Ramsey. Let me read the notes. His voice sounds just like Dave Ramsey, but he looks like J.D. Vance, the vice president. Got it? Sounds like Dave Ramsey, but looks like J.D. Vance. He doesn't have a lot of patience at all. He says what he means, and he means what he says. So then the judge denied the reinstatement. He denied the motion, the defense's motion. And the reason why he denied it is because he said the state has no race relation reason to strike those three black jurors, other than the fact that they were educators. So then the defense raised the notion, hey, wait a minute, there's still an educator on here. And they said, yeah, but she's an esthetician, not an independent school district educator. So I wanted to give you those details, okay? So here are the jurors that they selected. Juror number 5, juror number 11, juror number 17, number 18, number 21, number 24, number 28, number 38, number 49, number 53, number 58, number 66, 69, 71, 75, 78, 79, and 80. I told you this morning that this is called, that I nicknamed this jury the 7-11 jury. Why do you say that? There's 7 men, 11 women. Let me say it again. 7 men, 11 women. And then I gave you the ratio. Hold on. 5 white women, 6 white men, 3 Asian women, 2 Indian women, 1 Middle Eastern man, 1 girl. I'm not sure of her race, but I nicknamed her Punky Brewster because she looks like a punk rocker. Of the 6 white men, 2 of them are younger. What do you mean younger? They look like they are built like linebackers. They look like they could have or may have gone to school. I'm not saying they did, but I'm just giving you aesthetics because you're not in the courtroom. They look like they can play football. Oh, this is a brilliant selection. And I don't know if that's the prosecution or the defense, but that was a brilliant selection to put 2 white boys that come close to resembling the victim.
All right. So the question was, why is this a high profile case? Neither were famous. Is it because he has the same name as the athlete, Karmelo Anthony? It was a tragedy what happened, but I was wondering why all the news coverage. The news coverage ensued once what happened is because Karmelo Anthony's black and Austin Metcalf is white, white nationalists turned this into a race thing. They came out there, Jake Lang and his crew did a whole protest, White Lives Matter protest, and it became a whole white versus black thing. So that is why it's gotten so much, because they blew this up into a whole race situation. So that is what's going on. And so it's like, okay, will this black kid for killing this white kid get freed, after he murdered a white kid on a track and field? So that's pretty much what is making it the racial element of it all. Let's go.
Aesthetically. Got it? There's an older white woman. I nicknamed her Miss Barbara. That's the one that was brought to tears today. Without giving you too much, there's a juror that I nicknamed Grumpy. He kept a permanent frown on his face today every time the defense spoke. So you got Miss Barbara, you got Punky Brewster, you got Grumpy, and I haven't nicknamed anybody else. But those were the key jurors today that I received the most body language from, based on my observation, based on my assessment, and I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits. Exactly. So day 1, each side received 20 minutes for their opening statements. And when I tell you I walked into that courtroom, let me give you a little bit about the aura in the courtroom. There was an eerie silence, almost uncomfortable. There was an eerie silence. Heavy law enforcement presence. When we're talking assault rifles, guns, they were vested up, booted up, suited up.
Yeah, this case has so much to it that has to do with race, that even the police have to have a heavy presence. They have to make sure that the courthouse is locked down. They're not trying any other cases in the courthouse. All those cases have been delayed just so that they can keep the courthouse locked down because it's so racially charged. So this is a pretty, it's a lot on the line here. And we don't know whether this young man, when he did this, he was 17 years old. He's 19 years old right now. They say he looks like he's 12. He's 145 pounds. He's very small in stature, little boy, like looking like a little boy. A lot of the jurors they said they couldn't try him because as they looked at him, they saw a child, they saw a kid. So they couldn't bring themselves to put a child 17 years old to life in prison. Or, but they were shooting for the death penalty, but I guess that got taken out, but that's how racially charged and how serious this case is.
We were lined up. They were not playing with us. The family was escorted in first. And then the public that made it into the courtroom were escorted in second. The way you get into the courtroom is they give you a pass. That's a color-coded pass. And if you're going to stay all day, you keep your pass. If you're going to leave, you put your pass in a bucket, and then they can pass it on to another person in the public that wants to attend the trial. The government is being led by Bill Mitchell. The defense team is being led by Mike Howard. Karmelo Anthony, I got a really good look at him today. He was wearing a charcoal gray suit. The shirt that he wore was a lavender color shirt, kind of pinkish purplish. A tie with a mix of colors. The entire defense team was coordinated in a charcoal gray suit. The men were coordinated. Karmelo Anthony is a very small male. And when I say small, by stature, he stands between 5'7" to 5'9". Yesterday, I think some of you asked, how much do you think he weighs? I was just guessing because I was watching him on a teleprompter or, on a television. And I said maybe 170. I take that back. He probably weighs between, just on a visual, just me looking, I'm going to say anywhere between 135 to maybe 150 as a male. And that's me guessing. He has a small frame, a small face. What do you mean by that? I have a full face. He has, have you ever met somebody with a small face? He has a small face. He was rocking in his chair when I entered the courtroom. I'm going to say, based on my experience, my psychological experience, it was probably a nervous tick. Okay. I'm giving you the details. Shortly after we were seated, the proceedings began. They plowed through the day. Why is that important? Because Judge Roach said on Monday, I want this done. Immediately after we were seated, I'm going to say maybe no longer than 5 minutes. Oh, let me back up. The Metcalf family was there. They had about 10 to 15 people in attendance, but the primary family, Mr. Metcalf, the father, and the mother were there. I don't believe that Hunter Metcalf was in a courtroom because he is, in my opinion, a witness. Do I know for a fact he's a witness? No. But I do know that the judge said that if you are a witness in this case, you cannot be in the courtroom. So the fact that Hunter was not in the courtroom leads me to believe that Hunter Metcalf will be a key witness. Today, the prosecution, the government called 5 witnesses to the stand. They called Coach Rob Starr. He's the head coach of the track team for Memorial. They called Tiffany Whitaker. She's a lead athletic trainer for Memorial High School. They called a gentleman by the name of, I wrote Vince Cooper, but it's actually Hooper. So when you hear small mistakes like that, it doesn't mean that somebody's not credible because we're having to try to strain to hear them when they're saying their name. So his name is Vince Hooper. He's the head football coach at a high school called Heritage. They also called a gentleman by the name of Mike Porter. He's a lead forensic digital analyst for Tarrant County. And then they called, now
I do have to let you guys know that the people covering this are not allowed to bring cell phones in. They're not allowed to bring their laptops in. So we're kind of having to go off the notes of what people took. So it's important to understand is that, no cameras, no cell phones, nothing is allowed. I think they said at one point somebody tried to sneak some camera footage in or whatever. I'm not sure if that's substantiated or true or not, but yes. So I wanted to also go back to Nika Knight because she actually discussed what she saw on the surveillance video as well. I want to get multiple people's opinion on what they saw in the surveillance video, because I think that this is that's really the biggest aspect of different people's opinion on what they saw. Let's go.
County Courthouse. I am here covering the Karmelo Anthony trial, and I was inside the courtroom when we just watched the surveillance footage of the incident take place. I was able to see Karmelo Anthony enter into the stadium. It showed the victim and his brother enter into the stadium. It showed the tents that they were under and so much more. They also did opening statements before we started to see any type of footage or anything like that. Opening statements was 20 minutes for each side. The defense took 20 minutes. The prosecution took 20 minutes. And when they gave their opening statements, there was a stark contrast on both sides. So first and foremost, the defense went up and the prosecution went up first, and his co-counsel did the opening statements where he painted Karmelo Anthony as a senseless murderer. You know, he said that Karmelo Anthony provoked the victim into putting his hands on him. So he's saying that, you know, the victim in a case, he provoked him because he didn't leave when they told him to. So basically, they told him to leave, and he didn't leave, and he told him that they better not touch him.
No, she's not there.
Or whatever, or watch what happens if you touch me. That's provoking them to put their hands on him. So then once they put the hands on him, then he, you know, used his weapon. He grabbed in his bag, used his weapon, and the whole incident happened in a matter of 4 minutes. So the victim and his brother entered into the tent 2 minutes prior to Karmelo Anthony entering in the tent. The defense said that he didn't enter the tent because he wasn't supposed to be there, as far as like the way that they're trying to shape it, but he entered into the tent because he recognized one of his friends. He went to say hello to one of his friends, and he went to go sit down. As soon as he went to go sit down, it is being alleged that the twins came up to him and told him, "You got to go, you got to get up out of here." And he told them, no, he's not leaving. He's not getting up out of there at all. Now, that's what's happening on the inside of the courtroom. You guys know I took a lot of notes. I'm going to be giving you guys a very detailed breakdown. I tried to jot down as much as I can as far as what the prosecution and defense are saying and alleging. We're going to give the facts. Now, outside, there is protest on both sides happening right now. There are people here that are supporting Karmelo Anthony, and then there are people who don't appear to be a part of Austin's family, but rather serving a white supremacist agenda and trying to basically put fear in Black people. So you see them kind of like trying to Black, like, you know, looking all of us up and down, mad dogging us, trying to make their presence known. One guy's walking around with a Confederate flag, and it's like intimidation tactics that's trying to happen. I'm gonna pan the camera so you guys can kind of see what's going on. So I don't have much time before it's time to go back in, but I just kind of want y'all to see the atmosphere that's going on outside and all the people. You said I'm breaking up? So he's still walking around with his flag all around. Right, and then this guy right here, he was with the girl Sarah that was like trying to talk a lot of mess. So There's one female that's trying to like rage bait and make this a racial thing. That guy right there is with her. He was mad dogging me too, trying to look me up and down. But I'm gonna get back over to the court side. Here is the officers across the street. All of the sheriffs have been nice, actually. Like they have been completely nice. This is what it looks like across the street. And then this is what it looks like on this side over here. I think this is no type of no fights. And then there's news media all around. So you said watch my back. Obvious, clearly. Yeah, these people right here, child. They all got on body cam footage. Yeah, I'm being careful. So if you guys know, like whenever, like say you go to a barbecue or you put up a canopy is open. So basically what was happening was there was a lot of rain. You saw in the video, you saw people in ponchos. You saw people with umbrellas. You saw kids that were like to the right of the tent. There was another tent to the left, and these tents are canopies. So a lot of people, like the prosecution basically said like, oh, you know, their tents are, you know, where they keep their belongings so that people don't steal. There's literally no way for a person to steal because the tent was full of people. There was kids all around. There was kids to the left, to the right, walking around. Like, who's gonna steal when all of these eyes it wasn't that type of setup at all. And they were only under the tent for 4 minutes total from introduction to seeing each other to the knife wound. Now, what the defense wanted to basically point out is this isn't something where he stabbed them multiple times. He didn't go and stab other people. He didn't try to you know, do that. He defended himself and then he ran. So when he ran like out of the bleachers, and then you see him in the surveillance. He's like jumping down, running down the bleachers. And then as he runs down the bleachers, he runs to go run out. So when he runs out, like trying to run out of the field, there was kids that were chasing him from behind, and he ended up going up to one of the coaches. Now, as he's running out, there was a group of, it looked like black kids that were coming in for the track meet. They all had on like what looked like uniforms. Karmelo Anthony, he had on a light gray hoodie and some blue sweats. So he walks out of the bleachers. And then when he walks out of the bleachers, he's looking around. He goes back, like, you know, I don't know if he was, you know, waiting on somebody. And then once he reemerges again, he goes past one tent. Now, one tent / canopy. He walks past and you can see it's packed, jam-packed with kids. They tried to make it seem like, oh, he didn't go to the first tent. He passed up a whole tent and went to the other one. The tent, when you look at it, or the canopy, it's full. Like it's a bunch of kids huddled under trying not to get wet. He goes to the other tent that is more open. Like it's like less people congregated, but it's a lot of them underneath that tent. And you see kids, like I said, on the outside, you see kids walking out with their ponchos. You see them walking past with their umbrellas. You see them with their hoodies on. And it's raining. You can see the rain coming down from the camera. So the videos that we're watching is surveillance from the school. And you can see the rain coming down from the surveillance as it's all happening. So they got a forensic analysis to come in. And basically what his job is to do is to look at the video, identify the suspect, which will be Karmelo Anthony, and the victim, which would be the brothers. And so he was supposed to like walk through, okay, when did Austin and his brother walk through? When did Karmelo walk through? And based on the video, they wanted to know like what was the resolution of the video. The video was a 4K video. It was a high resolution video. But what they explained to the jurors is that you can only get 4K video to come through a 4K TV. So the TVs in the courtroom are not 4K, but they said that they're going to bring a specialized 4K video, TV, so that they can watch the video in 4K and so that they can see it better. So and another thing that the defense wanted to note was every single team had a tent except for Karmelo Anthony's school. So it was several schools there for the track meet, and all of the other schools had their canopy tents. The only school that did not have a tent was Karmelo Anthony's school. So even if so it's not like his school had their tent and he went to the other people's tent. They didn't have a tent at all. He said the only thing that they had was a tarp. Okay. And so so he said, for whatever reason, he doesn't know why they didn't have a tent, but their school did not have a tent. Centennial High School did not have a tent. And so when he's walking around, he was waiting around, and he was there as a varsity, I think he's in varsity, and the track meet was for junior varsity, but he went to help out with the school. And so the defense also wanted to note that all of the individuals that are going to testify are kids that went to that school, and he wanted to point out that all of them are friends of the victim. He said,
so let's get this straight. Karmelo Anthony's team did not have a tent, so of course he's trying to find cover underneath the rain. The tent that he passed was full. He finds a friend of his inside the other tent. He goes to that tent. Okay, he was not he was not there to run track, but he was there to help the team out. Now, people are saying that he was suspended. He shouldn't have been there, and this, that, the other. I don't know how true that is. That's going to come up in the case, if that's a true statement or not. But some people say he was suspended from school and he shouldn't have been there. That's still yet to be seen. But I just wanted to just recap what she just said. Let's go.
Once you're listening to testimony, you have to bear in mind that these are all friends and they are all going to the same school. The only person under the tent that did not go to that school was Karmelo Anthony. And he says the only reason why he went there is because he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. Okay, that was the key words that his defense said. They said he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. So it's going to be interesting to hear from all of these witnesses. They're all going to be teenagers who are going to be testifying. They have, like I said, the video video analyst who does video analyst for prosecution, district attorneys, that type of thing. He was able to enhance the video so that they can see an enhanced version. So right now, what we've watched so far was the raw footage. And once we go back in, they're going to show the enhanced footage. So in the enhanced footage that they plan to show, they have like a spotlight and they follow him with a spotlight and stuff like that. So we're going to see a more enhanced version coming up. But I'm going to keep you guys updated on what's going on. And I'm going to take as much notes as possible. And I'm going to stay on this thing, okay? We are going to be safe. My unc is making sure that I'm safe. I got other family that's in the cut, making sure that I am safe. Okay, they made sure to not, be seen talking to me or whatever, staying in the cut, making sure I'm safe. My mom did not play no game. She put in a call because I don't know if y'all know, but half of my family is from Texas. My grandfather and everything is from Texas. My mom's dad's side of the family. My mom put in a call, made sure that her baby was safe because, you know, I told her what was going on, like with the climate around it. So trust and believe I'm safe. Also, this is a state where you can, if you got that file, you could bring that file with you. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, other than that, it is very hot outside. Okay.
Right. So bottom line is, all right. So someone said is that, was it a downpouring rainstorm that forced them under the tent? Yes, exactly. It was. It was a downpouring. It was a tornado warning in some places in Texas. Are you a foundational Black American? Yes, I am, and so is she. But let's get into what Watching the World has to say, because he's there as well. And he spoke earlier about the situation. Let's go.
The Karmelo Anthony case, you can see there's a lot of streaming in the background. I think that's ABC News that's recording. They're doing a live panel. So, recently, I traveled out to Nancy Guthrie to come. He was like, yeah, all of that in a few minutes. I'm just relocating because there's other anchors out here vying for some space. I'll let you guys see. We have Fox right behind me. We also have ABC News. You can see they're doing a panel down there behind me. So at any rate, let's talk about this case. Number one, you know, I have to be careful with what I say because I try to remain neutral. But we had a coach, and when I tell you guys the colors, I think it's important so you can kind of get a sense of you can get the picture, right? So they had a Black coach that came in today, and he did something today that really ticked me off in being a Black man. Let me explain. Karmelo Anthony, right? When this crime occurred, he had those locks. You know, these young guys, they like to wear the locks, almost like it's mini dreads, right? And so this coach, a Black coach, right? He got up there. I won't say his name. I don't want to give him any bad publicity. But he made the statement. He was like, yeah, but today he's clean cut because now he has a taper. He cut all his hair off. So basically, the way the Black coach portrayed Karmelo Anthony, now what he did was a bad deed. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to give you guys a lot of the different facts that came out. And you have to be led to your own conclusion. You can't allow other people to think for you. But he says, yeah, but today he's clean cut. So he tried to paint a picture. And so then, right, the attorneys put up Karmelo's picture, and he told the jury, he was like, yeah, look at him. This is how he looked the day he stabbed Austin. And, you know, it builds into the narrative that you're defined by your hair.
Now, I will say this. In the South, it is a very... Well, first of all, they're definitely going to clean up for court. They always clean up for court. But also, when you go to jail, certain time, a lot of times they will make you get a haircut. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if when he went to jail, they made him get one. But... I'm gonna say this is that yes, he probably, you know, did cut his hair. You know, a lot of times people change their hairstyle. They might not want to have like the dreads or whatever. They might cut their hair. You know, a lot of times that kind of like it's like you use a brush and you get like those kind of coil things. That's kind of looked down upon in like dreadlocks and stuff. It's kind of looked down upon in the South, you know. So, you know, especially among the Black community, like dreads are kind of like not what's up, even though a lot of the youth are getting dreads more and more. The older generations are not cool with the dreads. So that's probably why he said that. Let's go.
Or the lack of hair. But to see a Black man come on, take the stand and say, yeah, those locks, almost as though those locks had something to do with his mentality as to why this young man lost his life. I found that to be quite disturbing because there are so many amazing people that I know. There's a lot of young guys that have fancy hairstyles, they have locks, and people want to put them into a category of a criminal. But today in court, it actually came out at a higher level, and it came from a coach that basically was associating the picture he had because he had those little locks, those mini locks, to what the deed that he had did. And I found that to be something that we should consider. I didn't like it. I know a lot of people may not agree with me, but it's a narrative that's floating out there. And we live in a world where everybody's so quick to want to put you in a box. They want to put a label on you. And recently, and I don't want to veer away from this subject matter, but in the case of Cheyenne Bryant, right, when we talk about labels, we see how important labels are because she has defined herself as a doctor. Many people now, there's a big debate. I think Calvin Johnson, when he was on the channel, he explained how theoretically she's not a doctor. But the point of the matter is what we learned from that, a lot of doctors have come out and they make it seem that, you know, your title that you have before your name define you. I remember I used to have a client, the husband and wife were both psychiatrists, and they were treating people at the highest level for mental illness and medication. And when they were having a divorce and they hated each other, they were the most bipolar. They used all of these psychological mechanisms on each other, very similar to the people that they diagnose every day. And it got so out of hand that he attacked her in court over their children, so much so that he looked bad in our local community. So a lot of times just having a doctor or whatever label that you want to define yourself with doesn't necessarily mean that it puts you at a higher level than other people who have some common sense and know how to treat people properly with respect, and they also respect themselves. But I don't want to get into all that. I want to stay focused on what we're here for. You see in the background, we have the Collin County Courthouse. I'll be doing a show later with criminal defense attorney Calvin Johnson. He's in this community, and we're going to talk about this case even more. But I wanted to point out the fact that when the coach really set the stage and the attorney today, and they basically put up Karmelo's picture and said, look at him. He had these dreads on his head, and now he's cut his hair off. Oh, now he looks righteous. See, that's a problem for me. And maybe a lot of people don't get where I'm going with that, but that's fine too. Maybe someday you'll catch it if you don't catch it now. But that was disturbing. But let's get back to the case. So we started off, Karmelo actually sat in front of me today, they placed me directly behind him. He had a lot of family members to show up. Today, as far as getting into the court, and it's starting to rain. Would you believe? They only allowed 27 people in. I was number 6 today. I wasn't the number 1 that I'm typically in New York, you know, where I can get into the courthouse with these. But anyway, it's all good. I got in. But there was over 200 people that they turned around after making them wait for hours to see if the judge was going to allow them to go into the overflow. And these people were not able. I'm going to get to some of the comments, folks, but it's starting to rain now. And I want to try to get through as much of this before it starts pouring rain. So anyway, I was able to get in. I sat behind Karmelo. Today they brought in the first specialist, kind of similar to Sean Diddy Combs. They brought in a video expert, and basically he was breaking down pixels and the whole gambit. Basically, they wanted to set him as an authority so that when he breaks down the video of what occurred, it would have more credence, it would be more power with the jury, that they would really buy into the malarkey that he was selling. Now, in regards to this case, I feel like, you know, you don't go around stabbing people. You know, I'm definitely not with that. Can you guys still hear me okay before I get into this? I see a lot of people saying guilty. Oh, gold diggers in the building. Shout out to you. Can you guys hear me okay before I go on my tangent? Okay, thank you. JC Talks. Oh, that's JC. We covered Sean Combs together. Shout out to you. I look forward to seeing you in court. It looks like Diddy's going to have some more criminal cases coming down the pipeline. And guess what, guys? I'm the one who announced that about a month ago. You guys remember, nobody really believed it, but now the TMZ is reporting that Diddy is facing a criminal case out of LA. Now everybody wants to believe it. But remember where you heard it first, because I was in court and I heard about it in a case about the Cowboys and Angels, which was the escort company that Sean Combs used, okay? But anyway, I just wanted to put that plug there. Getting back to Karmelo, today he came in court. He had on a suit. They tried to, and again, I just told you about the hair situation, but they did give him a haircut. I don't know when that transpired, but he did look like he was about 12 years old, as I expressed earlier. They definitely softened, and now I can understand why a lot of the potential jurors, oh, it's starting to pour rain. The potential jurors were saying, listen, I can't sentence this guy. I can't even give him 5 years. So a lot of people, and keep in mind they had like 600 people, a lot of the individuals that came through expressed that there's no way that they would be able to find him guilty. Now, here's a point that I discovered while I was here, and it might not make a big difference, but I think it will make some difference, because I always heard it's pouring raining, okay? It is what it is. I guess Dallas is different than New York, but we're going to rock with it. You know what, I'm a Southern guy, so I know how to get under a tree here. Try to cut back on some of this rain. Here we go. All right. Okay, that's better. That was a good idea, right? So we have less.
Well, to be quite honest, I don't think that Karmelo is going to testify. There, for the most part, like any legal, any defense is not going to let their witness testify. They're not going to, because the prosecutor is going to rip him apart. So yeah, he's not going to testify. Just be prepared that Karmelo is not going to testify.
Less water. Okay, so at any rate, sorry about that, guys. 1 second. It started pouring raining here. So as you can see, I was getting soaked. And let's see here. Before I get rolling again, let's see if I have any. Okay, we have Dennis here. I'm new to your chat from Detroit, Michigan, but I live in Jacksonville, Florida. Guys, it's very important. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. I travel all around. In 2 weeks, I'm going to take you guys on my exclusive trip to Egypt. About a month ago, I was in Turkey. A lot of you guys had a chance to see my trip to Turkey. Unfortunately, black guys out here today that look like they were part of the militia. Yeah, if Karmelo, because, you know, we have black on black crime so much tremendously, but people check it off like, oh, this is just another black on black crime, right? But because he killed a white boy, now we have people out here. I saw black guys out here today that look like they were part of the militia. We have a real militia back here. They may have left, but we had a white militia here today. We had other white guys here today protesting. And then we had a white guy that was trolling. We had black people that was ready to take us to the promised land. I don't know what that group is about. But people were out here literally ready to shred each other to pieces because a black killed a white. But I just threw that out there to say we have to swing back and deal with that subject matter as to why that's the case. Because I'm sitting there in court and I'm like, you know, the prosecutor had the mother and father sitting there in court. And listen, I know it's a murder trial. I typically don't like to cover murder. I typically try to cover cases that we can stomach. But, you know, we do have to face these real facts of life. But at any rate, they had the mother crying because they played the whole 911 tape. It's like 7 minutes. And what's the purpose? Like, you just hear somebody in the background saying, Austin, stay with me. The sheriff might kick me out of here. You had a guy, one of the coaches, just for 6 minutes saying, Austin, stay with me, stay with me. The mother is sitting to the left of me. She's crying. The father, he's going through his emotions. You had Karmelo sitting in front of me. He was shaking tremendously. I couldn't figure out. It did come out in court that he has epilepsy. That's from a scriptural standpoint. In Mark chapter 9, the man had epilepsy, but in Mark chapter 9, it said he had a demon, and it goes to show that some of the Bible writers didn't understand science, and now we made some progress, and now we know that the young man wasn't possessed with a demon, but he actually had epilepsy. He was foaming at his mouth. They also mentioned, in which I don't really want to get into it too heavy, is that Karmelo Anthony's sister has epilepsy too. So it's apparent that they have something going on in their genes. I mean, listen, I don't want to get into all that, but that came out in court. That's just a side note. So the first specialist, the first witness, he basically did a good job explaining, well, how do you get a video? Well, a video is comprised of a lot of photos that are being played rapidly, one after each other, and that's how you get the video. And then he breaks down pixels and different variants about photography and also videos, because they wanted to show us these videos to try to substantiate that Karmelo actually was the individual that stabbed Austin in the heart. Now, here's the issue with this particular case. The prosecutors, what they started off today, and in my opinion, hopefully they don't kick me out of the courthouse. I don't want to become unfavorable, but I want to be honest. The prosecutor in the opening arguments did a horrible job, because a lot of the information, they just focus on trying to make Karmelo look like this animal, which you could come to that conclusion if you just look at, okay, black guy stabs a white guy in the heart. If you look at it that way, you'll just say, okay, he's guilty, throw the book at him. Okay, so when I was listening to the prosecutor, that's the picture that they painted, and they slandered everything like he set out his whole life that day to go and stab a young man in the heart. That's the way that the prosecutor, but here's the thing, I cover a lot of these cases, and when you approach a trial that way, just like with Sean Diddy Combs, you have a jury sitting there of 12, plus they have 6 alternative, right? These are real people. They have children of their own. They probably committed a few crimes. Who knows what these people have done or what they may have experienced, right? And so when the prosecution or the prosecutors come up and they say, oh, Sean Diddy Combs is guilty of RICO, he's something like John Gotti, the jury's like, wait a minute, we're not buying that, right? When if they had just charged Diddy for his crimes that they could prove, he probably would be having so much time that you couldn't even imagine, right? If they just had have gotten him for domestic violence, they got him for the prostitution, so they could have gotten him for that without putting it in a RICO. What about all the drugs and the sex workers were on drugs? We learned during Diddy's trial, and I'm not going to get away from it, I'm just making a point, that if I am smoking a joint, and even if you want it or not, that has nothing to do with it. If I give you some of that joint, then that's distribution of drugs. Yeah, I learned that. That's a federal charge. You cannot give anyone a drug. You can't puff, and pass, just like from the movie Friday, or they will have your behind. So in this particular case, the prosecution, they came in so big, and some of the things don't appear to be true, because the defense has done a good job showing that they were basically just trying to put the screws to Karmelo. Even though he admitted to doing this, sometimes they have this mechanism to where they're trying to overdo it. I call it like an overkill. And I think this might have a negative impact on the jurors, because like in the case of Diddy, when the jurors went to deliberate, they came back within a couple of hours and said, one of them says, hey, we cannot follow the judge's instructions, almost like this is bogus, right? So this is what, and I talked to many people here today. A lot of people feel the same way that I do, that the prosecution did a bad job at just trying to frame the guy. It was some unnecessary things said, and we're going to get into that tonight.
So for the one person that says Melo was getting jumped, I don't think that he was getting jumped. From what they're saying that happened in the video, there was a lunge forward, there was a melee, and then, but he was not getting jumped. See, that's the misinformation that's going out there. He was not getting jumped.
Calvin Johnson is on. The defense did their opening arguments as well, and I felt like they did a better job, because they basically showed that, listen, even though the prosecution is saying all of this, we have the facts and witnesses to show you that this is not how it occurred. And basically, Today, they spent so many different times, the defense attorney showing that these guys, the twins, were much bigger. They were linebackers. One of the coaches says that he felt like Austin had reached 220 pounds. And then the defense is showing that Karmelo was only 140 pounds. And on top of that, he was real short, like 5'6". And so they kept planting the seed with the jury, showing that, listen, he had two of these guys basically going after him. Now we go back to the video expert. He wasn't able to establish anything because the video that they have, imagine you're sitting at a Yankees game and you're filming somebody on the other side of the stadium. So that's the best video that they have, is from across the stadium. And you really can't even make out Karmelo's face. They can't pin it down to his clothes. But what I'm saying is, when the defense really drilled that, who's supposed to be a video expert, and he was asking him questions like, if these two people were arguing from this video, can you make a determination that they were arguing? Oh, no, I can't. Can you see if, because I think it's on record, everybody understands that Austin, the guy who lost his life, he was the first one to lay hands on Karmelo. But when they had the professional who had his video from, he was analyzing the video that they have from across the stadium. Basically, they're saying, the defense is saying, can you tell if he punched him or if he pushed him? So right from the beginning, the prosecution was making it seem that Karmelo says, just hit me so I can stab you. That's the picture that they painted. But then the defense came back and they showed that Karmelo says, you can do whatever you want to do, just don't put your hands on me. And the whole time Karmelo had his hand in his backpack. Now, here's the thing, the point of contention that I want to discuss. One of the narratives that was going around is that the location where this happened was at a...
Wait, stop. Wait, I'm going to stop right here. Right. So you have everybody saying that he says, just watch what's going to happen when I, pull this whatever out, Let's go back and hear what he actually said. See, you can do whatever you want to do, but just don't put your hands on me. That's what he actually said.
Right from the beginning, the prosecution was making it seem that Karmelo says, just hit me so I can stab you. That's the picture that they painted.
Just hit me and you'll see what's going to happen. That's what people are saying. Just hit me and you're going to see what's going to happen. That's not what was said. What he said was...
But then the defense came back and they showed that Karmelo says, you can do whatever you want to do, just don't put your hands on me. And the whole time Karmelo had his hand in his backpack. Now, here's the thing, the point of contention that I want to discuss. One of the narratives that was going around is that the location where this happened was at a high school. And that's not true. It's actually happened at the track meet. Now, some of the coaches did testify that the students know or knew that they cannot have weapons at school. All right. So you can factor that in. But it does make it slightly different. I think a lot of people were shocked to hear that this actually happened at a different location. It was not a public school where, it's very cut and clear. You cannot have a weapon at school. But now that, so when you sit at these trials, you start to realize that the jurors are listening to all of these facts. And all they have to do is create a little bit of doubt in the jury. That's why with Sean Diddy Combs, well, it didn't work for Donald Trump because I attended his trial and they threw the book at him and he received 34 felonies, right? I'm going to get to some of the comments. But I hope you guys understand that the defense, and I'm not the only one that feels this way, the defense is building the narrative stronger than the prosecution in this particular case so far. This is the first day of the actual trial. They have been doing jury selection for the last few days. Let me take a few comments before we... Zoe, yes, he did stab him. They're trying to argue that it was self-defense. And we know that Texas is one of those stand your ground states. So that's the argument that they have. Okay, so that's...
Is Texas a stand your ground state? Because somebody tell me whether or not Texas is a stand your ground state. Somebody in the audience, I'm not sure because I'm trying to do the show. But if anybody knows if it's a stand your ground state, yes or no? Does anybody know? Does anybody know whether Texas is a stand your ground state? Does anybody? Yes, Texas is. Yes, it is. Okay. Because some people say it's not, so I don't know. Okay, it's not. It is. Okay.
That's basically the angle, is that this was self-defense. He admitted that it happened, but he's saying not guilty because the defense is trying to paint the picture. As I said, you have two twin brothers, big and strong, and
but nobody else drew a weapon. That is the problem. But so I guess the argument is going to be whether or not it could still be considered stand your ground based on size. If you have two 220-pound people against a 145-pound person, will that still could be considered a person standing their ground? That is what I believe is going to be the point of contention here. That's what it sounds like to me. Let's go.
Trying to pummel a short guy that only weighs 140 pounds. The defense is saying that in those seconds of fear, he probably acted on impulse. So here's the thing. Most people don't look into the facts of the case. I actually attend the trials. And what I find is that most of the people that are interested in the case, and they would probably act with violence about it, most of those people don't care to know the real facts. But one day there'll be an announcement, they'll hear it while they're riding home and says, hey, Karmelo Anthony is found not guilty. Now these people are ready to go to war, or vice versa. They're here that he's getting life in prison. And then it works both ways. But what I'm saying is most people.
So I'm live streaming people that's like, okay, well, why can't you do your own research? Listen, I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming the people I know that are there on the ground. This is my friend, Mel, Nika Knight's my friend. The people I know that are there, and I will be there as well at some point, like next week. I'm just going off of like the information that they're saying. So yeah, I didn't know whether or not it was, and I'm like trying to still do the show versus like just be looking stuff up and doing all that stuff off the cuff. So if I got people, my moderators that can like tell me whether or not these things are true, then that's why I have moderators. So it's not me being lazy. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, Junie June. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Millennial. Thank you for helping me to find that out. You know, stop with the nonsense.
Don't really put in the time to understand these cases at a high level, but they're ready to react on impulse about it because it didn't go the way that they had imagined. Stella says, like, share, and subscribe, and turn on your notifications to be notified for upcoming shows. Okay, Dennis says the police are still looking for the shooting right now. I'm not sure about that. What shooting is that? This was about stabbing, unless I'm missing something here. Daniel says, do not bring knives to a high school football game. Absolutely right. Don't do it. Okay, we have Grumpy in the building. Grumpy says he brought a knife and engaged, and someone died. He is guilty of manslaughter. Grumpy, that's a good point as far as manslaughter, and that's my point. But that's not what they're charging him with. They're charging him with first-degree murder. Okay? So that's a big difference because now his intent is factored in. And what happens is it creates this crisis of conscience for the jury members when a person is not charged properly. Because perhaps if they hit him with manslaughter, people be like, yeah, this is manslaughter all day. It's just like Sean Diddy Combs. People said, the jury says, yeah, he's guilty of prostitution, but we don't see him as being a big mafia boss. He's not guilty of RICO. Then he ends up getting way less charges than what the state actually wanted.
And that's what I believe is the situation that could happen here, is that they chose the wrong charge. I think the prosecutor went straight to murder. They went to a straight murder charge when they should have chose manslaughter. And then it would have just been a cut and dry case, you know? Now they have to choose that he had intent to go there and start something when he didn't, according to the defense. And so now it's up to the prosecution to define that he went there trying to start something and then in cold blood murdered Austin Metcalf. That's not what seems to be the story here. But the thing is, a lot of people are watching all these other content creators and they're coming up with their preconceived notions. But this is what people are coming back and taking notes and telling you what's happening in the courtroom. The video, what they're seeing.
Because apparently they wanted him to have life in prison. And also, if they were successful with the RICO, they would have been able to take all of his assets as well. All right. Daniel, I agree with you. Teach your children better. Absolutely, I agree with that. But we're talking about what's happening in regards to this case, and it's a sad deal, just to say the least. But I think it's important to know some of this background information when it comes to the case. That way you could be better informed and understand why certain.
Yes. Mel, Nick at Night, all the people that I'm covering are actually in the courtroom listening to the trial, taking notes and coming back and reporting it. So you're hearing it directly from people that are listening to the trial. No bias, because I know I chose specific content creators to like follow that are not going to be biased. They're not going to tell you it on one side. They're going to say if the defense won that day or they see like they're winning, they're going to say, hey, the defense sound like they were. If the prosecution is whooping behind, hey, they're going to say prosecution. I do not choose content creators to cover that's going to be biased. And I did the same thing during the Diddy trial. You know, Mel Smith and Nick at Night, they were not biased in their opinion. It was like they just going to tell it how it is.
Things happen because it's quite possible in this case that the jury will find him. They won't be able to get 12 people to say that he's guilty. Now, I don't want to get myself in trouble because I know with
people are coming in. It wasn't school. It was not at school. It was at a track and field. So if you rewind the tape, you'll see that I actually went to a track. I showed how these tracks are usually held at a junior high school. I don't know why that is, that most track things are usually situation next to a junior high. But this is like its own thing. People go to the track to walk. Like I can go to that track right now and I can walk around the track and exercise. So it's a public location. It's not school. So people need to get that through their head, is that this is not school. Now, you should not bring a knife to a track meet, but depending on, like, I'm sure that they have done track meets at different places. It got dangerous. Who knows? He just might have had a knife with him in general and then just happened to have it on. Who knows and that will come out later. But everybody wants to make it about that particular like subject, and it's not. That's most tracks, and I know that people are not dumb. Most people that walk tracks to like exercise know that it's like on like in a public place that anybody can just go to the track and like walk around the track. It's not like a sequestered off place where only people from the school can go to, and then that's a part of the school. It's a track, you know. Anyone at any time can go to the track and walk around. Let's go.
Some of the New York trials, they don't want you to describe the jury members, okay? So I'm not going to do that. This judge is very stern, so I don't want to push any buttons. But what I will say, the media is very deceiving because they painted the picture. They said, oh, the whole jury is white people, okay? That's what I heard when I was coming down. And I'm like, oh. And some of the people that say this, I mean, they come across as being reputable. But when I actually look at the breakdown of the jury, it's less whites. It's more of Middle Eastern, Asian. It's more of them. So you don't have any blacks. Okay, granted, you have a few whites, but you have primarily people from other countries that are going to make the decision. Now, how is that going to factor in here? Well, we don't know, but I think it may not be as bad as for those that were worried about it. I think that the way it's broken down, because typically what usually happens is if you have a lot of black people on the jury and then he's found not guilty, people say, oh, the blacks set him free. Okay, so then there's more trouble. But in this case, there's such a mixture that if whatever.
Not yet. Maybe they might bring that out today, but yesterday there was not. So, and this is coverage from yesterday, and I'm waiting on them to get out for me to get the information about today. Was it during? I don't think it was during school hours. Most track meets are not during school hours, honey. Yeah, so let's go.
The verdict is, I think it'll have a better chance at standing. And already in the jury selection, we heard a lot of people saying, oh, I couldn't really give a verdict on this case because I wouldn't be able to give him 5 years. I wouldn't be able to give a black man any time. You heard these type of things being said from real people. 600 people they pulled in, and you're already starting to hear people saying that this case, they would have trouble coming to a verdict. So I think time is going to tell us the real story. But I just want to be clear. if a person was to punch you or whatever, I don't think it's a good practice, number one, to go around stabbing people. One thing I've learned in court, your actions have to be reasonable, right? Okay, so we're not saying or we're not condoning what he did. That's a whole different factor, different subject matter, if you ask me. But what I'm trying to help you to understand is that there are so many other factors floating around in regards to this case that are very important. And if you look at the local community here, I think it's 60% whites. And I think blacks in this community is like not even 1%. And then the other part of the gap is a mixture of all sorts of people from around the world. But it goes to show that in this community, you probably wasn't going to get a lot of black people on the jury anyway. So I don't know what you guys were thinking.
Thank you.
But I'm going to keep it right there, keep this conversation cool and safe. But I'm trying to be realistic with you, because even though people like to think we live in this fictitious world, we live in a real world. And right now, a lot of changes are happening, especially from the level of the presidency, the administration, that's going to affect us dramatically for years to come, probably for future generations of your family, because those that are able to write laws and those that win, they always write history. That's a fact. Those that win, they write the history. Okay, we learned that when I went to Rome, the Romans, they wrote the story. And so what did you get out of that? Oh, you get the Roman Catholic Church. God bless America, right? Right? So you get the same guys that put Jesus to death in the book. They are the ones that set the rules, and they run the Roman Catholic Church that pretty much sets the tone for most Christian faiths throughout the world. And if you don't believe me, we can debate it and you can research it and you'll see. Those that win, they often write the history and then they erase the truth. And that's why you have a lot of black people in America don't know where they really came from. And we have people on YouTube debating saying, oh, we were indigenous to the United States. We were here years ago. Others are saying, oh, we came on the ships. And then you have some that says, I don't know where I came from. You know, that's the harsh reality. And I don't want to get into all of that. But anyway, let's see here. All right. We have quite a few people here. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just telling you.
Yes, while we're at it, if you guys have been watching this so far, please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. You know, I'm up here. You know, it's been 2 hours so far, and we gonna keep it going. We gonna keep talking. I'm gonna do as much time as it takes to get the information out there for those that are trying to get the information about this case that are interested. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go through the information. So let's go.
That this is how life works. If you don't believe me, Rockefeller was my client, and I know his family really well. Rockefeller was very instrumental in the railroad industry. In fact, he left a trust that his family is still eating on to this day. Not the slaves, but his family is still eating to this day. But here's what's interesting about Rockefeller, who his family doesn't live far from me now. Rockefeller was paying the colleges, you can look this up, to make changes that would affect people and the entire. Rockefeller made changes that affect the way we even view society, how we work from 9 to 5. That's how people, when they win, and right now we see that even with this administration, they're rewriting so many things. And guess what? People are trying to pay for gas and buy food and trying to keep their family together. They don't even have the time to research the changes that are happening right now. And for those that may have the willpower to make.
So let me just address this comment here. Do you know what first degree murder is? All right. So yes, let's see this. First degree murder is the most serious classification of criminal homicide, generally defined as intentional, willful, and premeditated killing. It also includes deaths that occurred during commission of inherently dangerous felonies, even if the killing was unintentional. All right. So he was not. He was not committing a felony, you know. And from what I'm hearing, it does not seem like it was premeditated or intentional to kill him, based on the testimony. Now, I don't know what the jury's going to find, but what I see is that this manslaughter. Okay, let's get into manslaughter. I think this was a manslaughter case. And this is what Watching the World is saying. He's saying that that because the defense is being so harsh in trying to push this whole narrative of premeditation, if the defense is able to, if the prosecution is saying they're trying to say premeditated murder, like he meant to go there and kill Austin Metcalf. The issue is that it's more, I believe that this case is more of a manslaughter case. The unlawful killing of a human being without the legal intent, planning, or malice afterthought typically required for a murder conviction. It's generally treated as a lesser form of criminal homicide and is divided into two main categories, depending on the circumstances. Voluntary, often called a crime of passion. Person intends to cause severe bodily harm or death, but so in the heat of the passion in the moment. That's what I believe. This means the act was triggered by a sudden intense provocation that would cause a reasonable person to lose self-control. That if they would have went with this, case closed. He probably wouldn't have went to trial. But the fact they went straight to murder, capital murder, that is what the issue is. Now, example, killing someone in immediate intense argument or discovering a spouse in the act of adultery, retaliating immediately, right? So I believe, according to the manslaughter charge, is killing someone in an immediate intense argument, right? So but here's the question. If the prosecution is going for the murder charge versus manslaughter, can at the end they give him for manslaughter, or do you have to initially go with the charges that these being tried for? Like, say if this whole thing goes through and they all find out that this was really a manslaughter situation, can then the judge say lesser charge, or does the prosecution have to say that off rip? And then if they can't prove necessarily murder, but they prove manslaughter, but it's not murder, it's like I would say a voluntary manslaughter, can then the judge say, well, this was more of a manslaughter and not a capital murder? Or does that have to be one of the charges on the bill? Like, that's the part that I don't know. And if anybody is aware of like the law, I would love to. When Watching the World does his show later on with Calvin, I'm going to ask that question, and I'm going to be there, and hopefully I'll be able to simul stream it, and you guys will be able to see it. So look forward to that. I'll talk to Mel about that. So that's what I believe. I believe this case was the wrong charge to be
change for the future. They're out here. They want to be rappers. They want to be ball players. They want to be things that the percentage of becoming successful is like not even 1%. But this is how they have us dumbed down. And I don't want to get into all that. I think this case got me going today. So I'm gonna back away from that talk. I'm gonna keep it simple. Let's see here. Before I check out, tomorrow I'll be here covering this case again. Have to get up here bright and early. But tomorrow, I just set the stage. Tomorrow, they're going through the witnesses. They're going through all of the coaches and most of the people that were involved with Austin unalivement, and also anybody that pretty much interacted with Karmelo Anthony after he stabbed Austin, which is really sad. Now, on the flip side of this, a lot of people don't want to hear anything about this. They say he's guilty. I see it in the comment section. And I also have other people locally telling me that they're afraid to talk about this because the local people are so ticked off. They want blood for blood, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth when it comes to this case. And that's what it boils down to. All right. So I'm not sure what's happening with the comments here. Okay, here we go. So the comments are back. All right. So Magna Ultra says he's not guilty. Okay. Let's see. Matthew says Karmelo needs full punishment under the law. A lot of people feel that way. All right. All right. Keedan says maybe they don't have nobody bother.
You know what? I don't agree with that. But see, here's the thing. People want to get famous. People want to be filmed. You know, even during the Diddy trial, there was people out in the Diddy trial doing wild stuff. So you're going to have those people that want to rage bait. You know, you're going to have those people that want to come out there and they want to get on TV and saying whatever. You have Jake Lang out there with a whole White Lives Matter thing, and it's kind of like antagonizing. There's a whole thing going on that you guys are not, and I do have that coverage as well, but I wanted to get through this and we're going to talk about that. But I think that wasn't first degree. Thank you. It was not first degree. It's manslaughter. Does anybody know? Could anybody answer my question? Maybe if I feel like manslaughter is more if people are in a fight and someone gets unalive, using a weapon is different. I don't know. But here's the question: does anybody know the answer to my question? That if maybe the prosecution chose the wrong charge, can later the judge say, okay, this is not first degree murder, it's manslaughter, and then charge him with that? Or does it have to be along the lines of what the prosecution is charging him with? Like, say, like it is a manslaughter, like it's the manslaughter is just, that's what it is. That's what happened to me. In my idea, that it's a manslaughter case. But can it be a situation? No, saying White Lives Matter is not anti. It's also what he's saying along with the White Lives Matter sign. He's saying y'all black people don't know how to take care of y'all kids and y'all chimping out. So he's inciting stuff as well. Jake Lang, and he knows what he's doing. He's like Chud the Builder. Come on now, you guys act like y'all don't even know what's going on. Stop it, guys.
And them, okay. JC Talk says, how long are they expected to trial to go on? The judge in this case says this trial would not go on beyond the 12th. So I think the 12th is next Friday or so.
Hold on, here's the question. So, all right, could second degree, but probably okay. But if the prosecution is trying for first degree, can the judge, once this whole thing is said and they say guilty, can they switch to a different, like say, can they say guilty but not of first degree murder but of second degree murder or manslaughter? Can the jury do that and then the judge have to like give the sentence according to that? Or do they have to 100% do the case, try the case based on first degree murder? Does anybody know the answer to that question? If not, we'll find out later on when I talk to Calvin on Mel's channel. And please come back when I do that.
So by next Friday, you'll know the final ending of this story. And just look at the comments. We have people who are divided down the middle. Some are saying he's guilty. Some are saying he's not guilty. I'm saying we have to really go through the entire trial and see how this is going to turn out. But I'm just giving you some inside information because I can already get a feel for the case. Already I see jurors sleeping. I saw that with Diddy case. I saw it a lot with Donald Trump. In fact, with Trump's trial, he literally would come to court, check in, and he'd be knocked out the entire day pretty much. But listen, I mean, he wasn't worried about it. And you saw the ending of his story. He became the president of the United States after they gave him 34 felonies. They impeached him multiple times. And the list goes on and on, right? So you just have to face the facts. But all you can really do is control your own life. And that's very debatable, right? There's too much brainwashing for people to really succeed and muster up enough boldness to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. There's just too much brainwashing, right? But that's a whole different subject. Shadow Pop says he is not guilty by means of self-defense. See, that's the argument. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. But unless they hear it from TMZ or somebody like that, they have a hard time digesting these facts that I be laying out. And again, I told everybody a couple weeks ago, I said Sean Combs is facing another state-level criminal trial. Oh, he's not facing a trial. Oh, what do you know? Oh, they can't try him again. Oh, now TMZ right at one time and everybody like, oh yeah, Diddy's facing another trial. And now you're seeing all the other blogs repeating after them. But that's just how it goes, right? Sometimes the truth can come to you, but people don't want to accept it unless it comes through the machine, right? But it is what it is, folks. But while you're here, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. I'm going to let you guys know ahead of time. I'm going to Egypt for educational. It's going to be an amazing trip. So I'm going to be showing you guys, just like when I went to Rome and I showed you the Vatican, and I showed you inside the Vatican, they have Muhammad in hell. They have Buddha in hell. That's why they have the military outside of the Vatican. That's one of the reasons, because they have all of these other religious figures in hell, burning, tormenting, right? But that's the type of stuff. I didn't know that until I went to the Vatican myself. And what I also learned is that they had Peter and they have the Apostle Paul supposedly buried at the Vatican. But I'm not going to get into all that, because when I try to talk about that stuff, people don't want to hear the truth. So it is what it is. All right, let's see here. Oh, man, a lot of tough messages are coming through, I guess. Tiffany says you can't bring a knife to a fist fight. Okay, now, Tiffany, I am with you on that 100%. But here's the problem. What happens when you got two big guys, twins at that, standing over top of you, passing the first licks and pounding you? Does that change the self-defense when it's not a fair fight? Because you're entitled to get home, right? I mean, aren't you going to try to get home? And the next question is, why do they sell hand knives for? Ask yourself that question, right? You think they sell it for you to slice butter and cheese? So at a higher level, there's more to the story is what I'm saying. But I see people out here on these streets saying, this guy should be free. He was being attacked. And this has been happening to our people. You know, it's getting so thick. You know, so anyway, I know people get a little crazy when they have to hear those type of perspectives. I'm just telling you some of the things I've seen and heard. So it is what it is. All right, we have somebody wanting to make Karmelo Anthony the president for 2029. Okay. I don't know what claim you're talking about, Divine. I'm not sure. I made a lot of claims. You got to be more precise, and I'll come back to it. Nope, I'm not in support of. See, now here we go. We have somebody saying, number one, this did not happen in school. Okay, so you got to get that part correct. But wherever it happened at, right? I'm saying that this case go in a way that you're not expecting. Do you follow what I'm saying? I haven't given you my perspective on it, to say the least. I'm telling you all different things that I've seen and heard since I've been here. I don't think it's fair for me to always lead with what I think, okay? So that's one of the things about this channel. So, but we often get people that say, I mean, somebody's going to walk away and say, oh, I support Trump. The next guy say, oh, he don't support Trump. The next one say he supports Karmelo Anthony. The next one says, oh, no, he don't. Like, I can't stop and really give a lot of attention to that. So anyway, let's keep moving. Tammy says, okay, all right. So, all right. Okay. Yeah, of course there was a weapon used, right? But I'm telling you, anyway, let's keep moving. I could explain that forever, and you're going to have people walking away with their own philosophy. So I made it very clear that if someone punch you, you don't just go out and grab a knife and go around stabbing people. So maybe you missed that part of the discussion, but I got to keep moving. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to skip. Okay, Grumpy says it happened at a school event, same thing. There's some truth to that, but for the matter of fact, it wasn't at a school. So we just have to frame things properly, that's all. And I explained earlier, as was brought out in court today, the coaches all testified pretty much that the students know they're not supposed to bring any weapons to the track meet, okay? But the narrative that was floating around that I heard and that I wanted to clarify is that he brought a knife into his high school or into a high school and stabbed someone. And that's just a clarification. But the tough thing about it is people only hear the little snippets and then they want to judge everybody based on a little bit. So I can't knock that. Okay, that's right, Gold Digger. It's okay to have a reasonable conversation. Not everyone will agree with one another. Agree to disagree respectfully. What a great way to put it. Jalen says they were at a track meet event. Correct. That's correct. Shadow Pop says, how can they charge him with first-degree murder? You're going to have to ask that to the authorities. But from my opinion, that's where you start going down the dark road if you don't charge people according to their deeds, if you follow what I'm saying. All right. AI says the meth got to his heart. There's a rumor going around. I don't want to really get into it, but somebody's pushing the narrative that the cause of death. I don't want to get into that because, yeah. But yeah, let's stay away from that. I haven't confirmed that, but I do know that on social media they're trying to say he died from something else, and that's all I'll say about it. All right. Distinct says you want to fight, fist, feet. Okay. I mean, some people just want the guy to take a beating, I guess, I get it. But what I'm trying to say is that the defense is saying he's 140 pounds. He's only 5'7" or so. And they kept stressing the fact that the twins were 6'1", 6'2". One of them could have been 220 pounds. And the defense kept saying, yeah, they're some 60 pounds heavier than him. And he has to face two of them. And then they built the picture. They set the stage how there's girls in the tent. And now he's getting roughed up in front of the girls. So, listen, I'm just here to tell you guys what was said. You can come to your own conclusion. That's all I can tell you, because people walk away with whatever they want to walk away with. I respect that. Okay. All right. So let's see here. All right. LaDane says, can they get over it? Yeah. So this is a real reason why we have so much hostility, especially in the local community and places, because no one's really going to see eye to eye. And unfortunately, you have the black guy killing the white guy. And so anytime you go to describe it to somebody who think different than you, you're never going to come to some reasonable point where everybody's saying, oh, let's all get along and go have pizza and wine. It's not going to happen. It might end up with someone being attacked or, led down a road they don't want to go. So it's a real touchy situation, guys. All right, so I'm going to give May one more chance. Let's see if we can get a reasonable statement. May says, so you want them to set this, what president's going forward for kids in high school? That's real simple. Kids in high school are not supposed to bring weapons to school. And I think it's being made clear here that you can't go around stabbing people because they punch you. That's clear. That's what they're saying from a high level. But then you get people, right? And you have people on the jury too. When they start hearing the defense say that you have two guys attacking one and he didn't pass the first lick, and it gets a little sketchy. So then when the jury come back and they don't give you what you want to hear, then you're not going to be happy, and that's just how it goes. All right. So I hope that helps you. Chaos says we see two-tier system where blacks are favored over whites. This was planned outcome from the get-go when black socialist communists used the government to force their way into white spaces. Okay, thank you for your comment. I respect that. All right. Yes. No, they have not played the body cams in court. It's proved the general public is a bunch of monsters. Okay, I can get that. We can have a discussion. I get that, but when I make a statement, I just have to be careful because people are just going to run with. And then you have the whole situation of how people are able to process, and a lot of people don't even come to the right conclusion anyway. So now you're debating something that a person don't even grasp. So it just gets to be crazy. So anyway, we're going to take a few more comments here. I have to be back in court tomorrow, guys. It's time to get out of here. We still have some media here, but this is the courthouse. I want to thank you guys who didn't rush to a conclusion, because you come in and I'm explaining to you different scenarios and different viewpoints. I really appreciate the people who stick around long enough to get the full picture instead of just, coming to some conclusion that nobody here even believes in. So it gets to be a little strange sometimes.
Right. So, that was Watching the World, where in his coverage out there. Yeah, that was yesterday. So, and it's still raining. It's still got a gloom to it. This whole time it's been raining. I'm not sure if people even know that Texas has been raining ever since this whole trial. And it was 90 degrees like right before this trial started. So there is definitely a somber energy around this entire thing. And maybe it's good that it's raining because it's going to cut up some of this other rigmarole that's going on where you have like the people that were out there like kind of like getting into it and doing the most. Let's go into this.
Happening today, the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony will resume this morning after prosecutors were seen clashing outside a Texas courthouse as opening arguments kicked off. Watch this.
You don't scare us, man. You don't scare us.
The suspect is accused of stabbing and killing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a track meet last year.
Chanley Painter here with the details. Chan.
Hey, Todd and Carly. So prosecutors will continue their case against 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony later this morning in Texas after, as you said, tensions boiled over outside the courthouse yesterday with dueling crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case.
See how even the news is saying that? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So they all started on their own side. So I'm not sure if you guys saw the footage from earlier. You had a few people over here, a few people over there. But the more that people came from over here, the more people came from over there. And next thing you know, they are arguing with each other. They're in the middle of the road and they are tripping. You know what I'm saying? And I don't expect for this to get even worse. You know, it's going to get worse. And this is really sad, you know? I think it's crazy. Like, so, and here's the thing. Even the news got it wrong just now. Even the news just said some stuff that ain't even true just now. What they just said. Let's go. Let's listen back.
Crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case.
It's not an all-white jury. See how the news just said the wrong thing? That's why I don't only get my information from the news. I'm glad we got content creators that are being honest. It's not an all-white jury. Why is the news saying this, Fox News? It's not an all-white jury. See, you can't even believe the news. So it's not even content creators that are rage baiting. This is the news, guys. I haven't seen one content creator coming out here with this bullshit. Like, why is the news pushing this? This is crazy.
Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old football star Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in April of last year. Police say the confrontation started when Metcalf told Anthony he wasn't supposed to be in a team tent. Investigators say things quickly escalated, ending when Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The jury heard the emotional 911 calls and saw enhanced video from the track meet. Anthony has pleaded not guilty to murder. His defense told the jury that Metcalf struck first and Anthony reacted in a split second of fear and chaos. Prosecutors told the jury in openings that the case has nothing to do with race or self-defense. They say Metcalf was unarmed, that Anthony provoked a fight with someone he didn't know, and then pulled out a knife and carried out what they described as a, quote, sneak attack. Metcalf's father previously spoke to Fox. Watch this.
This was not a race thing. And this is not a political thing. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice and it affected both his family and my family forever.
And Anthony faces between 5 and 99 years in prison if convicted. This trial is expected to last at least 2 weeks, guys.
All right, Chanley Painter, thank you. Let's bring in nationally recognized plaintiff's attorney from the Hyman law firm, Kelly Hyman. Kelly, based upon what you learned in court yesterday, I know you've been following this. We all got a sense of how prosecutors are going to attack defendants' self-defense argument. Was it effective, in your opinion?
Ultimately, that's going to be up to the jury of whether they think it's effective, but it was very powerful statements. So each side got opening statements, and those are not evidence, but they're a way to persuade the jury about their position. Judge gave them 20 minutes each. And from the prosecution standpoint, they have the burden. They have to prove every single element of the charges of the crime. And what they told was a very compelling story for their position, that this was a senseless act. Now, from the defense standpoint, they are going to come with self-defense, and they are going to make a very strong argument in this case.
What I find fascinating about this case is that prosecution obviously has to prove their case in chief, and they need to do it beyond a reasonable doubt, all the typical elements of a crime that you need to prove if you're the prosecution. But they also have another role, I would argue, equally as important, and it's keeping race out of this case, because that gets really complicated and it gets real sticky. The judge also has that obligation. How difficult will it be for both prosecutors and the judge to keep race out of this?
Well, when we look at the jury makeup, it's important to note that the jury, it's been reported that there are no African Americans on the jury. And so this was a bone of contention from the defense standpoint, because there were 3 African American women on the jury that was striked by the prosecution. Now, under our Constitution, we are allowed a jury of our peers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone who is African American is going to get an all African American jury. But what that means is, by your peers, that it's supposed to represent the community, that in fact the juries are what the community represents. Now, defense challenged that the 3 African Americans were taken off the jury, but the prosecution standpoint said it wasn't race-based. Now, if in fact the defendant is convicted, I could definitely see this race issue going up on appeal and potentially reverse any type of verdict.
Right. So basically, that's see people want to run this whole race thing, make this into a race card situation. And that is where people are wrong. Let's get back to the actual information, what's actually happening in the trial. And let's get all this race shit out of the picture. Let's go.
For the government, he did a really good job. He's very tall. I'm going to say he's probably 6'7". His name, this gentleman right here. Oh, he's good, y'all. And I'm going to tell you the truth now.
And that's the regular news.
This is the gentleman
the
that
news
led
is
the
pushing
opening
race.
statements.
Content creators aren't pushing race.
Prosecution Bill Worski. He's the first assistant district attorney. He's strong. He's powerful. He came out the gate and he was using words like provoke. Karmelo Anthony, this guy, Karmelo Anthony, provoked Austin Metcalf into touching him. They have no prior relationship. They didn't know each other. And this is something that I want you to know that came out in the opening statements on the behalf of the government. Austin Metcalf died at the stadium that day. Are you following? He was pronounced dead at the hospital. But if we're talking technicalities, he died at the stadium. And Bill, the first assistant DA, made sure that the jury know that Austin passed away at the stadium on April 2nd, 2025. And Bill went on to say, this is not a self-defense case. This is not a racial case. This young man taunted Austin Metcalf into touch me and see what happens. Touch me and see what happens, when he knew he had a knife hidden, and he took it after Austin touched him and he plunged it into Austin's heart. He said this was simply senseless and deadly dangerous. We're going to introduce to you a surveillance video that's going to show you what Karmelo Anthony did to Austin Metcalf. And as he was speaking, I was focused on the jury, and he sold them. They were honed in on his every word. They were intent on his every word. And then he said to the jury, Austin Metcalf got a text that morning from the coach to step up and help the team out. And I knew where he was going with that, because I believe that introduction gives way to the question of why would Austin approach Karmelo? Because that morning, according to Mr. Bill, the coach had texted Austin, as well as a few other boys on the team, that I need y'all to step up and help the team out. Mr. Bill describes the tent. And he says, Austin, yes, I am at the trial. Austin and Hunter Metcalf were in the tent first. That's a fact. Karmelo, listen, y'all, I'm telling y'all facts. Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf were in the tent first, according to the government. Approximately 2 minutes later, Karmelo Anthony entered that tent. The government explains that Karmelo was confronted by many, not just Austin, not just Hunter. According to the government, Karmelo was asked to leave several times by many under the tent. The state argued that Austin was exuding leadership that his coach asked him to do, that Austin didn't want a physical altercation with Karmelo. And at the time that Austin Metcalf was stabbed, according to the government, he had no idea that he was stabbed. They said he attempted to turn to his left. He attempted to turn to his right. He lifted up his shirt and he says, I was stabbed. Kids began to run out of fear. And when Austin lifted up his shirt, there was a gaping wound in his heart. Austin attempted to take a couple of steps. He stumbled and he fell. Hunter Metcalf, according to the government, attempted to render aid. Kids began running. All right, let's do a mic check. Let me do a mic check. I apologize. My computer just told me it was time for me to go to bed. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Just give me a 1 in the chat. All right, thank you. Hunter, when Austin lifted up his shirt, he realized he was stabbed. He attempted to take a step. He stumbled and he fell. Kids began to run in a panic, screaming, yelling. It became mayhem in the stadium. A few people were chasing Karmelo, pointing out, it's him, it's him, it's him. Karmelo is reported as having said, he touched me, he touched me, he touched me first. At that point, I looked over to the defense, and the defense was passing notes back and forth. The government then hones in on a sentence that Karmelo says, I'm not alleged, I did it. So then the government says, Karmelo lied to the police when he said, I told him not to touch me. I told him not to touch me.
Salute.
He said, that's a lie. Because what you actually said was, touch me and see what happens. At this point, I looked at the jury and I noticed there was one juror who was sneaking glances at Karmelo Anthony while the state presented their case. I'm going to call her Linda. So the state got straight to the point. They did not take 20 minutes for opening statements, and they passed the floor to the defense. The defense was led, the opening statement on the behalf of the defense was led not by Mike Howard, but it was led by his partner. And unfortunately, his partner isn't listed on this screen share I have. But what the defense, let me just tell you a little bit about them. Here are my notes. The defense was not as loud. They were not as powerful as the government. As the defense spoke and gave their opening statements, I noticed and observed many frowns coming from jurors. The defense attempted, in my opinion, to humanize Karmelo Anthony so that he didn't come across to the jurors as a monster, a cold-blooded monster. Why do you say that? Well, they began to run down Karmelo Anthony's background. They said he was from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and he and his family located to Frisco in search of a better life. Here's a fact that I learned about Karmelo Anthony in the opening statements. He suffers from epilepsy. He has seizures. As the defense was giving their opening statements and talking about Karmelo Anthony and how his mom left her nursing job to focus on raising her children to be a stay-at-home mom, I noticed that Grumpy was frowning. He gave Karmelo's background. He said he's a varsity player. He's varsity on the track team. He talked about football. He talked about chess. He talked about his GPA. He's never been in trouble. He said he's a son. He has a girlfriend. He ran down all of that, right? But to me, in my opinion, let me leave my opinion off the table right now. According to the defense in the opening statements, the JV team went first at the track meet. They were scheduled to do their events first. And on that fatal day, it was raining on and off.
Frisco, Texas.
The defense introduced the fact that Centennial High School did not have a tent. What they had was a tarp, but not a tent. And it was a tarp that covered bleachers. According to the opening statements on the defense team, Karmelo Anthony knew someone under the tent named Eddie, and he went to say hello to Eddie. So Karmelo Anthony sat down for approximately 5 to 7 minutes, and everything was fine, according to the defense, until Hunter Metcalf and Austin Metcalf noticed Karmelo Anthony. According to the defense, Hunter Metcalf was seated in front of Karmelo Anthony, and Austin Metcalf was seated to the right of Karmelo Anthony. Right before the defense wrapped up their closing arguments, they reminded the jury, keep in mind, almost everyone that you're going to hear testify is friends or teammates of Austin Metcalf. All right. The defense painted Hunter and Austin Metcalf as aggressive. According to the defense, Hunter and Austin Metcalf surrounded Karmelo Anthony whilst he was seated in a seated position, and he made it very clear that Karmelo never stood up, and he was attacked, according to the defense, while seated. The defense also introduced as a fact in the court that as Austin Metcalf and Karmelo were exchanging words, at some point, Austin Metcalf said to Karmelo, I know you ain't got nothing in that bag. In response to Karmelo saying, hit me or touch me and see what happens, as he's reaching into his bag, Austin says, I know you ain't got nothing in that bag. According to the defense, Austin Metcalf initiated a physical attack on Karmelo Anthony. He then introduced the self-defense strategy. And he says the thing with self-defense is you can't introduce it too soon. In that time, according to the defense, Karmelo Anthony had a decision to make. He got all of these kids coming at him. He has these twins coming at him. And he said, so he has these kids coming at him. He had the twins coming at him. And he says, can you only imagine what's going through his head? Because in order to qualify for self-defense, you can't introduce that act too soon. I noticed, and I made a note, that the defense did not say or utter the words of stabbing. What he said is Karmelo defended himself. Karmelo defended himself after he was attacked by Austin Metcalf. And at this point, I noticed the white male juror, that's the younger one that looks like he can be in high school. He looked over to the Metcalf family. At that time,
people in the comments wilding out. Toby, I'm just reporting the information, okay? By the people that are there at the trial. I'm not taking a side. I don't believe in one or the other. I believe in reporting the information. And I have shown Fox News. I've shown different things. So get it right.
I did a head count, and I made a note, at least 6 jurors don't look happy while the defense is speaking. The defense then moves on to law enforcement being contacted, and Officer Courthouse responded, I have the alleged suspect. And Karmelo, according to the defense, responded, I'm not alleged. I did it. The defense's explanation of that statement is Karmelo was not trying to escape responsibility. He owned it at that point. I'm not alleged. I did it. At this point, he wraps up his closing arguments and the state calls their first witness, Mr. Mike Porter. Mr. Mike Porter is a forensic video analyst for Tarrant County, and he specializes in digital forensic technical services. His job is to take the video evidence that we witnessed today and we saw today and extract data and communicate to the court exactly what's happening in real time without compromising the integrity of the data. So they ran down a background of who he is, his credentials, how long he's been working in that particular role. He has 16 years of experience. He's LEVA certified. That's LEVA certified. He works with audio, video, and still imagery. He maintains the integrity of the video.
No one is on nobody's side here. We are just reporting what is happening in the court. Cut it out.
And he was elected to work on the behalf of the DA.
Thank you, Black.
And he helps prosecute case by his expert testimony, okay? Now, while Mr. Mike Porter was testifying, the juror that I named Punky Brewster seemed to be very into his testimony. And I made a note, Punky Brewster may be in tech, or may have some level of appreciation for digital technology because she seemed to really like the technical aspects of the forensic expert. And when he was explaining the difference between pixels and what pixels meant, she was nodding her head. And when he was talking about extracting videos and what could compromise, what could corrupt a file, she was nodding her head. So I said, she may have a background in tech, or she's a gamer, or she really likes digital stuff, okay? She was very highly engaged during his witness testimony. She was nodding, a visible nodding of her head. So we got that for her. The state introduced Exhibit A, and that was an overview of the stadium. The timestamp was 9:49:55 a.m. And when I say 55, I'm talking about the seconds. And it was 4K video quality, according to the expert testimony of the video analyst. They also introduced Exhibit number 2. It was a still frame during the morning. At this point, you have one of the Metcalf twins, who's believed to be Austin. He was wearing a black T-shirt and a black shorts with gray shoes. Exhibit 3 was Hunter Metcalf. Had similar clothing as Austin. The difference was the twins had on different shoes, okay? Austin was wearing gray shoes. Hunter was wearing multicolored shoes. Exhibit number 4 was Karmelo Anthony being cuffed. He was wearing a gray hoodie and black pants. There were 2 officers present. There was a male officer and a female officer that was wearing blue gloves. Exhibit number 5 is a west side of the field. Timestamp 9:52:44 a.m. You can see Karmelo Anthony enter the frame through the entrance. He looks around the stadium. He has a backpack in his hand, and then he leaves the entrance at 9:52:44. At 9:55:54, Karmelo Anthony comes back into the frame. And then he leaves the field of view at approximately 9:56:07 a.m. It took Karmelo Anthony, listen, this is where you get technical. Watch this. So Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf got to the tent approximately 2 minutes before Karmelo Anthony. At 9:56:07, you can see Karmelo Anthony headed towards the tent. It took Karmelo Anthony approximately 7 seconds to reach the tent. Got it? Exhibit number 6. At 9:53:06 a.m., the victim, Austin Metcalf, enters the screen. There's a second person with him, which was his brother Hunter, and they're walking alongside the fence. And they enter the bleacher area. At approximately 9:54:16 a.m., Austin Metcalf arrives to the yellow tent. So remember, Austin and Hunter get to the tent at 9:54. Karmelo gets to the tent at 9:56. 9:54, 9:56, 10 a.m., Austin Metcalf is stabbed in his chest. We're talking 4 minutes, folks. At 9:56:14 a.m., the left side, field of view, Karmelo Anthony enters the tent from the left, according to the video that we were shown in the court. 4 minutes later, by 9:58 a.m., you see sudden movements in the video. At 10 a.m., kids are running and screaming. Well, we can't hear it, right? But we can imagine that they're screaming and yelling. You just see mayhem at 10 a.m. 9:56, Karmelo enters the tent. 9:58, you see movement. 10 a.m., the kids are running. At 10 a.m. 48, you see the first quick movement in the video. Austin Metcalf visibly pushes Karmelo Anthony. You can see that. 10 a.m., Karmelo Anthony is seen moving above the tent, seen running down the bleachers, and then he falls. He slips and falls. He stands up, he runs, and then he slows down and he walks. Then you start to see kids chasing him and pointing at him. Exhibit number 7, 9:50 a.m. 2 groups of individuals are walking. Why is 9:50? So the state introduced the exhibit number 7 to say, you see the twins enter the video at 9:50, and 12 minutes later, Austin Metcalf is dead. At 10:05, 36 a.m., the police vehicle is seen in the video. Karmelo Anthony has been detained. Got it? I'm giving you facts, not my opinion. All right.
I want to show you this because people are saying this Sarah Fields lady is saying that no one is giving facts, right? This is what she put in her thing, right? It's incredibly satisfying, though also emotional, to sit in this trial and watch the footage and witness testimony confirm what my reporting and investigative work has shown over the last year. Based on what has been presented in court so far, everything I reported was affirmed. What is even more disturbing is that as the truth comes out, many Karmelo Anthony supporters continue repeating the same false narratives. No matter what is shown in court, they simply repeat what they have been told like parrots. There's no critical thinking, no independent analysis, just the same talking points over and over again, even when the evidence fails to support them. Now, this is not just happening for these so-called Karmelo Anthony. Listen, just so you know, Sarah Field, if you're black, you're a Karmelo Anthony supporter just off rip. But I'm playing an independent reporter, a content creator from YouTube that is just giving the facts of the case without bias. So I just want to make that be plain for anyone that has any question on what I'm doing here. Let's go.
All right. Now we get into the afternoon. This is a continuation of direct examination by the government. Exhibit number 10 is entered. This is a zoomed in version. We were not allowed to watch this. This is what I believe to be the fatal blow of Austin Metcalf. Only the jury were shown the video. They had a big screen TV that they can roll in and out, and they turned it toward the jurors. We were not allowed to watch it or see it. It was 2 segments, according to the government, of Karmelo Anthony walking in and out, but they focused on the second segment. The jury during this time was very attentive. The older white lady that I named Miss Barbara was very interested in the video. Very interested. The younger white male that looks like he can be a high school student that plays football, he leaned all the way in forward. What does this mean from a body language perspective? He's invested. He cares. He wants to know the details. He wants to see it. And when I tell you, I took notes. I said, he's paying close attention. He's honed in. It's almost like he was in a trance. He never broke his focus. As the video continued to play, which we were not allowed to review, the looks, the faces of the jurors changed from interest to looks of concern, furrowed brows. Another white woman on the far end of the jury began to frown. They introduced screenshots or exhibits 13 through 19, which were still shots from the video that were created by the forensic digital expert, Mr. Mike Porter, and it captured people pointing in the direction of Karmelo Anthony. The total video from start to finish was 15 minutes and 21 seconds. At this point, I turned to look at the defense table, and I can see Mike Howard and what I perceive to be somewhat reassuring Karmelo Anthony, and he kind of pats his shoulder. At this point, it's now the defense. It's their time. So watch this. Now I can give you my opinion. At this point, the state rests and they pass the witness to the defense. Here's what's going through my mind. You're in trouble. So then the defense cross-examines Mr. Mike Porter, and the defense begins to attack the video. And the point they make is that the video is so grainy that it doesn't paint the full picture. You can't see hands, you can't see gestures, you can't see movements of the mouth. And the primary argument from the defense is this video is your main piece of evidence, but it's limited. Is that correct? Mr. Porter testified, yes, that is correct. He says, you can't detect full hand movements, correct? Yes. You can't detect full head movements, correct? Correct. You can't detect full gestures, correct? Correct. So therefore, without saying it this way, I'm paraphrasing, it is left up to interpretation and not facts. And then I thought, oh, well, maybe they got something to work with. So then look, some of us where I was seated, now the audience perks up and say, whoa, we never considered that. They introduced exhibit number 12. This is the Metcalf boys entering, walking into the stands. The defense asks the forensic specialist, does it appear to be raining? Yes. That question, in my opinion, gives credence to why Karmelo Anthony may have also entered the tent in addition to going over there to talk to a friend. The forensic expert testified that there was a possibility that it could have been raining when Karmelo Anthony entered the tent, but because of the graininess of the photo and because he zoomed in the pixels, and when you ask the pixels to cover a bigger span of the picture is not as clear. So he wasn't able to confirm nor deny that when Karmelo Anthony entered the tent, that it was or was not raining. The defense says, can you testify to the jury that the bleacher seat Karmelo may have sat on is covered by the tent? The forensic specialist says, no, I cannot testify to the jury that the bleacher seat may have been covered by the tent. At this point, I made a note. I said, where are they going with this? It's a possibility that Karmelo Anthony sat outside the tent on the next bleacher up. And at this point, I said, oh, the defense is getting into the granular details. I looked at Karmelo Anthony. At this time, he was locked in. His head was turned. His head was turned to the left, listening intently, and he was also taking notes. Grumpy, the juror, did not appear to like this line of questioning. His arms were folded. He had a very cross look, and he was visibly at first I wrote irritated, and then I scratched it out because I said that's kind of judgmental. I don't want to use that word. But then I changed it to visibly impatient. He took a lot of sighs, a lot of deep exhales, and his lips were very like when you press your lips together. I said, uh-oh, they don't like this. The defense cross-examined about who was standing versus who was sitting. He says, can you visibly see Austin Metcalf standing and shoving Karmelo Anthony? The expert testified, yes. He said, but you never see Karmelo Anthony transition from being seated to standing. He said, that's correct. So the juror, there was a juror that when the expert would talk, he would be nodding his head yes. That's one of the jurors that I counted as one of the 6 that I don't feel was happy with the defense. So then the defense said, would you classify what you saw on camera from Austin Metcalf to Karmelo Anthony as a violent shove, being that you saw it from so far away? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. The camera surveillance that the court is relying on was far away. They had to zoom in. So what the defense is saying, if you can definitely depict that a physical altercation was going on, would you classify that as a violent shove? The expert says, no, I would not classify that as violent. I would classify it as movement. The defense says, so wait, you captured Karmelo Anthony leaving, correct? Yes. What term did you use to explain to the jury? He said, I called it a spotlight. I was able to spotlight Karmelo Anthony leaving. So then the defense said, did you use the spotlight for under the tent when the physical altercation was happening? He said, no. But you could have used the spotlight, right? To give us a better view and zoom in on a fight. Yes, I could have. So you could have zoomed in on the fight to show us what really happened and who initiated what. Yes, but you didn't. No. Why? because I was asked by the government to only spotlight Karmelo Anthony.
Wow. Interesting. Let's go.
When I tell you at that point, it was like watching a tennis match. The jurors' heads were going left to right, from the defense to the witness, like watching a volley. So the defense says, when did you make this video? He said, about 2.5 weeks ago. I'm letting it sink in. The defense says, when you say Karmelo Anthony was running, at some point you see him walking, correct? With someone holding on to him. He could have ran, but he didn't. That's correct. But you see him being in an embrace. He's embracing, someone is embracing him, correct? Yes. You can also see him grabbing his heads with his hands. You can see him walking with his hands up in a surrender pose. I'm just saying that. I'm describing a pose. It's a surrender pose. Did at any time while you were assessing this video, did you ever see Karmelo Anthony resist? The coaches and the expert testified, no, I did not see Karmelo Anthony resist. They dismissed the witness and they called the second witness, Robert Starr. He is the head coach of the track team of Memorial High School. He's a black male. This is what I wrote before I got the facts on him. I wrote black male, of course, that's obvious, in his 40s. So they asked him, how old are you? He said, I'm 41. So I was like, boom. I knew he was in his 40s, but he looks a little bit younger. He's a head track coach, but he's also an assistant football coach. His background is he was raised in Oklahoma. He relocated to Texas. Okay. On the day of April 2nd, 2025, he had three coaches working the track meet for the boys. He also had three coaches working the track meet for the girls. He confirmed that he's also a linebacker coach and was a linebacker coach for both Austin and Hunter Metcalf. He worked with Austin Metcalf for 1 year and he worked with Hunter Metcalf for 2 years. They then enter into evidence as exhibits 21 and 22. They were photos. Exhibit 21 was a solo photo of Austin Metcalf. Exhibit 22 was a photo of Austin and Hunter Metcalf. He was able to ask, he was asked, are you aware, are you familiar with the family of Austin and Hunter? He said, yes. Are they in this room today? He said, yeah, I see Meg and Jeff. So he identified them in court. Now I'm gonna just tell you what happened. I'm not gonna give you my opinion yet. So Mr. Starr explained that the tent business in high school sports is $1 million industry for tents. That your tents mark your spot in a stadium. The tents are designated spots and schools can have them customized with their logos, with their colors, and it represents your bench, which is similar to football and basketball. He said that a tent should have a coach under the tent at all times. So then the state interrupted him. And let me tell you why they interrupted him. He gave a lot of information without being asked. Okay. So the state interrupted him so he wouldn't get ahead of himself because he said he was kind of giving a little bit too much information without being prompted. So the state said, wait. Tell us about having a coach in proximity to a tent. Did you catch that? Because he used polarized statement. Initially, the coach used polarized statement. Should always have a coach. And the state said, wait, we're not there yet. Can you tell us about having a coach in proximity to the tent? And then the coach said, yeah. Well, for Frisco ISD, the expectation is other students should not be underneath your tent. In track culture, you don't have someone go into somebody else's tent and weapons aren't allowed. And they said, well, what do you mean weapons aren't allowed? He said, well, it's just kind of understood in Frisco. And what he began to do, and I don't want to go into too much detail, he painted Frisco ISD as superior to Dallas ISD and Irving ISD. And he stated that Dallas and Irving have metal detectors at their school events, but not Frisco. Coach Starr went on to say that Austin and Hunter Metcalf, they are considered throwers on the team. Throwers. They throw the shot put in the disc. And the difference about this particular track meet is it was a district meet, and it was his responsibility as a coach to host it. So when he's hosting this particular track meet, he said there's a little bit of extra pressure. That meant he was down a few coaches And that was the reason he wasn't in the tent. And that morning, he sent a text to the throwers, which included Austin Metcalf, along with Hunter and some of the other throwers, and asked them to step up and help the team out. The state said, did you enlist other men on the team to assist? Yes. Throwers? Yes. Big boys. He said basically he described them as the bigger boys. They can lift heavy weight. They can help throw up the tents. They can help the girls out, carry the heavy stuff. His intent was for the boys to step up and align with Memorial High values. At this point, they asked him, was there an official rain delay? He said there was no official rain delay. They said, can you tell us what happened at 10 a.m.? Did you have an issue at 10 a.m.? He said, yeah, I had an issue at 10 a.m. with a crock pot. And at this point, everybody in the court began to laugh because he said what happened is, the ladies run a concession stand and one of the moms or one of the ladies forgot a crock pot. He didn't think it was a big deal, but it's a big deal to them. They needed a crock pot. So somebody was bringing the crock pot. He stepped outside the stadium at 10 a.m. to retrieve the crock pot. When he entered back into the stadium, he saw commotion and he began to head toward the tent and kids were running all over the stadium. And he said he noticed that the kids were running from his tent, which was crazy. He said for some reason, things were so chaotic, he couldn't get directly back to his tent. For some reason, he just couldn't. I don't know if it was along the fence, but he said his brain is foggy. The memory, everything happened so fast. He said, I just couldn't get my way back there fast enough, right? At some point, he drops the crock pot and he begins to run because he thinks maybe the kids in his tent are fighting. He gets to the tent, and this is where it gets really, really emotional. He said he gets to the tent. He sees Austin Metcalf on the ground. At this point, Austin's face, there was a gaping hole in Austin's chest. He said he just starts crying. The students are crying. And at this point, he used the word memory fog. He said, Eddie is losing it. I step over Austin's body, like people are screaming his name, coach, coach, coach. This is the way he's saying it. He stepped over Austin's body because people are saying, help Hunter, help Hunter. Hunter is saying to the coach, do something, do something, do something. And the coach said, who is he? Where is he? What happened? Who did this? And the students start to point across the field to Karmelo Anthony, who's on the track field. He said he see Karmelo Anthony walking with two other coaches on the field. The coach takes off. He said he testifies he hops over the fence. He confronts Karmelo Anthony, which seems like according to him, he lost his shit. He lost his cool. He said he told Karmelo Anthony, you're not going anywhere. What the hell did you just do? He took off his hat. He physically threw it to the ground. And whatever the exchange was, the other coaches asked him to leave. They asked the track coach of Austin and Hunter to leave. He said, Karmelo Anthony replied, he put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. At this point, on testimony, under oath, the coach admitted that he was losing it. And the other coaches asked him to leave and pretty much get the hell out of here. He then says that he described Karmelo Anthony as hysterical. He said he hops back over the fence to go to tend to Austin Metcalf. And at this point, they all start to pray. And then people start to yell again, please go help Hunter, go help Hunter. So then he runs to Hunter and they start praying with Hunter. And at this point, this is when the thumbnail right here, this is why we're here. This is when Miss Barbara, and that's not her name, but that's what I nicknamed her. She's visibly crying. She's wiping her eyes. She's leaning down. She took a sip of what appeared to be water. The gentleman next to her patted her and showed her a little bit of reassurance, right? That's the jury. And I wrote, she's visibly upset to the point that the juror next to her left, consoles her. They enter into evidence, exhibit number 85, which is a mugshot of Karmelo Anthony. They said, is this the Karmelo? Is this the guy you saw that day? He said, yeah, but he looks all cleaned up now. The defense is.
Wow, but he looks all cleaned up now. Why didn't anyone call 911? I don't know. Maybe the police were already there. I don't know. But he looks all cleaned up now. Interesting.
Going to talk about that later. They said, can you tell us what happened at the previous track meet before this fatal day? I need you all to listen in very closely. This is why it's so important to get people into the courtroom that's going to tell you the truth. There has been rumors circulating around on social media that Karmelo Anthony was not supposed to be at the track meet because he was suspended. That's not true, according to today's testimony. Now, it may change later, but according to today's testimony, under oath, the head track coach testified that Austin Metcalf was not supposed to be at that track meet, and that he had kicked Austin Metcalf off the track team because the previous track meet, he became upset with Austin and Hunter because they left the track meet early to go fishing. And as a result, he kicked Austin off the track team. His exact words, I didn't need him there.
Welcome to the panel, Tony. How you doing?
Now, Genesis, everything good?
Yeah, everything's all good. I mean, so what do you want to say so far? What you heard?
You had the golden question. Why nobody called 911? You see what I was saying about it's all a stage. You see what I was saying?
Yeah, there was no 911 call.
Like,
Nothing.
yeah, see?
But I think that the police were there already. Weren't they? I know that whenever you have a public event, the police are there.
If that was the case, yeah, you ain't have to call 911.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that. If that was the case, yeah, so you don't gotta call 911 if the cops is there.
Yeah, any public event like this, even my daughter, she's in the circus. You know, there's always a police presence whenever there's a public event. So there was police there already. So the main thing.
Yeah, because I know when we used to have track meets. Oh, okay, because I know when we used to have track meets, there wasn't no cops there for our track meets.
So here's the thing. Well, no, in Texas, whenever you have a public event, my daughter wasn't doing circus stuff, and there was at least one police officer there. You know. Someone keeps saying it. Dan, weapons are not allowed. What do people not understand?
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling him to come up on the panel. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling him to come up on the panel.
Like, of course, weapons are not allowed. Okay, but here's the thing. When you're in Dallas, they have metal detectors. I don't know how he got that weapon into the track meet. But the thing is that when you're in a public place, okay, and who knows why he had the weapon on him, but there was a weapon. So you're stating the obvious. Weapons are not allowed. That's obvious, okay? But that does not take away from the fact of what happened. This is what happened, okay? From the autopsy, it would not have saved. It was an unlucky hit. So it sounds like to me like he probably was not intending to kill him. He was just intending to like do something to get him off him. He just hit the wrong spot. He just that was not his lucky day. Right? he didn't hit him in the arm.
You ain't lying, yo, Genesis. You are not lying. It was not his lucky day. No way.
He took out the knife. He probably just wanted to like stab him in the arm. He hit the wrong spot. It hit the heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's my whole thing, right? He wasn't never supposed to.
I don't think he even knew what he was even doing with the knife. Like what he.
Right.
I just don't believe it. He's a 19-year-old kid. It ain't like he's like a martial arts, knife man, where you know what to do. That's what I was saying earlier about, like with whenever you get like a gun, you have to go through gun training and get like a concealed weapon. So you know exactly where to shoot, what to do, and when it's lethal or not. But with a knife, I mean, he could have stabbed him in his arm and hit an artery, and Austin could have still bled out. See, that's the thing. People don't understand. They think a knife is a little less lethal than a gun, but a knife can be just as lethal as a gun when it's
worse.
Or worse. Exactly.
Word. People don't even understand. Like a cut, if somebody gas you, you would rather just get shot and let it go through. A knife ain't going through nothing. A knife gonna stay right where it's at. It's gonna open you up and it's gonna stay right there.
Right. Remember back in the day, they were doing these things called buck 50s. And that's when they used to have they had razor blades. They would keep in their mouth back in like I'm from New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey. They had this thing. People used to take razor blades and flip them in their mouth. I don't know how they would do that. But they would take them, and if you would get into a fight with them, they'd take that razor blade and then slash you in the face with it. And you'd have a whole thing, keloid. Your whole side of your face would be a keloid. But just imagine how lethal that could be for a small razor blade. Now you have a whole knife. People might think that, okay, it's not a gun, it's just a knife. They might not even realize how.
Yeah, see, you think like me, Genesis. We think about the old school. See, they think of some new school shit. We think about brass knuckles, buck 50s and stuff, real shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why. See, this is why when it comes to like these type of events, like these type of occurrences, it's only people can only determine what go down and been through like stuff like that. These people that just watch TV and all this new stuff. Nah. You can't take their word on this stuff right here.
So they said he had a legal.
People gotta
when it comes to the state, it was a legal size knife, 5 inches. It's a pocket knife. So a person think that okay, I'ma just I'ma stab you to get you up off me, and he hit the wrong spot. He probably was aiming for the arm, hit the chest. Who knows? Everything was probably. Who knows what the thing? But the biggest part is that what he said is that I don't think he's gonna die. That's what he said. What Mel Smith said earlier. I don't think.
That's what he messed up at. He messed up big time when he talked. See, somebody should have told him not to talk never about it to nobody. By saying that right there, he messed up. Because you know how they could use this against him, Genesis? They could be like, yeah, because before with the knife, we caught him in school with it before, and I know when they caught him in school with it, they told him not to bring it back. So they going to tell him like, yeah, so he just knife happy. He's not trying to kill. He's just trying to slash. And see what I'm saying, Genesis? You gotta be careful with what you say. You have to be careful with what you say because people could use your words against you. And he don't even know the law over there. He bringing a knife thinking that, yeah, I could just slash him and I'll get away with it because you could have a knife. No, you could pull out that knife if somebody draw a weapon that's fire. You got to match fire with fire. Fists is not knives. You know what I'm saying? Genesis, fist is fist. Okay, you get jumped, so you gonna have to come back with your father and then get a one-on-one with both of them. Then that's how we do it, Genesis, and that's how we did it. And that's exactly how it's supposed to still be done. But these people thinking they can just pull out knives when it's a fist fight. No, it don't work like that. And if you're 145 pounds, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure he don't grab you and slam you up. Just use your hands. He don't got no excuse for that. You know what I mean, Genesis? None at all.
Yeah. But, in the heat of the moment, and listen, here's the thing is that these people go from track meets all around the state. Who knows whether or not he felt like, okay, like, because certain places you probably need a knife. You go down the Oak Cliff and be at a track meet, you probably need a knife out there, if you go to certain.
But you know what, though? Right. And even there, you know what I mean? Just, they still going to say, like, yo, did somebody pull out a knife on you? And if the answer is no, there you go, a charge. That's why. But I'm pretty sure out there, you know what I mean, Genesis, they drawing, you know what I'm saying? Because that ain't what's the name of that place right there? Yeah, that ain't Frisco. That's somewhere where they'll draw on you.
Yeah, if you go to Dallas County down the Oak Cliff in the hood, you might get hit up.
They'll draw. They'll
so
draw.
You never know like what his mindset was. I don't know why
he messed up.
Or he could have just been like a person that just always have a knife on him. I don't know. They said he had one in school. I don't know if that's a true story or not. We don't know what's true.
What I think? Right. I think, Genesis, me personally, it's a lot of stuff I didn't agree with, like what them people were saying, but that right there, I do think that's true. For some reason, Jen, you will never know, but you could just go, like, you know what I'm saying? I think he always carried that knife on him. That's what I think.
I think so too. He knew it was up in there. He already got in trouble at school for having it. Who knows whether or not
that's what I think.
He might have get bullied a lot because he's smaller in stature.
Right. That's what I was gonna say, Genesis. That's what I was gonna say right there. What you said, he's smaller than them. Well, not than them, but than the people who trying to get at him. So instead of him learning how to fight or telling somebody or you using his hands, he going to get knives. He got to know the law. You can't just pull out a knife just because somebody bigger than you. That's stupid. Now, see, our parents told us.
He also has a father. Like the father should have been the one telling him what to do and what not to do. Okay.
And I ain't gonna lie, Genesis. My people used to tell me somebody bigger than you and you can't beat it. You pick up something you got. That's what they did tell us. But the difference is they meant, like, you know what I'm saying, you got to be smart about it. You know what I mean? You can't go to public events where everybody watching and go and stab somebody.
Well, I think that this was a moment of passion. I believe it was a manslaughter. I think the charge is like a little bit too heavy, but I think he should have got a manslaughter. He probably would have got about 20 years on manslaughter.
Right.
But he might still get about 20 to 30 years on this situation.
Yeah, they're gonna hit him. Yeah, they're gonna hit him with the max. They're gonna hit him with it because it's too many cons against him than pros. Like, I'm trying to work with him, you know what I mean, Genesis, because I try to look at things fair, like how liberty's supposed to be. You know what I mean, Genesis? Because I don't care who white, who black. I'm looking at it colorblind, just by the evidence that's presented. I don't care about who dressed nice, who haircut. I don't care about none of that. It's about what happened and prior to what happened. You know what I mean, Genesis? And so prior to what happened, he walking around with the knife. After you got caught with it. Now it's serious now because you done got caught with it and you still walking around with it.
Well, here's another thing. Austin Metcalf. So they said that Karmelo was not supposed to be there, but in fact, Austin Metcalf was not supposed to be there. That is something that just came out. I'm not sure if you heard that.
No, I didn't.
Austin Metcalf was kicked off the track team. He was not supposed to be there. Welcome to the panel, Reverend Green. What do you have to say about this?
Welcome, DJ Genesis. Great program. Rise and shine, everybody. Proud Americans. This is the man, the high caster, Reverend Green. And I'm here in the current events, and I see what's going on. I do have my predictions, but I'll hold them till later.
Okay, so that's what you want to say? That's it? All right. So let's get back into the review of
first and foremost, I do think these were young kids, obviously. Anyone who's still in kind of high school, they're kind of a kid to me. But at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that the adults in the room, they don't show up. They never show up. They never do their job. They have all these guidance counselors all over the school system, or like it's a prison, a sane asylum, But these kids are so misguided. Just think about it. How many guidance counselors do you need? You're always going to be outnumbered ratio-wise. It doesn't matter if you have 5 to 6 of them. You're going to be outnumbered by students. They're not doing a good job in these public school systems. And also, I'm very thrilled that things like mixed martial arts are going to be becoming more popular in the next week or so, because it's places like Texas that would be very innovative in terminating and abolishing school suspensions, or in-school suspensions as well, and have these kids duke it out, sanctioned, anywhere from middle school age to high school. Sanction it, so there'll be less gun violence outside of school as well, or violence in general. And demographically wise, a person like Saint Metcalf, he knew better. And I think the father knew better too, because he comes from a broken home. His parents were divorced, and one kid was living with one and the other was living with the other one. So it's the father who, if he gets on stand, he's going to spill the beans. The supremacists already look at the father as if he's weak. So pay close attention to the details.
All right, so let's listen to the rest of what's going on in this case. Let's go.
And I wrote, she's visibly upset, to the point that the juror next to her left, consoles her. They enter into evidence, exhibit number 85, which is a mugshot of Karmelo Anthony. They said, is this the Karmelo? Is this the guy you saw that day? He said, yeah, but he looks all cleaned up now. The defense is going to talk about that later. They said, can you tell us what happened at the previous track meet before this fatal day? I need you all to listen in very closely. This is why it's so important to get people into the courtroom that's going to tell you the truth. There has been rumors circulating around on social media that Karmelo Anthony was not supposed to be at the track meet because he was suspended. That's not true, according to today's testimony. Now, it may change later, but according to today's testimony, under oath, the head track coach testified that Austin Metcalf was not supposed to be at that track meet, and that he had kicked Austin Metcalf off the track team because the previous track meet, he became upset with Austin and Hunter because they left the track meet early to go fishing. And as a result, he kicked Austin off the track team. His exact words, I didn't need him there. He said Austin had a crappy, this were his words, he had a crappy throwing season. I didn't need him there, and I kicked him off the team. Under oath. Austin Metcalf, according to his own coach, was not supposed to be there. He was kicked off the team. His words was, I didn't need him there, but he allowed him to come and help out because Austin Metcalf wanted to prove himself. Then they entered into evidence the text message exchange between the head coach and Austin Metcalf, where the head coach says, turn your stuff in on Monday. I'm taking Romir and Noah to district. Turn your stuff in on Monday. I'm taking Romir and Noah to district. And then the text goes on. The summarization of the text is the coach is fussing at Austin Metcalf and Hunter about being selfish and not being team players. He said, you and Red are on an early bus. No. I'm sorry, that's a different text. Let me see. Hold on. If I wrote it. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'll come back to it. I got to find it. Okay. So on that day, Austin had wanted to prove himself that he could be a team player. He was ready to step up. So the coach that morning, the text to help to encourage Austin to step up and be a leader says, you and Red are on early bus. Get the tent and whatever else. Set examples of how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. You and Red hold us down. They hand the witness over to the defense for cross-examination. The defense starts off, 2 weeks after the death of Austin Metcalf, you went to the police on April 16, 2025, correct? Correct. And you told the police that Karmelo Anthony should not have been under your tent because it wasn't raining, correct? He's like, I don't know if I said that. You don't remember if you said it. He said, I don't remember. But I guess if it's in the police report, I said it. And he says, well, what do you mean by that? He says, I'm a country boy. I didn't see it as heavy rain. I saw it as light drizzle. So at this point, the defense begins to establish the line of questioning to ask the coach to describe what is track culture. Is it true that in track, sometimes you have a lot of downtime? And they used an example. Can an athlete run a race at 10 a.m. and then not run again to 3 p.m.? That's correct. And sometimes they walk around, they talk, they play with their friends, they visit each other, correct? Correct. You said that it's Frisco ISD policy where students cannot go under tents. So the coach replied, no, I don't recall. He said, you said it. He said, I don't recall saying that it's a written policy of Frisco ISD. And the defense said, okay, I want to clarify on record. But it's not unheard of for students to go and talk to each other, correct? The coach said, no, that is not the norm for students to go talk to each other under each other's tent. And at this point, let me give you my opinion. I was a collegiate athlete. I played volleyball in college, and I was a high school athlete. I ran track. I played volleyball. I played basketball. At this point, I was following the coach until he said it's not the norm for teenagers to go under each other's tents to talk to each other. And that's when I wrote, he just lost credibility with me. Because they do it all the time, whether they're supposed to or not. I mean, they do a lot of crap they're not supposed to, right? And that's when I said, I just made a note. He lost credibility. Okay, with me.
I mean, I played sports and people go to other people's things. Come on, even in football. What are we talking about? In track, there's usually one stand. It's not like football where you have the opposing team on the whole other side of the field. Everything's on one bleacher. So it's easy to be like, hey, so and so. They're talking to each other. They're communing with each other. You know, people might have went to the same school a long time ago. Hey, so and so, man, I'm at this school. They might have been track meet on a track team at the previous school they went to. People, kids, they're gonna like interact with each other. They might be trying to talk to girls in different like track teams. All type of things ensue at track meets. I used to be in track. Everybody's not sequestered to one area. Okay? So we need to like be realistic and not be lying about that. Welcome to the panel, Scam Chan. Is there something you want to say?
Hold on.
Millennial, where are you at? You coming back, Millennial? Come on back. Go ahead, Scam.
Well, I was looking at it like this. I mean, it's a lot of issues being put on the table, but when it all boils down to is he accepting responsibility for his actions, and what is the end result of where this court case is going? Because I mean, is he going to be released to the streets, or is he going to do some jail time? How much jail time?
So, by the way, this is a capital murder charge. The actual time is life in prison. That is the largest amount of time he can get is life in prison. This is not a manslaughter; it's a murder, first degree murder. So that's what he's being charged with, first degree murder.
So so we got all these things going on outside the courtroom being reported on, like it's some kind of a battle of what, you know. What he did is what he did. So what are the outcomes they're looking for?
So what it is that you have the white nationalists that feel like this is a white and black. You have the black nationalists saying that this is a black and white. And so both sides are kind of using this as a race issue, and not two kids at a track meet get into it, someone gets stabbed. So what's happening is that the people on the outside of the situation are turning this into race. The people on the inside are just looking at the facts. Right. I'm focused on the people on the inside, and I'm showing the people on the outside and how foolish they are. But my objective is to bring the content creators that are telling you the flat facts of the case, what happened in the courtroom, what people's, you know what I'm saying? I'm not focused on race over here. I'm focused on, was it right for him to be able to have a knife? Was he legitimately feeling inferior enough to, and was that a legal thing? Is this a legal precedence that might be a thing? I don't know. So as we go through this, the more and more that we go through, we're going to find out, like, is this a thing? Like, can a person bring a knife to a track meet? And if they do, you know, and they have to use it, if two people are bigger than you, like that, and I showed this picture earlier, if a person is bigger than you and you feel that, hey, I feel in danger, right? I'm sitting down, you're towering over me, you're pushing me. Do I have the right to go in my bag and stab you with a knife? Did this person really do this out of cold blood murder, or did he just have a knife and didn't know what he was doing and stabbed this guy, and now he's looking back like, oh my God, you know? That's what I feel. I don't feel like this, that he intentionally, like, first degree what is intent, like you meant to kill this guy. I don't think, based on what the coach said, that he intended to kill. First thing they said that he said was, oh, he's not gonna die, I just stabbed him. You know, he don't even understand what he was even doing, how lethal that was, what he did. He didn't even understand, like, how serious this was. The guy said, if he dies, your whole life is over with. And he started crying. Like, this is the type of stuff that's happening with this case. Let's go.
So then he says, nope. Listen, I kid you not. Coach Starr said, in Frisco, this won't fly. being under somebody else's tent. And the defense said, but wait a minute, but other coaches may not be as strict, may not. And he says, so this is your preference, right? He says, no, this isn't my preference. This is my athletic director's preference. I just follow the orders. The defense then asked, did you know that Centennial didn't have a tent? He said, no, sir, I did not. So your text was more of a teaching moment on the day that you kicked Austin off the team, right? He's like, well, I don't know what you mean by that. He said, you told the police on April 16, 2025, that you really didn't have an intent to kick him off the team. You were just trying to scare him into shape. He's like, well, he says, well, would it be safe to say that you have a lot of pride? The coach said, well, I need you to clarify, explain that. He says, you know, just pride as an athlete. You coach linebackers, correct? Yes. And linebackers are big guys, correct? Yes. How much did Austin weigh? He says, I can't tell you that. I don't know. I don't know how much he weighed. I believe he played maybe at 195 pounds, but he did want to bulk up. Austin did express an interest in wanting to gain weight. Defense says, can you testify that Austin was at least over 200 pounds? I'm not sure. But he definitely gained weight, probably over 200. He probably got close to 225, but I'm not sure. So you told Austin the morning of this fatal incident in your text to, quote unquote, hold this down. Yes. With no other instructions. That's correct. So you wouldn't want Austin Metcalf using physical force. No, sir. Of course not. Shouldn't students go get adults when there's a problem or when things escalate? Yes, sir. But you said you wanted other adults or other coaches should be around because teenagers have hormones, correct? Yes. Can you tell us what you meant? They were skipping all over, right? And can you tell us what you meant when you says Karmelo Anthony cleaned up today? He says, well, his hair wasn't like that. And the defense team said, but was his hair then normal to what kids and how kids normally wear their hair? Yes. So you said that you saw Karmelo Anthony after the fatal incident walking with two coaches, correct? Correct. You have no idea how long he was with those coaches, correct? Correct. You don't know what was said, correct? Correct. You didn't know his state of mind, correct? Correct. He said, but you told police on April 16th, 2025, your words was he looked like he was about to cry. Yes. So they wrapped up that witness. And at this point, I think I'm doing a good job of staying neutral. So I'm going to hold my opinion to myself. Third witness they called was Tiffany Whitaker. She's a trainer, an athletic trainer at Memorial High School. She's been a trainer. She just completed her 8th year. She opened the school. So the school was brand new in 2018. She opened the school. She's a Texas girl. She's a TCU graduate. She received the Bachelor of Science in Athletic Training. She's board certified. She's CPR and first aid certified. They asked Tiffany the culture of the tents. Tiffany explained to the jury that the tent is like a locker room. Now here's where things kind of, I'm not going to say got tricky, but Tiffany in her testimony contradicted Coach Starr. Because what they asked Tiffany, is it normal for students to visit and say hello? She said, absolutely, it's normal for students to visit each other's tent. But we don't like them stowing their stuff in tents that they're not assigned to, and we don't want them to stay there too long, right? But yes, it's normal for them to go and say hi and just don't leave your stuff here because we're not responsible for it. And you know, they can't stay too long because we got to make sure we have enough room for our students. She said, they asked her, were you aware that it was going to be raining and that you guys were under weather watch? She said, absolutely. The athletic director told us. Now, the reason why I say her testimony is contradictory to the head coach is because he said, no, there was not supposed to be any weather. But she said, yes, it was. And she contradicted him because she said the athletic director gave them instructions that if the storms hit to send the kids to the bus. She said, okay, so her testimony was straight into the point. Once she learned that there was an incident under the tent, she approached the tent. And at the time that she approached the tent, Austin Metcalf was blue in the face. His pulse was faint. She began to administer rescue breaths and chest compressions. A defibrillator was used. They asked her a couple of questions about the life-saving technique. She said, I can't really tell you because I was on autopilot. I was trying to save his life. Now, let me ask you something for those of you that are tuned in. If there's a wound to the heart, and this is just for my medical professionals that may be in a chat, do you guys still recommend chest compressions if someone has been wounded to the chest or the heart?
Hell no.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Trillene Bell, for the $20 super.
Why would someone do chest compression on somebody who's bleeding? So could it be that just the chest compressions could have been the thing that killed him and not the knife wound?
Yeah, because when you do the chest
heart?
compression, because when you're doing chest compression on somebody that's bleeding, all the blood gonna gush out. That's why when somebody gets shot, you hold the hole. You don't push and gush the blood out. You hold the blood in. This lady, I don't like this shit is just common sense. You don't even gotta be a rocket scientist to figure this type of shit out. She what is she talking about?
What the hell? Like, did they teach her that in CPR? Like, you're not supposed to.
Right. Like, why would you even think about
It
even
could have been
saying
the
some
reason
stupid
why
shit like
he's
that?
dead, bro. Because
Right, no. That is the reason why.
Can I ask a question to the panel afterwards? Does that woman sound like she's AI?
no, she's not.
Okay.
No, she's actually, she has a channel. She has a channel, just so you know, called Queen Sheba Darling, and you can see her actual face on her channel.
Well, if you giving compressions to an open,
You see that? No, this is for anybody that thinks that she's AI. This is her, because she actually is in a battle right now with Sarah Peters, because Sarah Peters trying to say that they cut her in line.
Now, Genesis,
at night. So it's a thing where all the black people that are trying to cover this and give the true information, you have like the Sarah Peters saying that she cut her in line and Nika at Night cut her in line. So there's this whole controversy on who's able to get access to the courtroom, and so no, this is a real person, and I just have it sped up.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. That's why. All right.
Yeah, it's sped
I
up.
got you.
Yo,
Sped
Genesis, you see this comment, right?
Huh?
You see this comment, right? Right here.
Which one? Let me see.
No. Right, the one before you did that. The one that said you still have to give chest compressions. Now, if they covered up that wound first, okay. If you giving somebody compressions and that wound not covered and that hole is open and you giving compressions, your ass need to be fired. Because anybody know if you giving compressions to anything that's open, it's going to shoot out. That loss of blood over chest compression without that being attended to, you shouldn't even be in the medical field if you're doing that. And I'm not even in the field, but I know damn well better than that. If somebody was to fall out in front of me right here after getting shot, I know damn well not to give them no chest compressions. I will hold that wound until the ambulance comes.
Yes, definitely. Shout out to Queen Sheba. She's doing a great job covering this. She's giving all the details.
Right.
I'm not an ER specialist, but I don't know if it's right to give compressions if someone is bleeding to death. I don't know.
No, because Genesis, this is just natural science.
If you give a shot to the heart, you saw that he got stabbed in his heart, and you have to actually, in order to even give the compressions, you have to push on the heart to even do. So you're actually over the wound, pushing and trying to make the heart push out more blood. Like, what are you doing? Like,
thank you. You're supposed to cover that,
man. I don't know.
You blocked it. Yeah, you blocked that first. You don't just go pushing on it and then more blood gushing out, and then you looking stupid because the blood gushing in your fucking face, looking crazy doing it.
The reason why you would ever give a compression is because the person's heart is stopped and they are dead. Okay, so maybe she saw he was dead. She said he was purple, so maybe he was dead. already, or like, and she was trying, but she said he was perfect.
Bob Starr, he's the head coach of the track team for Memorial. They called Tiffany Whitaker. She's a lead athletic trainer for Memorial High School. They called a gentleman by the name of, I wrote Vince Cooper, but it's actually Hooper. So when you hear small mistakes like that, it doesn't mean that somebody's not credible, because we're having to try to strain to hear them when they're saying their name. So his name is Vince Hooper. He's the head football coach at a high school called Heritage. His name.
Let me go back.
He had a knife hidden, and he took it after Austin touched him, and he plunged it into Austin's heart. And he says, Austin, yes, I am at the trial.
Hold up,
Austin?
Genesis, pause it real quick.
He said, that's
Genesis,
a lie.
pause it real quick.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Then, no, hold on, Genesis, who is
like
that?
to be talking about the part with the the thing. So let me get right.
As aggressive.
Who is Dan? Who is Dan talking to? Dan, you couldn't see me, never. Fuck, he talking about he in the chat typing paragraphs. Niggas telling you to come up on the panel. You couldn't see me, never. You crazy. So about this guy's an idiot. Don't make me outdo you up here.
Well, listen, I don't listen. Nobody here is anybody CPR certified on the panel.
Right, but you know what I'm saying, though, Genesis. It's just natural to know. Okay, the person dead, but still.
Yeah, I am.
Why would you still do that? And the womb is still open. Why would you? Nobody would do that when it's an open womb like that.
So you say you are CPR certified, man in high castle?
Yep.
Right, so
never used it in my life, and also it was such a long time ago.
But here's the question: so if you were, do you remember your training? Right? Yes or no?
I remember the training. I remember the modules. Yep, I remember the dummy.
Okay. Did they ever talk about a person with a wound to the chest and what to do in that situation?
You compress it. You don't pump. Yeah, you don't pump. That's. I don't think they talked about that in CPR. However, you don't pump.
I'm about to call my friend who's a nurse because this is
no.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
It makes because you know why, Genesis? It makes sense because just think about it. If you pumping, you pushing out more of that blood out of the area. You supposed to keep that blood inside. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, guys. Be quiet real quick. Hold on. Hey.
Okay.
I mean, you're okay. I'm live right now, and I just have a question from a nurse standpoint because I'm covering this Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony trial, and there's a point in this whole thing where I think it's an athletic, like a physical therapist that comes in, where they say that at some point he when Austin was stabbed in his chest, Karmelo Anthony made a mistake and stabbed him in his chest with a knife. And the athletic director says that she began to administer CPR, like pumping actions on the heart. If a person is stabbed in their chest, is that normal for you to be, if a person to then still also administer CPR with pumping actions to the heart, or should you do something different? What is the normal thing you would do in that case?
So it was in the heart and not the lungs?
It was in the heart.
So, I mean, the only time that you would, in that case, if they were losing consciousness or can't breathe, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily start doing CPR.
What?
So they say he was purple. So you're saying that you would even if the person's bleeding out, you would still push and do CPR.
Oh my goodness, damn! I don't know what to say.
So that means because he was that color, then CPR had to be administered because that means he's not breathing. Oh, okay. Okay. So, because we were like, well, wouldn't that make him bleed out more, make the person bleed more? CPR is for respiration and not. Okay. So wouldn't, because I was thinking that if you're pumping the person's heart and it's stabbed in the heart or stabbed in that area and they're bleeding, wouldn't that be making the heart bleed out more and lose more blood? But you're saying that CPR is, someone said CPR is for respiration.
If somebody is not bleeding, if he's unconscious, if he's not getting any oxygen, if he still have pulse, and his pulses, I wouldn't start CPR because he's still getting blood oxygen pumped. He's still getting his heart pumped. You got me off guard. I'm really nervous, especially since you say that.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, girl. I just was trying to figure out from a nurse's standpoint because we're like, can you just pump blood? Like if a person is.
Yeah. When she finished, Genesis, tell us what she said when she finished.
Oh, you guys can't hear her?
Nah.
No. She sound like the muffled baby's grandma. I can't hear her.
Until I don't feel that anymore. That's when I'm gonna start CPR.
I hear her clear now. Yep.
All right, okay, so you're saying if a person has a pulse, then you would not start CPR. But if they do have a pulse, you would start it. But if they appear blue, that means they're not breathing. And even if they have a wound in that heart area, then you would still do CPR.
I would only start CPR if I don't feel a pulse. And if he's blue and appear to not be getting oxygen, then I'm gonna start respirations. But I'm not gonna start pushing on his chest until I don't feel a pulse.
Interesting. Okay. So we're trying to figure out whether or not if the person that admitted the CPR might have assisted or aided in his death by just immediately going to CPR because they saw he was blue because he was stabbed.
They should have started respirations only.
So it probably should have been respiration early and not like CPR right off where.
No, it should have just been respirations only. If they lost the pulse, then you start the pressing on the chest. And I would be leery about that, but still.
No, but that's correct though. It makes sense, right?
If they lose a pulse, you have to get that blood circulating.
Right, but if a person stabbed in the heart, they can't. The blood is not going to circulate anyway. They're going to lose blood, right?
You take your chances with that.
Oh, okay.
What we're training is if it's blue and it appears to not be breathing, but they still have a pulse, then you breathe for them. If they lose a pulse, you have to start CPR.
All right, thank you for that. We're just trying to find it out. I'm sorry to call you on the last minute. I just had to hear from a person that understood about like CPR and how it works because I didn't have no one that knew CPR. So I'll call you. I'll call you back. All right.
And that, my friends and proud Americans, this is exactly how come the hospitals, they be losing lives. They're doing something they're doing something very new within the last, I don't even know for how long they've been doing it, but that sounds wild as hell.
Yeah, it does.
If you stop breathing,
it's nothing against her. It's nothing against her. It's just the standard. Sometimes procedures are updated into some weird stuff.
Right. Yep, that's what it is, Genesis.
It's just like the child in the car seat. You know, they gotta be a certain age, certain weight now. It's crazy.
Right, because Genesis, if you think about it, the procedure is wild. Why would you, just like what happened to him? If he's still alive, why would you do that? You only do that when somebody lose their, their life, so you could get their heart back. He still got his heart. You don't do that. You do that to get it back again. He already has it. So why are you doing a procedure
Right.
to
So,
get it
but
back
hold
when
on.
he
She
already
just
still has
said,
it?
let's see. Did she say she started doing chest compression, or she just said she started administering?
No. Just no. If he's still alive, respiration. But if he lose the pulse, then CPR. She's right.
Right. So,
That's
but
how
I'm
it's supposed
saying,
to.
did the coach say that they began chest compressions, or did they say they just did CPR?
No. They just went to right to CPR while he was still alive. Right.
Right, but CPR could also be respiratory. So maybe she did do respiratory, and then, who knows? Like,
as the government. As the defense spoke, touch me. He touched me first. At that point, I looked over to the defense, and the defense knew someone under the tent. Defense strategy, and he says the thing with self-defense is you can't warning. At this point, you have one of the Metcalf twins who's believed to be Austin. He was wearing a black T-shirt and a black Metcalf family.
I lost the spot.
And Austin Metcalf surrounded Karmelo Anthony whilst he was seated in a seated position, and he made it very clear that Karmelo never stood up, and he was attacked, according to the defense, while seated. The defense also introduced as a fact in the court that as Austin Metcalf and Karmelo were exchanging words, at some point, Austin Metcalf said to Karmelo, "I know you ain't got nothing in that bag." In response to Karmelo saying,
This story is no.
This is.
I don't know what she thinks. Yeah, Genesis, because
she's repeating. She. No, I'm sorry. Now we've already covered this. She already said this earlier. I actually went too far back. I was only trying to rewind to the part of the EMT, the physical therapy, but it ended up going a little bit further back. But I guess we need to go back. You want to go back, like go rehash this and see?
Nah. Because she's just doing different people's stuff. Because some of these stories, you know what I mean, Genesis, just
no,
by
this
sense,
is not.
like,
This is like this is the witnesses. This is the people. She is repeating.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Some of these stories, it just to somebody who knows sense, who got sense. Some of these stories is just that's not the way it happened. You see what I'm saying?
The defense painted Hunter and Austin Metcalf as aggressive. According to the defense, Hunter and Austin Metcalf surrounded Karmelo Anthony whilst he was seated in a seated position, and he made it very clear that Karmelo never stood up, and he was attacked, according to the defense, while seated. The defense also introduced as a fact in the court that as Austin Metcalf and Karmelo were exchanging words, at some point, Austin Metcalf said to Karmelo, "I know you ain't got nothing in that bag." In response to Karmelo saying, "Hit me or touch me and see what happens," as he's reaching into his bag, Austin says, "I know you ain't got nothing in that bag." According to the defense, Austin Metcalf initiated a physical attack on Karmelo Anthony. He then introduced the self-defense strategy. And he says the thing with self-defense is you can't introduce it too soon. In that time, according to the defense, Karmelo Anthony had a decision to make.
Yo, Genesis, we done been in fights, Genesis. We know how that happened. It ain't happen like that. Because if that kid saw him take out that knife, like, oh, you don't want to see what it took out that knife, they would have never fought him after that. What happened? They didn't know he had a knife on him. They went to attack him, and he had that knife on him already, concealed. Pulled it out and got the stabbing. That's what happened.
He got all of these kids coming at him. He has these twins coming at him. And he said, so he has these kids coming at him. He had the twins coming at him. And he says, can you only imagine what's going through his head? Because in order to qualify for self-defense, you can't introduce that act too soon. I noticed, and I made a note, that the defense did not say or utter the words of stabbing. What he said is Karmelo defended himself. Karmelo defended himself after he was attacked by Austin Metcalf. And at this point, I noticed the white male juror, that's the younger one that looks like he can be in high school. He looked over to the Metcalf family. At that time, I did a head count. And I made a note, at least 6 jurors don't look happy while the defense is speaking. The defense then moves on to law enforcement being contacted, and Officer Courthouse responded, I have the alleged suspect. And Karmelo, according to the defense, responded, I'm not alleged. I did it. The defense's explanation of that statement is Karmelo was not trying to escape responsibility. He owned it at that point. I'm not alleged. I did it. At this point, he wraps up his closing arguments, and the state calls their first witness, Mr. Mike Porter. Mr. Mike Porter is a forensic video analyst for Tarrant County, and he specializes in digital forensic technical services. His job is to take the video evidence that we witnessed today and we saw today and extract data and communicate to the court exactly what's happening in real time without compromising the integrity of the data. So they ran down a background of who he is, his credentials.
Okay, let's go further.
The total video from start to finish was 15 minutes and 21 seconds from being seated to standing. Can you testify to the jury that the bleacher seat Karmelo may have sat on is covered by the tent? The forensic specialist says, no, I cannot testify to the jury that the bleacher seat may have been covered by the tent. At this point, I made a note. I said, where are they going with this? It's a possibility that Karmelo Anthony sat outside the tent on the next bleacher up. And at this point, I said, oh, the defense is getting into the granular details.
Okay, so I might have went to, I can't find the dang on part where we were talking about the.
Nah, it's all right. It's all right, Genesis. We understand what she's talking about.
She's just saying different he leaned things. All the way.
Okay, so let's
that's why we up here, Genesis. We gonna get it right.
Okay,
but that's what I think happened. I think they ain't think he had nothing on him. I think they thought he ain't have nothing on him, bullying them like how they usually do. And this time he had that joint on him ready for them. So when
it also seemed like that the coach was kind of pressuring Austin, like, you need to step it up. You know, you ain't been to practice and you about to get kicked off the team. So they trying to
oh yeah, because you know that's his like his little son or something, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Screaming. Well, we can't hear it, right? But we can imagine that they're screaming and yelling. You just see mayhem at 10 a.m. 9:56, Karmelo enters the tent. 9:58, you see movement. 10 a.m., the kids are running. At 10 a.m. 48, you see the first quick movement in the video. Austin Metcalf visibly pushes Karmelo Anthony. You can see that. 10 a.m.
Ain't that the time one of the towers
Karmelo Anthony is seen moving above the tent, seen running down the bleachers, and then he falls. He slips and falls. He stands and it captured people pointing in the direction of Karmelo Anthony.
We already covered that.
I looked at Karmelo Anthony. At this time, he was locked in. His head was turned.
All right, here we go.
His head was turned to the left, listening intently, and he was also taking notes.
Sorry, guys.
There was a juror that because I was asked by the government to only spotlight Karmelo Anthony.
All right, so we covered the fact that the forensic guy only spotlighted Karmelo on the thing, did not actually spotlight the interaction.
He was able to ask. He was asked, are you aware? Are you familiar with the family of Austin and Hunter? He said, superior to Dallas ISD and Irving ISD, and he stated a little bit of reassurance. Right, that's the jury.
And that was some racist shit too.
2 weeks after the death of Austin Metcalf, you went to the police on April 16, 2025, correct? Correct. And you, no, sir, I did not. So your text was more of a teaching moment.
Okay, so this is where we were at.
But we don't like them stowing their stuff in tents that they're not assigned to. At least a 70. Well, they say, is there at least a 70-pound difference between Karmelo Anthony? He's very likable. So these are all the state's witnesses. Very likable. Raspy voice.
Let me see if this is the part.
Because both sides have testified that he showed remorse. We're going to get more into detail. He did show remorse. He became visibly upset after the incident. Right, wrong, or indifferent. All right. They asked her about the tents. They said, have you seen or have you ever witnessed in your career students visiting tents? She said, yes.
Here we go.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what the defense said. She said, nope. Was it raining on and off that day? Yes. Did you know Centennial did not have a tent? No, I did not know that. Would it make sense for students with no tent to duck under another tent for cover? She said, absolutely, yes. Can you describe Austin? She said, Austin was about average to the bigger side for a linebacker, but not bigger than some of the other offensive and defensive linebackers. She
Of
said, for
course
the
he
most
wouldn't
part.
be. You know how big an
So then they
offensive
started to get
tackle
into
is?
kind of like the bravado of athletes. Would you say it's normal for teenage boys to not back down? You know, if they're going to have a confrontation based on, she said that's pretty normal. Would you also say that or agree that most teenage boys, if in a confrontation and their friends are there, they don't like to be embarrassed in front of their friends? She said that's fair. She was a very honest witness. She was very credible. So was Mike Porter, the forensic specialist. So then they went to the fourth witness, which was, I put his name as Vince Cooper, but according to reports, it's Hooper. He's a head football coach at Heritage. He's very likable. So these are all the state's witnesses. Very likable, raspy voice, open, light, easy, jovial. He seems very upfront and honest. He barely could speak a few words, and I said, that's an honest guy. According to Mr. Vince, he's 6'2", and he weighs 240 pounds himself. He relocated to Texas after he lost his son in 2015. They asked him, was it hard? Has it been hard on you? He said, I think it's been harder on my wife because I also have 4 other children. So it seemed like the focal point in the questioning was establishing, well, I'm not going to talk about that. Oh, that's a personal note. So he's the head track coach. Yeah, he said that. He's the head track coach since 2018. They asked him about tent culture. He says, your kids go under your tent. You get it? He kept it short and sweet. Your tent, your kids.
No, but
However,
why,
kids do mingle.
hold on.
On April 2nd, 2025, he arrived about 8 a.m. But then at 10 a.m., they asked him, did you leave? He said, I left to go to my car to get batons for the 4x1 relay. You know, they were in the car. So
it seemed like all the coaches had left the field at some point. One person was getting a potluck dinner. One person was getting the batons. So the kids were kind of like left alone without no supervision. That's what it sounds like to me.
But yo, Genesis, didn't this happen in the morning?
Yes.
I know them coaches had to know Austin was at that event. They had somebody had to see him.
Yeah, they know. He said they allowed him to come in and work for the team. He told him like step it up.
And he wasn't even supposed to be. See what we talk about?
It's a lot
now.
Going on,
Just off of that alone, all them coaches need to be terminated, or off the rip. All them coaches need to be out their job off the rip.
Let's go.
When he comes back into the stadium, he witnesses kids running, they're yelling. He's telling the kids, this was kind of lighthearted. Hey, you can't stop running all around the stadium. Go back over there, behave, sit down. What are y'all doing? Y'all are crazy, just running around. He's like, he didn't realize what was happening. He's yelling at the kids, go sit down. Y'all are running around like y'all are crazy in here, not realizing that a stabbing had taken place. At this point, he's approached by Coach Tiff, that's what he says, shouting, don't let him leave. Don't let him leave. At this point, he's like meeting Karmelo Anthony head on. He doesn't know Karmelo, but he said he immediately put his arm around Karmelo, not in an aggressive way, but the way he demonstrated in the court would be like a father figure way. This was sad, this testimony. He just wrapped his arm around him. He said, and we walked. And he said, Karmelo Anthony said, he put his hands on me. He said, what'd you do? He said, I stabbed him. And he said, at that point, he looked Karmelo Anthony in the face and he said, you do realize, son, that if this young man dies, you've just changed your life forever. And Karmelo Anthony,
even if he didn't die, it was over.
He said he repeated himself to Karmelo. You do realize, son.
Hold on. Hold on. I want you to hear what he said. I think this is key right here. Watch this.
Nah. Remember, Genesis, we heard this part earlier.
Right, but everybody else didn't hear it. But this is a new person saying exactly what was said. So let's go.
He said, Karmelo Anthony Karmelo Anthony said, he put his hands on me. He said, what'd you do? He said, I stabbed him. And he said, at that point, he looked Karmelo Anthony in the face and he said, you do realize, son, that if this young man dies, You've just changed your life forever. And Karmelo Anthony responded, he's not going to die. He said he repeated himself to Karmelo. You do realize, son, that if this young man dies, that you've just changed your life forever. And he said at that point, Karmelo Anthony begins to break down and starts crying hysterically. He said things are going so fast. Carmelo's crying. He remembered glancing at the field. He now knows, he sees Hunter Metcalf. Let me get the note, hold on the fence being consoled. Like on the fence, just leaning on the fence, being consoled. And then he hear a black kid running towards him saying, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill him. He stabbed my brother. He stabbed my brother. He had to physically restrain this black kid whose name is Eddie. And Eddie told him, I am going to kill him. And he said, you can't do that. We can't have two students dead. You can't do that. So he had to physically restrain Eddie and lay on top of him until another coach could come and take over Eddie. And they asked him, did Karmelo Anthony's emotions seem genuine? He said yes.
Check this out. Wasn't Eddie the person that he went to go see in the tent?
Right. Remember, he went to go see Eddie at first when he first got there. He went to go say hi to Eddie. Remember?
And child Eddie was like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm about to kill him. He killed my brother. That is crazy. Wow.
And he went to go see him when he first shit crazy.
Right. Like, hey Eddie. Wow.
They say, do you know his heart? He
right.
said no.
And then a couple of minutes later,
This is the government. They said, so did he start crying after you said, you better hope he doesn't die? He said yes. So then the defense cross-examines Mr. Hooper.
No, he didn't. No.
They said, do you feel Karmelo's emotions were genuine? Yes. Based on your experience as a coach, that's correct. When Karmelo told you that Austin Metcalf isn't going to die, what were your thoughts? He said, I don't think Karmelo realized that he stabbed Austin in the heart. I don't think he realized that he aimed for the heart. I'm going to guess he wasn't intentionally trying to aim for the heart, but I don't think he realized
what he was doing.
The severity of his actions. They said, did he try to run? No, he did not try to run. Did he follow your instructions? Yes, he followed my instructions. And at one point, he said, I left him by the fence and he never moved. And when I returned, he was still there. Is it unusual for kids to mingle? He said, no, it's not unusual. They do it all the time. And this is how the coach ended his testimony. He said, I've been a coach since 1994. And I love all of the kids, even the opponents, and I treat them all the same.
They justified him being there. He was not supposed to be there.
Yeah, Austin was not supposed to be there. They tried to make
Thank you,
like
that they trying to
that Karmelo wasn't supposed to be there, but Austin wasn't supposed to be there.
Right. They trying to make it see. They got all the excuses why he was owed to be there. He was not supposed to be there. It don't matter who or what he was there for.
Right, but that doesn't mean he should get stabbed either. I'm gonna say this. We're not gonna go into like that he wasn't supposed to be there, but he was there.
No. Nah. Because you know how I feel about it, Janice. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying like because they were saying, oh, he's supposed to step up and no, he's not supposed to be there. He could step up wherever else outside of there. He's not supposed to be right there. That's the whole point. He's not supposed to be there.
Because I love the kids. And at this point, I looked at the jury, and there was one lady on the far end that was nodding her head. And that ended his testimony. So that was number 4. Hold on. Now, this is where I get kicked out of the courtroom. Y'all, that concludes my wrap up for the day. It didn't take me that long. I did not get a chance to hear the 911 call. Because at this point, after his closing statements, and he was dismissed as a witness, the judge sends us to give us a break. And I do believe he gave us maybe 15, 20 minutes. And he told us to be back.
Huh?
He got to spice her shit up a little bit, Genesis. Yo, niggas about to take a... Yo, she got to put some life into that.
Right, but you know what? I like her because she's just telling what it is. She ain't put too much stake on it. She not, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's the part that I like about her. she's not doing too much, you know what I'm saying? But we do have
Yeah.
Nikki Knight. She's a little bit more spunkier with it, but same thing. Really goes down to it. But Neek is really
Right.
like, you know, when it comes down to this whole thing, she's getting attacked by people out in the media.
Nah, you know why, Genesis? Because this is why the media be trying to be on YouTube now. They be trying to take y'all spot because they know y'all got free speech. See, when you in the news, you know, Genesis, they owned and programmed. They gotta read off the script that they was given to, unless they in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so here we go. Let's go.
Pre-trial motions that the to leave and took his knife and plunged it into Austin. Then he runs and tries to blend in and slips out the gate. The kids, once they realize,
let's see what she's talking about. Let's go.
To myself, I wonder if they see themselves in the victim. Different things, them striking the black jurors, the defense contesting that and trying to fight for the black jurors to still be on the case. All of those things is detailed in another live. Now, this live, we're going to go over everything that was stated today. It might be a lengthy live because I have so much to go through, but okay, it is what it is. I got to be up early, but I got to give y'all the information. So when we get in there, they introduce the state and the defense. So on the prosecution side, it was a guy by the name of Bill Werski and Dewey Mitchell. On the defense side, it's
you know what? You already heard that. Let's get into the new updates. There's some new stuff. Day 2. Let's get into new stuff, new updates. Let's see what's said today. Shouts out to Watching the World. He's out there, and we're gonna listen to that. This is day 2 as well. Let's go.
Karmelo Anthony case. Right now, we're on intermission for roughly an hour. We go back at 11:45 here in Texas. So I'm typically in New York, so that's an hour behind my usual schedule. And you can see this is the Collin County Courthouse, guys. As you come in, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. I'm just going to go through a lot of the facts in regards to this case. Now, keep in mind, yesterday, a lot of people were pushing back when it comes to this case because they were not happy with some of the explanation given in regards to Karmelo Anthony. Unfortunately, because of the nature of this case and the fact that it's racially charged, because you have a young black male, 17 years of age, that stabbed a young white male who was 17 years of age at a school event. A lot of people are pushing back on that. And the primary course of action is to look at the fact that it's black on white. And that's why we have so many people, especially in my chat, talking about all the terrible things they would like to do to Karmelo. And if anyone sounds like they perhaps are in agreement in any way with any part of what Karmelo did, whether it's self-defense or not, people do not want to hear it. This is the first case that I've covered that's had so much racially.
No, that's not self-defense.
Jargon. Okay, we have Pretty Things. I'm in your neighborhood. Shout out to you. We have Eric Nicholson. Shout out to you, Eric. Thank you guys for all of your continued support. We have Stella in the building. OG Kicks. Thank you guys very much. So today, this is not about trying to give you guys some big spiel. I want to make sure that for this case, because now I have family members from both sides of the aisle following my channel, and also some of the law enforcement. So I just want to make sure that I'm on top of my game and the facts that I'm presenting to you guys. So we're going to get through the details of today for those of you that are really interested in this case and any new developments. Now, yesterday was the first day, essentially, of the trial. We saw a lot of the video of what actually occurred. In fact, the first witness in this particular case was a video expert. And here's the thing, as I mentioned yesterday, but I know we have new people here today. Imagine being at a Coliseum and you're sitting on one side and you're trying to see what's happening way across on the other side as an individual is entering the Coliseum. Well, it's quite hard to understand a lot of details about the person because a lot of times you might be able to make out a person's gait or what have you, but it's hard to, you definitely can't hear what they're saying. You can't determine their mood, but you could perhaps recognize if it's a close family member or person that you know, right? A good friend. So in this particular case, they're using the video that was the surveillance video from the venue. Now, before I came here to Texas, I was under the impression that this happened at a high school. I explained this to you guys yesterday, but it didn't happen at a high school. It happened at the track meet, okay? Now, today, they showed us that there were signs up at many of these occasions showing that you cannot have any weapons, you can't have any drugs, you can't have any alcohol, okay? Yesterday,
Hold on, Genesis, real quick.
That Karmelo should have known you can't have a knife at this.
Yo, Genesis, even though he's saying that it's not at school, I know my track, Genesis, is at my middle school, though. Is his track, that track meet, Genesis, was it at a school or it's not even on a school ground?
They're normally at middle schools. All tracks are normally at middle. I don't know why, but for the most part,
Right.
every track I've known is always at the middle school.
Right, just like mine. Mine is. So what he's saying right there, he's wrong. Because what they're gonna do is, I think that track is on a track has to be on a school ground though.
I don't
So
think he's wrong at all. I don't think he's wrong at all. He's usually thorough as hell.
No.
Yeah,
Mel
he's thorough as hell.
is really thorough about what he's doing.
Oh yeah, I got back up on that.
I ain't never seen no track meet on those grounds that's not school grounds.
You in New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why everything outside of New York, there's a whole larger world.
Nah, but even when
I would say this.
Even when I went to Minnesota though, the track meet is at the school.
I would say this. Listen, like, I just showed how earlier today, if you look at my live from earlier, I drove to a track that's at the middle school, right? Now, I don't, who knows if it's really school grounds. You know, it's not, you know, the middle schools here, and then like right next to the middle school, is that school grounds or is it public property? Because here's the question: why can the public go there and walk around the track?
Right, because just like me at my middle school, even when school is in session, my father, everybody used to walk that track, and they don't go to the school.
Is that school grounds that you could just walk around the track? I don't know. You know, so that's still yet to be seen. But let's get into let's finish what he's going to say. He might have some new information.
This type of event, but we have to kind of correct the record because we just want to be as precise as possible, and it's quite different. Now, listen, it's a school event. You shouldn't have a weapon. I get that, right? We're clear with that, but it's not the same as saying it happened at a high school. So, just for a matter of detail, I think you guys should really factor that in. Because it's a different spin. Here's another spin that I'll give you guys that I heard, and that's why I often come and have boots on the ground. You guys see me traveling all over the United States and also covering cases like Donald Trump and Sean Diddy Combs. By the way, if you like the material, if you like my hard work, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. The last 2 days I had to arrive here at 4 o'clock in the morning. As you guys know, I recently came back from overseas and I had pneumonia. But I still decided to come and cover this case. When I get back, I actually go to Egypt, and I'm going to be giving you guys an inside tour of the pyramids. You guys get a chance to understand the Nile River and a lot of these great trips that I do for educational purposes. I took you guys to Rome, Italy. So if you like this type of material, take the time to subscribe to the channel, support the channel, share. That's all I ask for. You guys notice you don't see me pleading for money and all these other things, okay? So just hit the like button, share, and subscribe. But at any rate, let's get back to this particular case, all right? I really want to make it clear when it comes to Karmelo, a lot of people have so much going on with this race thing, and I think you have people that are sitting in the cut, like even today there's people protesting, but you have people that are sitting in the cut waiting to see what's going to happen with this case, and you'll probably be shocked at the behavior that might come out once they hear, for instance, that this guy didn't get the amount of time. For some people, especially when you're sitting in the courtroom, you hear his mother constantly crying. His dad is trying to console her. And we all have family members, and we love our family members. We don't want to see or hear that they were stabbed. The list goes on and on of the things that could happen, right? So we definitely want to convey to each and every one of you that this is a sad case. You send your kids to school, and you don't want to even think that someone at the environment has a knife or a gun. So I get all of that. But as I say, the race element here is what really could be a dagger for a lot of people going forward, especially in the local community where the tensions are really high. When I came here, a lot of people says, "Oh, they struck all of the black people." From what I understand, there was 3 black women left. They all happened to be teachers. They were struck, and the first thing people say, "Oh, they struck them because they're black." Okay, all right. And so then people say, "Well, the jury only consists of white people." Okay, so then I came here myself. And it's not the case. In fact, it's mostly foreign individuals that sit on this jury. A lot of people don't quite understand. You have 12 jurors in these cases, but they often, for these high-profile cases, they'll have 6 alternate jurors, just like in Sean Diddy Combs' case. Yesterday, one of the jurors asked to be excused, right? When I was covering Sean Combs' case, for an example, one of the jurors lied about his living arrangement, so they fired him. They got rid of him. So at that point, they pulled one of the alternate jurors in to actually continue out the case. So they have 12 main jurors. At the end of the case, those 6 alternate jurors, if the 12 are still intact, well, they just said, like in Diddy's case, they said, "Okay, you can go home now. You won't be voting as to whether he's guilty or not guilty." So you get what I'm saying? So in this case, it's the same setup, okay? Now, but for the main 12 jurors in this case, you have a high representation of individuals that do not appear to have originated in this country. Okay, that's all I'll say. I'm trying to say it in a diplomatic way. Okay, obviously you've heard from the media, no blacks, but there's a decent amount of whites, but not as many.
Well, I know this may be controversial for some, especially for those who are on the East Coast. I'm on the East Coast. However, I've had exposure, and when it comes down to race in this country, it's not where you're from, it's what you identify as. So these so-called foreigners, or these so-called people who appear not white passing, they can absolutely 100% have white on their birth certificate. And that is without a doubt. Please continue if you can.
As you're hearing about in the media, when they try to paint the picture to push the narrative that all 12 are basically white. So I'm not trying to make this a white or black thing. I'm just telling you some of the facts, and I'm not here to make your day better, tell you something that's going to make you happy. I'm just here to try to give you a picture of what could be happening at this case and give you some inside scoop, and that's whether you like it or not. So for those that do like it, want to hear it, you can tune in. Yesterday, I just want to say, was more of a day for Karmelo, because even though we had the opening arguments, I said yesterday I felt like the prosecution did a really bad job, because it's very reminiscent of Sean Combs' case. The prosecution, they tried to make the guy look overly bad, right? Maybe to help this case stick. But we saw in the case of Sean Diddy Combs, because they tried to overcharge him with a RICO, and they tried to make him look like a mob boss, right? You saw what happened. The jury came back and says, "Oh no, he's not guilty of these things," right? But if they had charged him like they would have charged a guy like myself or a regular guy in the street, then I think Sean Combs would have probably gotten more time, right? But these things happen. So why do I say all of that? In this particular case, from the prosecution standpoint, they hit him with first-degree murder. And we know that with first-degree murder, we're going to have the law professor come on, Candace Kelly. She's on the show every Wednesday night. We have every Sunday Calvin Johnson, who's actually here in Dallas. I'm going to see Calvin tonight. I'll get him on air so you can actually see us together. We're usually doing our shows over Zoom or what have you. You'll get a chance to see us actually talk about this case from the courthouse. So stay tuned to that later on this evening. But at any rate, let's talk about the structure of yesterday before I get into today. for all the people last night that are just coming on and just saying, oh, this guy, he had a knife, he admitted to stabbing the guy in the heart, there should be case closed. Well, it's not so simple. And I just told you about how the prosecutors laid out this case. Well, the defense, they took a more of a mellow approach, and they said, listen, basically the prosecution are overcharging. They're trying to demonize this guy. I told you guys yesterday how a coach came in, and he, as a black man, which I was shocked to see, and I speak from this level because I walk in a black man's shoes, so therefore I'm entitled to discuss this matter. That's one reason. But this black coach, in referring to Karmelo, and I told you yesterday was more Karmelo, today is more Austin from the court standpoint, but let me get to it. This coach yesterday said, oh, because the defense, the prosecution had asked the coach, well, can you identify Karmelo Anthony, right? He says, yeah, there you go. Today he has a haircut and he's all cleaned up. But he says, when this happened, you should see him. And then they put up Karmelo's picture, and he has these locks in his hair, these dreads or what have you. I call them baby dreads. I don't know the official name, but they somehow was trying to associate his hair and the look that he had with the criminal. They tried to demonize him in that way. And I was shocked to see that happen, because there are so many people that try to judge regular individuals every day based on their hairstyles, their clothes, and so on. Yeah. So that was a moment that I won't look back with fondness on when it comes to this case. But at any rate, yesterday I laid out the facts according to the day. Now, when you come into the chat on a day like yesterday, because a lot of you, I'm falling into your algorithm because I'm covering this case. Depending on the case is where watching the world kind of goes, right? So you can't come into the chat for a few minutes and say, oh yeah, well you're going for Karmelo, he's a criminal. It's so simple, right? And then today, when I break down what happened in court, you might come in and say, oh, you're going against Karmelo, you're for the family. So it's not about appeasing to anyone. I'm just letting you guys know that this is how the facts are falling. And again, I'm not here to tickle your fancy. I'm just sharing some of the points of the matter. Today, the tide has turned more for Austin and his family. Number one, they played the body cam video of one of the officers that responded to the scene. And my God, you can see his twin brother. He's having a fit. He's like, this is my brother. This is my best friend. And I'm actually sitting by his mother. She's going crazy. She's trying to hold in all her tears. I'm telling you, it's tough to really cover this case. The father is trying to console her. So it's a really tough moment. To the right of me, you have the family of Karmelo Anthony. And, it's tough for them, too, because they have a heart. And then you look at Karmelo Anthony as they're showing the ramifications of the stab that he has admitted to, right? Even though he says he's not guilty, you can see that he did not really intend to do this. There have been several peak points in this particular case where other witnesses have taken the stand and said, listen, this guy, in fact, today I'm going to go over some of the details of what he actually said to the police officers to let us know that, he's like, is he going to be okay? Like, I don't want him to die. I was just trying to get this guy to back up off me. I wasn't intending to kill him. So he had a big breakdown when this happened because, again, I think now he understands the capacity of taking a precious life of an individual. And you could actually see his response today. And again, he has this shake about him where he's shaking constantly. And I'm not too sure if this has to do with what was revealed with his epilepsy that was revealed in court yesterday, or if he's just nervous. I have not come to a conclusion about that. I may not get a solid answer because that's more medical. And quite frankly, some would say it's nobody's business, okay? But this is what the issue is. They showed us in court today and also yesterday, they would ask each coach some similar questions. Some of the questions was, is it lawful? Is it okay because you're walking into this, I call it a miniature coliseum, and they have these tents that they set up that represents each team. It's almost like if you go to the game, and I have to watch the time to make sure I don't miss going back into court. I only have a few minutes, man. I blew through all my time. So I'll have to continue this later. So they have these little tents, no different than the tents that you would have in your backyard. The little square tents. I mean, the wind can literally blow it away, but they have the team name, they have the mascot and so forth, the identity of the team. For some reason that day, for Karmelo's team, they did not put up a tent, okay? So he's walking around trying to find a tent to get into. Not only that, he's probably trying to find a familiar face, okay? And he happened to see a guy named Eddie. He goes over, he starts to talk to Eddie. Well, that's when Austin and his twin brother according to what's coming out vaguely in court, they start telling him, now the defense said start calling him names. Okay, so that's a different scenario. I didn't hear that until I came to court. But basically, they were antagonizing him. And we see on video where the guy, Austin, it appears that he lunges and attacks Karmelo. And before this happened, Karmelo tells him, listen, you can do whatever you want, just don't touch me, okay? So Austin lunges at him, and within 4 seconds of this movement, the guy is stabbed right in the, people are saying he was stabbed in the heart, but yesterday, one of the responding one of the coaches that responded that had a paramedic background said that he was stabbed in the abdomen, okay? I'm just trying to give you guys some of the details, okay? So basically, 2 of them are attacking him. That was established quite well. So that's why he's saying he's not guilty. And he's saying that it was self-defense because the defense keeps showing that he's only, today they pointed out he was only 130 pounds. Austin, the guy that died, was 220. He's almost 100 pounds heavier. Austin is a linebacker. It's no excuse for what happened. I'm just giving you as much details as I can. I'm only down to like 9 minutes or so, and I better get going. Yeah, I only have 6 minutes. So I have to pick this up. I didn't realize my whole spiel was going to take this long. But at any rate, the big question that fell heavy today, just so I'll come back on tonight, and also I have Calvin. The big question, especially for us New Yorkers and people around the country who don't have people or we don't understand the concept of really stand your ground. Because in New York, if they catch you with a gun, that's automatic 5 years. Knife, they're not going to take too kindly to you stabbing somebody because they punch you, right? But down here, the rules are a little bit different because you have this stand your ground. Some have said this is more of a Republican state, and the Republicans they stand on that premise of, hey, protect yourself by any means. So what bearing would that have on the jury? I don't know. But again, for those of us who are not familiar, it's hard to grasp how can you have a weapon in a school environment. So let's just be truthful about that. That's a tough measure to process, especially because a lot of our states are different. So today, that's the presiding fact, is that the guy had a weapon in the school zone. They show you the photos where it says you cannot have a weapon. They made it very clear. According to the testimony of one coach yesterday, they had to sign off saying that they wouldn't ever bring a weapon into a school environment. So they're painting the picture that he knew better.
Oh, it was a school zone. That's where the difference is. Okay. So even when I went to the track at the middle school, the school zone started before the track. So yeah, you can't have a weapon. So that means anybody can't have, even if you're like walking down the street. You know what? Good point. Can't have a weapon, a gun. Even if you're driving through, if you get pulled over and you have a weapon, that could be considered. You're not supposed to have a weapon in the school zone. Who knew?
Right.
And that might be the point of contention that will really decide his fate. Because that's a big factor. But in the background, a lot of people can't get past the fact that he had 2 big, strong guys bearing down on him within seconds. And the question, right? And I was telling somebody today, and this will be my final point before I go back into court. One thing about Mark Agnifilo that represented Sean Diddy Combs, one of the reasons Diddy was able to be found
Why
not
do he
guilty
keep bringing up
because Mark Agnifilo knew how to ask the right questions to the jury to really help them to be more empathetic and also put themselves in the shoes of the victim.
Because listen, let's stop it. The reason why he's doing that is comparing the defense in both cases by the fact that the jury, because this is a jury trial, the fact that, okay, if the whole objective is, if you have a case, right, like in Diddy's trial, right, it was RICO, right, but he had done other crimes. But if they would have did the crimes, domestic violence, this, that, the other than RICO, they would have gotten a conviction 100%. But the fact that they chose RICO, the jury is like, well, that he's not like a crime boss, right? So he's saying in this case, it's manslaughter, but you're going for first-degree murder. So what he's trying to do is compare how the charge might not fit the crime. You understand?
No, well, I don't see how he's say the crime don't fit the charge don't fit the crime. He pulled out a knife. It's this murder. Look.
No. There's a difference between manslaughter and murder, sir. Like, see, the thing is that what this is really a manslaughter trial being tried as murder. Just like in the P. Diddy case, it was a domestic violence trial being charged as RICO.
Right.
And so what's happening is that what they have to do is prove first degree murder when it's really a manslaughter.
Right, but what I'm saying is with Puffy,
P. Diddy's trial, they had to prove RICO when it was really domestic violence and whatever the hell else.
Nah, but Genesis, the thing I'm saying with Puffy, everybody know the reason why I'm saying Puffy, everybody know other stuff than domestic violence is what he got. You know what I mean? We know Puffy from back in the day. He got more dirt on him than, you know what I mean, Genesis. But this kid right here,
but they couldn't bring all that dirt into the thing. They could only bring up the fact about Cassie and the things that happened and how that somehow would be a RICO. Not everything. So that's why he didn't get life. You know. So all Mel is saying is that the reason why P. Diddy was up for life, which RICO does carry life, and only got like 4 months or whatever he got, or 5 years, whatever that final sentence was, whatever that sentence was.
55 months.
The reason why it went from life to 55 months was because they went too hard on the sentence that they were going for.
I'd like to add on Genesis.
It's really because of you know what it is really, Genesis, with the Puffy thing. It's all that back and Clive and all of that. You know what I mean? Genesis got the say in all of that. You know what I'm saying? This kid right here that we talk about, huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this kid we got right here though. It's a different situation. This kid don't got no money, no backing, no nothing. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you're wrong right there. So I gotta add on. This kid comes from money. All right, he comes from money.
I'm talking about.
I'm not even into that. DJ
I'm
Genesis.
talking about the elite.
This kid comes from money, right or wrong?
Right, but hold on. Hold on.
We're not talking about that kind of money.
Well, listen, this not. Hold on. No. It's not even about money.
I know, but you just said the kid doesn't come from money. Does he come from money, right or wrong?
He come from a.
But he don't come from Puffy money.
It don't matter.
It's a one thing. Does he come from money? Yes or no?
Money doesn't matter.
It ain't enough to get him off the case, is it?
He has enough to hire Puffy's attorney. He has enough money to relocate.
So he got enough. So he got enough money to drop.
So long story short, what's going on here? While he's bringing up Mark Ruffalo, is because everybody could see the plot that that upgrade to murder when it is going to either be is going to be definitely downgraded. However, this case is this: Karmelo Anthony is in good standings. His parents have wealth. They don't have Puffy wealth, but he does not come from poverty by no means at all.
I know that. I'm saying
you didn't say none of that though.
Huh?
You didn't say none of that though.
But everybody knows that. That's why they was criticizing the GoFundMe. They was like, yo, why y'all giving him the GoFundMe money? These people's come from money. Everybody know that. I'm saying about the
now
charges.
He comes from money. Now he comes from money now. Okay.
He don't come, nigga. I'm saying he don't come from Puffy money. Do you understand what I'm saying? He can't get the case dismissed the way he wanted to. He's going to jail.
Puffy has wealth, fortune, and he couldn't get out of that situation.
But Puffy got a lesser sentence, is what I'm saying. What this kid is getting stuck with,
and he has the same attorney as Puffy.
He's not getting lesser.
Wait, he has the same attorney.
You don't even get it, bro.
Stop there. Wait, he has the same attorney as Puffy?
Mark Ruffalo represented Puffy. That's what this is what your guest Telly was already saying. Why is he bringing up Puffy? Why is he bringing up? Because they have shared the same representation, lawyer-wise. Puffy had multiple attorneys though.
Wait. So you're saying that they have the same exact attorney? You're saying I thought it was Mike. Wait, you're saying that they have the same Puff Daddy had the same attorney as Anton Mark?
That
No, Mark.
that represented, yes.
No, it says Mark Geragos. Okay, no, that's not the same. Is it Mark Geragos or Mark Ruffalo? Which?
It was Mike something. I don't know.
Hold on. I heard it was Mike something, not Mark.
I got the attorney mixed up then, but at the same time, he has the same representation. One of them, Puffy had multiple attorneys working on his case, but he shares. Karmelo Anthony shares the same representation.
Well, I don't know. I think that I don't think it's about the representation. I think that the circumstances is that a prosecutor has a higher charge than what the crime is. So in Karmelo Anthony's case, it is first degree murder versus manslaughter. In Puffy's case, it was RICO versus domestic violence or domestic abuse, right? So if he probably would have went for domestic abuse, then he probably would have gotten a longer sentence, but they went for RICO. So the jury could not give him a RICO because the evidence did not prove a RICO. Now, what he's saying is that in this case, the jury has to prove first degree murder. And what's happening is it's a manslaughter charge. This is a manslaughter case and not a first degree murder case. And so what's happening is he's seeing the similarities in both cases. That's why he keeps bringing up the P. Diddy case, because it's a similarity where you have a prosecutor that is trying to throw the largest, highest situation when the case is really not exactly what they're saying. So the jury, they would have to like pretty much be disingenuous to charge him with first degree murder when it's really about manslaughter. It's not.
Also,
this is 100% manslaughter charge.
You're right.
It is not a murder charge.
Also, too, watching the World 7-7, that's the big homie. Everybody knows that. That's the big homie. He's just very composed. He don't let it go to his head. That's the big homie, though.
Right, and me and him are partners. We work together on this stuff, and so I talk to him on every day. I talked to him at 5:00 this morning. If you guys got to hear it, you know, he ran the whole thing down. Everything he pretty much is saying here is what he said to me this morning. But let's get back into what he was saying.
Or just whoever is involved in the case. But the question that I think that the defense, and I think about this from both sides, you know, today I'm thinking about it more from the prosecution side. But if you ask a person, and I also challenge each one of you listening today, at what point would you use a weapon? Forget about a knife. What if I grab this stand over here and hit somebody upside the head with it? I mean, I could grab one of these rocks over here. But how many people approaching you and punching you, pushing you, pulling you to where you say, I can't fight this guy, I have to grab something to try to retain my life and bust him upside the head or whatever it's going to be, okay? That's the question that I think a lot of people have not really covered who are looking at this case. But today, the message is, if you are in an environment that you can't have weapons, I think that's a good course of action. That's a burden that's going to be hard to get around for today. Now, tomorrow, when I break down what's happening, because there will be court tomorrow, we might look at it from a different angle, but today that's the presiding fact. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate all the support. And I didn't get a chance to read the comments. I know that it's going to be all sorts of viewpoints and so forth. Now, somebody is saying he wasn't punched. Yesterday in court, it was stated that there's a witness to say that Austin may have punched at Karmelo. So we have to see how this developed in trial, but I'm mentioning that because it was mentioned here in the courthouse. Thank you guys. I got to get back in because they're not playing around. Oh, I got to go. Thank you guys.
Right. You know, they're not playing at that court. If you don't be there, it's over with, right? All right. So let's hear some more of what Nika and I have to say about what's going on. But hold on, let me do this because she did come back up to give a little bit of an update today real quick. Let's see what else she had to say about what is going on today, because I mean, this is happening as we speak. Everything is like, you know, I'm just trying to give it to you as it's coming to me. All right, so let's kind of get into it. Let's go and hold on.
And I am here for another day of testimony in the Karmelo Anthony trial. I was able to make it inside the courtroom again. It was complete and utter chaos this morning. The chaos was through the roof, trying to get into the courtroom, everybody trying to make a dash for the line. Somebody's car got into a wreck. They got hit on the way coming in. Arguments, all kind of stuff ensued this morning. It's so much to go over. They just showed the body cam footage that showed. Are you calling? They just showed the body cam footage that showed Austin. Hold on, somebody trying to get in. That showed them working on Austin, and it was a lot. There was a lot of people who were crying in the courtroom, breaking down. You can see his face. It was a lot happening, and I'm gonna go over it later on. So make sure y'all have y'all notification bells turned on. I don't know exactly when I'm gonna go live, but when I go live, have the notifications on, be in the building so I could give y'all all of the testimony, the body cam, all of the stuff happening. I'm keeping you guys updated on what's what. Now, tomorrow, I don't know if I'm making it in the courtroom. It was complete. When I tell you it was complete anarchy, like chaos this morning, trying to make a dash. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it every day, but I made it in today. I'm thugging it out for y'all. I'm writing so many notes. So much has happened. There's an officer who's testifying right now, who they're administering, his body cam footage. A lot to go over. Turn your notification bells on.
Let me say this. I believe that the more that this case goes on, people are going to be trying to get up there first. They're going to be up there like 3 o'clock in the morning. But there's certain people in the media that understand that there is like rules. Like you're not supposed to be there. Certain people are given a gag order, like the reporters. So it's like a thing where like regular people are trying to get up in there. So now it's becoming a fight to get into the courtroom, right? So, and I believe that some of that fight is to eke out the black reporters that are reporting the stuff. They're trying to edge them out so that they can't report on what's going on. So I already knew this was going to happen. You know, she already said that when she got there, like yesterday, it was already like 5 and 6 people already there. And, you know, she got up there. I think she was 20th and 26th in line. And she was trying to follow the rules. But, honey, they were already in line at 5:30. So now even more than ever, people are, you know, they want to get up in there. And really, they want to edge out the people that are reporting on this, the black reporters. You have like Sarah Peters. It's like, you know, these black Karmelo Anthony reporters are so they're going to try to do everything to edge the black reporters out that are reporting on this whole thing. And so please beware that this is that the people that are like actually talking about it, they might have a harder and harder time getting into the courthouse as people begin to, you know, try to, you know, edge them out of the situation. So this it's getting real out here. It's getting really real. And I already knew it was going to happen. And let me just even show you even right now how serious it's getting. Let me just show y'all this. Like right now, this person just tried to storm the courthouse. Look at this. I don't know who this was.
I will. Okay, you're free. You work for me. I got you, man. I understand. I will do it, but you're still here. I don't want to run over you. So as soon as you get up here,
Yo, their whole agenda is crazy.
Child, they got the fuck the police anthem playing. People are wild.
Nah, because they trying to spark it. They are.
People are trying to on both sides. I can't just say it's only And this is the what they said was this guy.
It's both sides. It's both sides. They want a race riot. That's what they want.
Yeah, like so we can't. And who knows who is the antagonist? It's coming from both, but it ain't black, it ain't white. All of them are it's people trying to do bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So the one guy that came up earlier that was saying that, he was there, he saw the video. Guess what? He's a pedophile, and now they got all his information out here.
Oh, he came up earlier and said that?
The dude that came up earlier saying he was watching the video and this, that, the other, and what he saw. Well, guess what? He's a registered sex offender for taking a
that's crazy. Look, they got him right there.
Bro, like
that's crazy,
listen, this is getting real in the field. They are not playing about this.
And look, you said it's real in the field. Look, Sarah Fields.
Listen, listen, and then so Sarah Fields say that Nick at Night tried to cut her in line. I mean, it's getting real. Like people are getting real vicious out here at this event.
And it always go down like June, like right before the summer, to leak into the summer. It always happens around this time.
Right. So let's hear the rest of what Nika Knight had to say about the trial. Let's hear her take on. Let's go.
Statement. So he said, we are all here this morning, Wednesday, April 2nd, because I guess Karmelo Anthony decided to take a knife to a track meet and provoke a young man into touching him. He took a hidden knife into his chest, and Austin died because this man did an unjustified, unprovoked murder. This case has nothing to do with this case has nothing to do with race. This case has nothing to do with self-defense. A sneak surprise attack into Austin after goading him into a fight. Facts of this case are simple. Murder was simply senseless. You are going to hear more. You are going to see the surveillance video. That video shows the story. After he slipped into the tent, he wouldn't leave. Austin put his hands on Melo after he provoked him. He hit him with a knife. This was a provoked, unjustified murder. This is senseless. Let me reset. That morning, Frisco ISD, the track meet was set to begin. Austin was there with his brother, along with the other Centennial school for the track meet. Karmelo, he was there with his brother, and then Karmelo was along with Centennial at the school for the track meet. The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses. Some were on the field. Some with their teams in the tent. 6 minutes in the murder, Austin and his brother. 6 minutes before the murder, Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Karmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent. You will see more normal activity in the tent. The other kids asked, why was he there? They treat the tent like a locker room to protect valuables from theft. Austin steps up to tell him to leave. After several people told him to leave, Austin took the bait. Okay, so he's basically shaping it as like Austin was baited by Karmelo because Karmelo didn't listen to him when he said leave. So that was Karmelo baiting Austin into hitting him. So he said that, several people had told him to leave the tent. After several people told him to leave, Austin took the bait after he goaded him to hit him. He refused to leave and took his knife and plunged it into Austin. Then he runs and tries to blend in and slips out the gate. The kids, once they realized a stabbing, they ran. Once Austin realized he was stabbed, he lifts his shirt and shows he had been stabbed in the heart. The kids pointed Karmelo out right as he tried to leave. He told them he touched me first, as if that justified the murder he just committed. Officer Cortez heard the call of the stabbing. He runs, he hears the kids and activities. His body cam and police detain Austin. You will see body cam. Cortez puts him, they detain Karmelo. They put him in custody. Karmelo says, and when they put him in custody, one of the officers, they radioed and they said, we have the alleged suspect with us. And when they said, like, we have the alleged suspect with us, Karmelo says, I did it. I'm not alleged. you will hear him say, he touched me first. You will hear a lie. You will hear him tell a lie. He lies to Cortez and says, I told him not to. That's the lie. That tells you everything you need to know about his mindset. He tossed the knife immediately after and then tried to slip away from the scene. That lie is important. You will start to hear from the witnesses and see the video. This is murder and not self-defense. You can't provoke someone, then take their life. This case is murder, plain and simple, senseless. I expect you to follow the oath, follow the evidence, and find this man guilty. So that was the prosecution's opening statement. Now, when they are talking and doing the opening statements, they're talking very fast. I'm writing with a pen and a paper. I'm not able to use my laptop like the legacy media. And so I paraphrase what I can and I quote what I can. So this is like a summary of what he said, just to, it's not a factual transcript. This is just me writing down as much as I can catch while he's talking. Okay. So all of what I read is me scribbling. Like I got a bunch of scrabble of me trying to jot down as much as I can, as fast as I can in the amount of time that I have to write. Okay. So with that being said, let's go to the defense. The defense does his opening statement and he says, ladies, are there a lot of trolls? Hold on one second. Let me fix that. Let me fix it. Hold on.
Trolls.
All right. Played football. And his senior year, he was the captain of his team. In high school, he first started to get seizures and he was diagnosed with having epilepsy. And it continued, and he was able to contain it with medication. A little bit before that actual game that happened with Austin and this whole situation, he had an injury where he had to be out of the season for a few games. They said that his arm was in a sling, I guess, prior to that, and he had to go to physical therapy. The actual day of the track meet, he had a physical therapy session scheduled, but he decided to help the team out because it was a junior varsity track meet. He was on the varsity team, but he was helping out at the track meet. So he said that a few games into the season, he injured his arm or whatever, or he injured himself. April 2nd, 2025, he woke up late in a rush to get to the track meet. He got on the bus with his teammates. Melo was a varsity track kid. Most events that day were junior varsity, but he was scheduled to do long jump. He had a physical therapy appointment that day, but canceled to go to the track meet. It was raining on and off. It started raining hard, and then it stopped again. Some kids went to the bus. Some kids took cover under tents. A lot took cover under the bleachers. Every single school had a tent for the school to take cover under, except for Karmelo Anthony School Centennial. He said they only had a tarp. The evidence will show that morning Karmelo is in a normal mood with his friends. He helps out, and then he tries to get out of the rain and look for a place to get out of the rain. The camera is on the opposite side of the stadium, which is far. You will see video, but when zoomed in, it's blurry. You will see others had a tent, but the first tent was jam-packed. He went past the tent and saw someone he knew, Edwin Park, the close family friend of Melo's girlfriend. So he identifies a Black boy under the tent for the Memorial High School where Austin Metcalf and his brother goes to school. According to the defense, what they're saying is, hey, he recognized his girlfriend's family friend, which is a Black boy. He recognizes him under the tent, and that's who he goes to chat with. It says he walks right up to his buddy, and they dap each other up and sit down and chat. Since them talking, government said multiple people told him to leave, but before that, multiple people said they were just talking. They were just fine. That went on until Hunter and Austin seen Karmelo. His friend Eddie was to his right. Hunter is in front. Austin was, I jotted down, he's either said Austin was to the right or Hunter was to the right of Melo. But anyways, he said the Memorial kids estimate that it was about 20 kids under the tent. All the kids went to Memorial except for Karmelo. Everybody under that tent is a teammate and a friend to Austin. So keep that in mind. Keep an open mind until you hear both sides. He then said Karmelo Anthony is about 5'8", 130 to 135-ish pounds. He said Austin and his brother is around 6'1" and 213 to 215 pounds. He said they were both significantly heavier and bigger than Karmelo. They were about 83 pounds heavier than Melo when they confronted him. You will hear different accounts of what was said. Touch me and find out. But others say, as long as you don't touch me, we are cool. Multiple witnesses took Melo's hand in bag as a back off. So he says that there was multiple kids in the tent, and when Karmelo, there's conflicting reports from the kids. So some of the kids say that Karmelo said, as long as you don't touch me. And then other kids say that he said, touch me and find out. So he's saying that we're going to hear the different accounts from the different kids on one way or another saying two different things. Then he said that they saw Karmelo when he made that statement, he reached his hand in his bag or whatever. And he said most of the kids, when they saw him reach his hand in his bag, they took that as a sign of like, oh, let me back off. You know what I mean? Type of thing. And then he goes on to say everybody else took that as a sign for them to back off, except for Austin and his brother. So he says that Austin says, you ain't got nothing in that bag. And Melo stays seated the entire time. It says Austin makes the first physical contact despite the warning. He grabs, shoves, and punches and pushes Melo. In a split second, he has a decision to make, how and when to act. Self-defense is useless if you wait until it's too late to defend yourself. You will hear it was raining and Melo sat down out of the rain. In that moment, he has to decide what to do in the moment of fear and chaos. Why not walk away? After Melo defended himself with a knife, he ran and didn't stab twice or hit anyone else. He dropped the knife right by the tent. He ran, stumbles, and falls. People are chasing him. He falls down the bleachers. He goes along the edge. Instead of going out the exit, he goes on the track, which is not the way out, then walks straight up to a coach. You will see it on the video. Melo stayed with Vincent Cooper. He didn't try.
See how people are saying he threw the knife away? People see how people are saying that he hid the knife and he did this. He hid the no. He dropped the knife after he stabbed him and then ran.
Right. Oh, he ran.
He stabbed him, dropped the knife, and ran. So people don't even understand. People are like making up lies, bro.
To hide. Right. He told a cop when the cop had like detained him and radioed and said, hey, we have our the alleged suspect. Karmelo wasn't trying to hide that he was responsible for this. And he told the cop that I did it. Like, I'm not alleged. He said that has the government. Oh, and then they said, has the government ruled out that Karmelo acted in self-defense? And so that was his opening statement. So basically he ended it off with like, he wanted them to ponder if the government truly ruled out self-defense. Okay. So after that, they called their first witness, and the first witness was a guy by the name of Mark Porter. He is a forensic video analysis, and he works for the district attorney and all of the prosecutors. Anyone who needs assistance with like video enhancements or trying to identify suspects in videos and things of that nature, he's their go-to guy for them to like look at video, enhance video, and you know, all of those type of things. And so he said that there was going to be 5 different video angles that they were going to produce for us to see through him. It was going to be exhibits 5 through 9. They offered that. It says that they wanted to know like, oh, what was the quality of the video? So they asked him like, hey, you know, what is the quality of the video? And the guy said that the video was in 4K. The prosecution wanted us to know that 4K video, just because like it's shot in 4K doesn't mean that the TVs will show it in 4K. So he said that he was going to bring in a special 4K TV so that they can see it in 4K. Okay, so then it says oh, so then they showed an exhibit that showed Austin and his brother and what they were wearing. It was a still frame of Austin, and it was a still frame of Austin's brother Hunter, and it showed what they were wearing on their way to the track meet. Then they showed a still image of Karmelo when he was like detained with the cops and like being arrested, and we were able to see what he was wearing. This all happened on the West football field at about 9:50 something a.m. So the timestamp that they had that this occurred, where they first saw Karmelo Anthony on surveillance, was 9:52 a.m. And that's when you first see him kind of appear out of the bleachers. I'm going to pause right there and do a check-in with you guys. Have you guys hit the like button yet? I am an independent journalist. I'm out here from California. I'm here in Texas on my own dime. I'm not sponsored by any corporation. I'm out here grinding for myself. And if you guys would like to donate to my travel fund, if you enjoy my breakdown of the case, I really could, use the support. Now, I'm not like these other folks that are going to spin a narrative for your support. I'm going to report it as it comes through the trial.
Hey, listen, guys, her Cash App is right here at Nika, $Nika Night Media. Please support her as she's out here, because you don't get too many people that's going to honestly just, even Fox News was lying. So let's go.
I'm not getting support to be lean this way, lean that way, lean any which way. I'm bringing it. I'm writing as much as I can down and bringing it to you straight as whatever I can, jot down. I can't get every single thing because, again, I'm writing it with my pen and paper, but it would mean a lot if you guys donated to the Cash App or via Super Chat. My preferred method is Cash App. But if you don't, got it. Engagement under the...
Here's a question. Okay, second degree. What is the difference between second degree murder and manslaughter? Let's look that up. So maybe it might not be first degree, but it could be second degree. So let's see. What is second degree?
Manslaughter is the best bet that he will want,
See, malice afterthought, but without premeditation. Hold on. Okay. See, all right. See, this is it. All right. So,
it's just a step down from first. That's all.
All right. Second degree murder is an unlawful killing of a person committed with malice afterthought, with a forethought, but without premeditation or planning. Unlike first degree murder, which is calculated, it often happens in the heat of the moment. So yes. So it's either what's happening is that they are charging him with the wrong shit. Second degree murder is probably either second degree or manslaughter. Not sure which one. You know what I'm saying? But they're doing first degree, like he went there with the intent. And that's what Mel is saying. Mel is saying, like, though, this is where why are y'all bringing up the P. Diddy trial? Just like the P. Diddy trial, where they say, oh, he was doing RICO. He's a crime boss. They tried to prove RICO, but they really only proved domestic violence. Therefore, he only got 5 months. You know what I'm saying? So what Mel Smith is saying, aka Watching the World, is saying, like the prosecution is trying to pin him down with first degree. Now, it is up to the jury to agree to that, but as time goes on, you're going to find out that this is really a second degree, maybe manslaughter at best charge. Manslaughter, second degree at best. I did that the opposite way. Manslaughter charge or second degree at best, not first degree life in prison charge. But the thing is that we are in a really volatile system where people just don't like black folk, and they might overlook everything everybody's saying, and they might still be on the first degree. But I mean, if you actually what it takes, like, no, that's not what's up. Go ahead.
Nah, all I was saying, Genesis, that's all I was saying. It's like it's the place where the trial located at, and then it was how he was talking. See, one thing we are always taught, Genesis, when you do something, whether guilty or not, this is what you have lawyers for. You don't talk. And if you are going to say something, you consult with your lawyer first. Is it okay if I say this to this? But if no lawyer present, no comment. No comment. Don't say nothing that's going to incriminate you. That's what his parents should have told him. If you get into any trouble out in the street, of course you're not gonna have no lawyer, but we'll get one. But don't say nothing.
Sorry about that. So, Amcan, is there any thoughts you want to say so far? You was kind of confused about what was going on. Is it clear more now? What's going on? Is there any thoughts that you want to say? Amcan? All right.
Yeah, I'm still here.
So now that you've heard more about what's going on, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I just look at it like the more I hear, my opinion of the whole thing hasn't really changed, because I look at it like you can do anything in the spur of the moment. But I mean, I don't know exactly what was going on as far as, I mean, let's put it this way. If I put myself in the position that he was in, be them bigger or bigger than him, all that, the last thing that would come in my mind is to grab a knife and do it as a response. I would just get him out of it.
Right. And you handle stuff like that later. You don't do that in front of everybody. Like, I ain't trying to, like, you know what I mean? I know you said I ain't trying to promote no free medicine, not how to do nothing, but it's just that it's like when we was younger. Yeah, we lost fight. We ain't think about, okay, but we gonna live tomorrow to come back and do it again. You ain't gonna think about picking up something right there to kill him with. You know what I'm saying? And I understand he did say he wasn't.
I don't think that he was trying to kill him. So I think
that's what I'm saying, Genesis. That's what I was just about to say. I know he said that he wasn't trying to kill him, but it's the fact that it's what happened and how he was talking after it was done. Oh, he'll be all right. I didn't mean to kill him. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's certain things. It was the nonchalantness about the talking. That's why you're not supposed to be talking, because people will use that against you. You see what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. Because I'm with him on the
he didn't say I didn't mean to kill him. I think it's just, he's not gonna die. I just like stabbed him. You know, he didn't.
No, that's what I mean by he's saying that
didn't
he
even
didn't mean to kill him.
understand
That's
what he even
what I mean.
had done. He like, no, I'm not trying to. I wasn't trying to kill him. I just was like trying to get him up off me. But that's the thing, is that people have knives and don't even understand what the fuck they're doing with them. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that's crazy to me.
Right.
And that's the fault of the father for not teaching their son, like, listen, you got a knife, this is what you do. We need more fathers in the home. This is getting into a
You know what, Genesis? The reason why I'm not gonna fall his pops, Genesis, because I'm gonna tell you why. When they were saying about this knife situation where he got caught with it at first, I'm pretty sure, Genesis, that school contacted his parents and told him that he got caught with that knife. And I'm pretty sure his parents sat him down and talked to him about that knife situation. Genesis, especially, I'm pretty sure about that. Especially that neighborhood that they live in. You know, Genesis, it's all about reputation, especially when our people be living around a whole bunch of white people. You got to keep up a certain look, you know? So I'm pretty sure that he sat him down and had a strict conversation. Mother and both of them told him about that.
Like, you know, you're a black man. Don't be having knives at school. And
there
I'm not
you
sure
go,
where
Genesis.
Centennial is. Where is Centennial? Is it in like a?
Nah. But the reason how I know Genesis.
Watching the World was saying that he was a well-to-do family, but where's Centennial?
Nah, the reason how I know Genesis he live around all of them people is because of the school he go to. He live around all them people. That's why I was saying. You know, Genesis, our peoples told us to be better. You know, his parents live there around them people, so they tell him he gotta act a certain way around them people. You can't be with the knives, and because you're gonna make us. They already don't want us here, so you're gonna make them get us up out of here. I'm pretty sure that's what he told him.
Oh, so
he went behind.
Okay, you know what? You know what? You're right, because you know what? Right here.
Yeah.
Listen, what school? Karmelo Anthony went to Centennial High School in Frisco, Texas, where he was an honor roll student and an athlete on the football track teams, graduating with the class of 2025. That is sad.
Right. You know, Genesis. We don't know everything, Genesis, but I could put one and one. It's Genesis. I don't know most things, But it's just that in this type of situation, from what I'm hearing, I'm just putting one and one together, you know. So what I feel happened right after his parents had that conversation with him, he dumbed it down for a little while. But you know, Genesis, it's just like when we was kids. It spiraled back up again, the bullying, and then he went behind their back and went and got the knife again. It started back up again, and he went and got it. He couldn't take it no more. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, Centennial High, like anything in Frisco, if you know about Frisco, Texas, and I can actually do it. I can show you a video of a ride through Frisco. That is a very well-to-do area. Like that is not like no
if it wasn't for
ghetto neighborhood.
If it wasn't for you, I would have never known. Because I never even heard of it. I thought you was going to Cali.
Yeah, no, this is Frisco, Texas.
He come from money, right or wrong.
Yeah, Frisco, Texas.
Yeah, he come from money. Yeah, right.
Let me see. Let me just even this.
The average median is 95K. 120,000, 95K.
Frisco ranks as the #1 suburb in all of Texas. Not to mention top 5. If you're wanting to move to Frisco, today's video is the perfect video for you. Because in today's video, we're going to do a total driving tour of Frisco. I'm going to show you great neighborhoods. I'm going to show you hot spots and just really how fast Frisco's growing with all the massive developments. So I'm Tiffany. I'm a local realtor here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And with that being said, let's go. So right now I'm in the fields and we're going to go to downtown Frisco first. And if you've watched any of my videos, you know, at least all of my videos on Frisco, you know that Frisco is currently putting $70 million into their downtown. And I talk a lot about McKinney's downtown because it's the #1 downtown in the entire nation. And it's 6 blocks wide. It's cute. It's festive. It's got all these charming little shops and restaurants and coffee and ice cream. And Frisco doesn't. It's been disappointing to compare Frisco downtown to McKinney downtown. Well, when they announced that they were going to put 7.
Say it. What you gonna say?
I heard of McKinney. I never heard of Frisco though, and they said that's downtown. Never heard of Frisco. I never heard of Frisco.
Frisco is an area called Frisco Tech, and it's like Prosper Frisco. Those are really well-to-do areas, and then Karmelo and Austin lived in Frisco. So these
$70
are
million.
Genesis, can I interject?
Everybody got really excited, and so it's going.
Who that, Harlem?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you know. I'm gonna play the video in the back while you. I'm gonna mute it so people can like see where Frisco is, so people get the idea of where this whole thing is happening at. But go ahead and talk while I play this in the background. Go ahead.
Yeah. If it's an affluent area, Karmelo, as probably most of the kids, they are not thinking confrontation. They're not thinking walking around with a knife. I heard it was something that he used to clean his cleats with. I would also like to know from the reports that we heard earlier, I think it was stated that the guy had offenses, but offenses or not, I would like to know is if the reporting that he gave that was the actual that came from the footage showing that they were more than just the brothers that was harassing him for being under a tent in the rain. He shouldn't even be charged because he didn't do anything to anybody that warrant them even approaching him, in a hostile manner. Okay, y'all different schools, so but look at the scenario. It's pouring down raining. He's just not coming up under there to be confrontational or to say that, you know, this is it was none of that. It was a logical reason for him to be under there. What was illogical was for them to be territorial to the point whereas they wanted to assault him. If nobody who was directly under the tent with him before they came had a problem with him, why did these individuals take it upon themselves to confront him and harass him and to initiate any confrontation?
You know what I think, Harlem?
I can tell you what I think. Because I think they've been. That's the law out that way.
Say again. I didn't hear
Nah,
that.
Harlem.
The law out there and everywhere is I'm white and I say so. That's the law.
Okay,
Yeah,
but I'm black and I'm going to say so.
I think they.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah,
this.
you know what, Harlem?
What I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
What we got to do is we got to turn up because this is precedent setting. We can't just let innocent people just get beat up, killed at the whims of people who decide to be a monster for a day. And the guy who got stabbed, he was a monster on the regular. But what I'm saying is this: if I'm a law-abiding person, I'm not breaking any social norms. I'm not breaking any social norms. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Someone who decides to be whatever they feel like being, as far as being a nuisance is concerned, I can't predicate my life on allowing them to do what they want to do to me. That's just not happening. It's unrealistic for anybody. It's unrealistic for anybody to expect to exist like that. Now, most of these, I would say, what's the proper name for white people who are just racist? White supremacist-minded people. They will prefer for us to allow them to do anything they want to do to us, and they have no repercussions. Just like slavery, just like the horrors that our parents went through. They paid no price for it. Still don't want to pay no price for it. So what I'm saying is this: they don't want to pay for nothing they do. We raise our children, we will raise ourselves that if you do the crime, you gotta do the time. If you break something maliciously, you getting your ass beat or you getting some kind of punishment. There got to be repercussions for your actions. And it would be foolish for anyone to think it should be okay for someone to beat your brains out or beat you till they get tired because you black and they white.
Right.
So anyway, that young man had to. I'm listening.
No, what I was saying, Harlem, and you know, that Austin kid and his brother, they've been picking on that boy. They've been picking on that boy since I don't know when he moved there. I don't know he originally from there, but from the beginning they've been picking on that boy.
Where did
And that'll probably come out in trial.
No. They did not know each other prior to that incident.
I want to know where he heard this from.
And Frisco is very huge.
Right.
No, that's what it said in the case. In the case, they said they did not know each other prior.
But I also heard that.
I want to know where he got that from. That made me.
I'm just
rewind it back.
Chill out. I'm just going off what I. Just like I said, don't nobody got proof or nothing. I'm just going off what I think happened. And the predicate.
But that goes back to what Genesis said.
Hold on.
That goes back to what Genesis said.
Harlem, sir. You know, when it comes down to this whole situation, this boy Austin Metcalf and him, you know, if it was your son, right, and you grew up and your son was growing up like the Fresh Prince, like Carlton Banks, do you think he would really have known not to have gone up to the cop and things like that, especially when he was doing it right, but he's doing it from an affluent. He has that affluenza.
But Carmelo more like Will Smith though.
No, I'm not talking about Will Smith. I said Carlton Banks.
Well, hold on.
I know, but I'm just saying Carmelo was more Will Smith. That's why they was picking him.
No, I'm not. No, you wilding. He was more Carlton Banks, bro. He grew up.
If he was Carlton Banks, he would fit in with them. He's not Carlton Banks. He didn't fit in with them. He's more like Will Smith. That's why they was picking on him.
Look at his grades.
You're not even seeing it, bro. Yeah.
I'm saying if we look at his grades, we can say he's in the middle. But the point is this:
honor roll student.
I'm not going to tell anybody. No. I can't tell anybody how to defend themselves. If a nigga as big as Shaq feel like he want to handle me just because he feel like he want to handle me, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get him off of me because he shouldn't be messing with me, first of all, let alone the fact that he's bigger than me. You know what I'm saying? And I can't Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali against Shaq. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to let Shaq or anybody who's bigger than him just do anything to me when I'm innocent and minding my business. He's going to get it.
They
No,
were
no,
getting ready to
no.
play.
You got Harlem.
They were,
Just
you
like
know what was going on? That coach allowed him to play Lord of the Flies, like the movie.
But see, also, what's important is
he
there
allowed
is some
that
physical.
stuff.
What I'm saying is, what's important is there's some photographic evidence. There is video of everything that happened, and what the gentleman who reported earlier said that they were a group of people, and plus the twins who came and harassing him. And even if they wasn't, if dudes started hitting him, you can't tell people how to defend themselves. He might have seen that he had no wins against this larger aggressive opponent, and he's just not going to let him beat him down.
You're gonna have a lot of people who look like
was-
us, try to sound like us. They want him dead to rights. They want him behind bars.
Yeah, but see, it's up to us
You
not
can
to
hear
let
this
that
right
happen.
now from people. They want him behind
But
bars.
it's going
right
to be,
now.
it's going to be
Crazy,
once it's going to come to us. It's going to be up to us to phone Voltron. They're going to be people who look like us. That's going to be on the med clip side. They're going to want to ignore all the evidence of his wrongdoing. They're going to want to ignore the fact that he brought it on himself. If he just would have got a black eye.
Was there girls around there in that area where they was at? There was girls over there, wasn't it?
Wait,
Can we stop real quick? This is the school that Karmelo Anthony went to, Centennial High School. This is his school. Like this is he went to a very
prestigious.
nice. Look at the school. Look at the
We're
baseball
avant-garde.
field. Look at the track field. Look at the tennis
Come
court.
on, man.
This guy was not from the hood.
Nah, they jealous.
No,
They're not jealous, bro.
Metcalf was from the
he come up big, bro.
He was a bad hood dude because he was conducting himself. But why? But if he had all that going for himself, why would Metcalf? This dude used to beat up his own father.
Harlem. Nah, Harlem. You know why? You know why I think Harlem? I'm telling you, this is what I think. I might be wrong, but this is what I think, Harlem. I'm telling you, it's a girl that Austin liked Karmelo. I'm telling you, that's probably what happened.
But even though Karmelo ain't tell that dude to come over there and fuck with me. He ain't never said that. There's no testimony that's going to come. That's all we can sweat, bro. That's all we can sweat. Nuts and bolts. Bottom line is, what I'm saying is there's no scenario, there's no side view to it. They came up on dude, they was harassing him, they was being aggressive. He could have hit him, he could have killed him. It's wet out there. If he's protecting himself, he's doing what he's supposed to do. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. Point blank.
Nah, I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying.
I'm saying this. Had he not fought back, he could have been the one dead right now. Now the white dude may have not want to kill him, but because he's pushing on him, because he's hitting on him, you can't tell what his physical response would it be. He could have slipped, bust his head against the bleachers because it's wet out there. He's jeopardizing his life by harassing him out there. So you gotta defend yourself.
Posting up on the gram of guns, bro. The Saint Austin Metcalf.
Exactly.
He was posting up with guns, bro.
He had an aggressive personality.
Y'all got it all.
I heard him beat his own.
He lived with his thing.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money.
Anyway, so Rain says I don't see or heard about any injuries to Karmelo. All right, so here's the thing. I also want to say is if you look behind here, this is Frisco, by the way. I'm just showing you guys what Frisco looks like. Frisco is not the hood.
Multi-million-dollar real estate.
Multi-million-dollar houses, each place. And both of them come from this affluent area. Karmelo did not come from Oak Cliff and come up there with a knife and stab Austin. They both come from this type of upbringing.
I want you guys to put this into perspective. They both come from these type of houses. This type of
I know that.
I don't know about the
That's
Metcalf
what-
coming
that's
from them type of houses, though.
They both are from
No.
come from Frisco. These are
They
the
come
houses.
from Frisco, but
Genesis, you know,
folks
it ain't
didn't
where
have
you
that-
from,
his
is
folks
where
didn't
you
have
at.
that type of
You can be,
money.
you can be in the
It's out
Harlem,
there. That
you can be
information's
in the
out
worst
there.
ghetto, but if you are mentally
Yeah.
sound, it ain't where you from, is where you at. And if you a decent person, no matter where you at in this world, you a decent person. If you a messed up
That's
person,
true.
no matter where
That's
you
true.
living at, you still is a messed up person. So what I'm saying is it just says that he has no excuse for conducting himself the way he did, the way they came up on people. You don't own nothing. It was how he was raised is the reason why
He
he
was
was
raised
dead.
with his
Because
single
ain't nobody
mama.
busted. What I'm saying
His
is right.
parents were
How he was
divorced.
raised is why he's dead.
So you're saying that Austin Metcalf was with a single parent, and
Right.
Carmelo had two parents. So you're saying
Right.
Austin Metcalf probably lived in the hood of Frisco, and Carmelo lived in like more like this.
I didn't say he lived in the hood,
At
but I
least in
said
his mind.
he didn't grow
At
up
least
in
in
them
his
type.
mind.
He didn't grow up in
If
them
not
type of
physically
houses
in his
right
mind.
there. Hell no.
If not physically in his mind.
He lived with
His
his single
mind was
mama.
messed up. If you think you can just mess with people, hit on people because you bigger than them, you got to learn. All bullies got to learn, and that's the only way they're gonna stop being bullies.
No, you right.
But it's just
When
that
I'm using the term
it's just
single
that
mom, you don't have to like. I'm using it as the stigmatized way how it's always used. You know.
Listen, I wouldn't even play
That's
with
why you
this.
don't
I
see
ain't
the
playing with this
Metcalf
case.
mom do interviews with the dad. They don't even like each other like that.
Right.
So
Because she probably only got 4 teeth in her mouth. She probably only got 4 teeth in her mouth. Got a permanent black eye from when her husband was beating her ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
She
they
might
probably-
have been.
It was something of that nature where you could tell like he went towards like some. I'm speculating now, like some type of Alcoholics Anonymous because he preaches like that. You know, he seemed like he, you know, whatever. You know, he seemed like he's on some turn the other cheek type of stuff at the moment. But
I'm hoping
he wasn't
that
probably
earlier
always like that.
reporting was. I'm hoping that early reporting was correct, regardless of dude history. If he reported those facts and that video evidence showing that they were people more than the twins that came to harass Anthony because he was under that tent. They had no humanity for the next person. Forget about the next school. The next person is pouring down raining. Okay, you gotta be able to excuse that. You see, everybody's rushing the tent. If what Genesis said that their school didn't have a tent, they just had a tarp. They probably, and if that was the closest place that he didn't have any malicious intent in being under the tent. He was just under there sitting down. The malice came from outside. The malice came from outside and brought it to him. They became territorial. They don't own the school. They don't run nothing. If you put up the tent, whatever, there was no sign saying no niggas allowed, nobody from this school allowed. None of that. So he wasn't breaking no laws. He wasn't
like
where he wasn't supposed to be. None of that shit. He was a participant. He was a participant. Regardless if he was from the opposing team, he's a human being who's participating in an event. It takes competition.
Yeah, because
there's no excuses. There's no excuses for them to come up on him in any malice way. None.
Possibly
the dude
one of the
shouldn't even be in
both of
jail.
them- It's possible the house, it was racism in the household. Possibly.
That's possible, but you can keep that in the
These
house.
are
When you
excuses
bring it
now.
outside into this world, there's a price to pay. You can be
Right.
racist as you want, but when you bring your racism outside and try to practice it against other people who don't deserve anything from you but enough respect to leave me alone. That's all you got to do in this world. If you can do whatever you want to do, but there's a social contract. Leave other people alone.
All right,
You don't have to do on the others as you have to.
So
don't mess with people. Keep your hands to yourself. Once you break that rule, you get what comes to you, whatever it is.
Yeah, I
Ask for
agree.
it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So what kind of defense is available if the knife wasn't there?
But I would have used my hands really, because that's all I did. I ain't used no fights and knives in no fight. I fought everybody bigger than me. So
Sorry, yeah, but see, everybody ain't you. Everybody ain't you. There's millions of people on this earth, and you cannot expect everybody to be the same way. You can't expect everybody to be the same way.
Listen, let's hear some more of what is going on with this case, because now we're just talking in circles. Let's hear some more. Let's go.
Videos helps me out a lot. Another thing, listen, I'm independent, y'all. It did show me that when he got arrested, he got on a gray hoodie and blue pants. Okay, yeah, that figure does have a gray hoodie and blue pants, but I can't make out, like, you can't see a face. You get what I'm saying? Like, it was blurry. Like, you can see a body, but you can't see a face from when we saw the actual footage. Okay, so once he started like running out of the stadium, then you can see him a little more clear from the other angles. But the actual angle that shows the incident, you just see bodies, and we can only go off of they telling me that's him, so that's him. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can see a body there, but I can't see.
Yo, pause it real
Anyways,
quick.
y'all get my drift. So, all right. So
Yeah. Nah, I agree with her. That's why I said earlier, Genesis is all the stage. I unwrap everything she just said, because she right. She right. Yo, she's stupid. So
I'm looking at the footage, and they're like, okay, point and show us where Karmelo is. And so I'm looking, I'm like, is he to the left? Is he to the right? Like, you know, I see all of these dots on the, it's not dots, but I see all of these bodies on the thing. And I'm like, looking like, which one is he? And then the guy points, and he's like, okay, that's him popping out. And they say that the first time that you see him make an appearance is 9:52 and 45 seconds in the morning. So 9:52 and 45 seconds, he pops up and he walks out. So I'm like, okay, all right, I see blue and gray. All right, okay, he popped out. So then he pops out, and then you see a figure go back down. So he pops out, and then he goes back down. And then after that, they show us another angle of him walking like past the tent. So he walks past one tent, and again, I can't see the faces of the people in the tent, but you can see it's a lot of bodies under one tent. Like the first tent that he walks by, looking at it, it's not like a tent where it's closed. You know, like in my mind, every time I heard them say tent, now this is, you know, I'm telling on myself, I didn't play sports in high school. Okay. When I was in high school, I wanted to be a model. I wanted to be on TRL. I wanted to, you know, I wanted to be like in the industry. Like that was my goal. I like to be taking pictures. I don't know nothing about that. So every time they said they were under a tent,
but also she's also from LA, and that is the
that's
thing.
That's model California.
Right. So that's normal. But Texas is a huge track and field state, guys. Texas has the largest track and field. TXU, not TXU, TXU, that's the electric company. TSU, Texas State University with the Rams, has the largest and most profound track and field. Track and field is serious business. It's almost like soccer, track and field, all sports. They get to like getting you at like a very young age with that soccer, gymnastics, track and field. You can go professional pro if you break a record in college in track and field and be having like $1 million Nike. So track and field is a very, very serious thing. I don't know how.
Yo, Genesis, where's Sha'Carri
is.
Yo, Genesis, where's Sha'Carri Richardson from? She from Texas, right?
Yeah. Yep.
See, that's me. See?
Yeah. So Texas is a very, very high. With track and field is very big. So let's go.
I'm thinking when I go camping, the tent is closed. So I'm thinking it's not going to be small like that, but I'm thinking that it's closed in. You know what I mean? So he walks by, and I'm like, that's a canopy. You know, and not to make light of it, because this is a very serious situation, but you know, that's just the different things that's going on in my mind. Like he walks by, and I'm like, they're like, okay, he walks by the first tent. So I'm like, the canopy right there. Okay, so then he walks by, so it's like a canopy or whatever. And in the canopy, again, I can't see their faces, but you can tell it's a lot of bodies under the first one, right? So then he walks down a little bit further. And then you can see the other one that is a yellow canopy, and it's the one for the school that the victim, Austin, goes to. and you can see that it's not as many people. And he like, you know, he goes to that canopy. So then after they show us that angle of him walking, then they show us a different surveillance angle of Austin and his brother walking in. So they were showing the timestamp of when Karmelo was walking, and then they start showing timestamps of when Austin and his brother walked in and how they walked in from the parking lot and walked in from one way to the stadium or whatever. And they were showing us their angles, and they were like, okay, you know, this is one brother. They both had the same outfit but different shoes. So this is one, you know, one Metcalf, he has the gray New Balances, and then the other brother had the same outfit as him, and they look identical, but he had a different pair of shoes. So they were showing us how to identify which twin is which. And then they were showing us that they were walking up to the area of the track meet. Now, when they get to the tent, they make it to the tent before Karmelo Anthony. So they walk into the stadium, and it's like a few of them together. I want to say it's like Austin, Hunter, and I want to say 3 other boys that are part of the track. They all walk in together, and they're walking to the tent. So they make it to the tent, and 2 minutes after they make it to the tent, then Karmelo Anthony appears at the tent. After a total of 4 minutes from them entering the tent, 2 minutes later, Karmelo entering the tent. After 4 minutes go by, you don't really see a disturbance in the kids' behavior that are in the tent or around the tent. So while they're under the tent in those 4 minutes, you see people walking by with umbrellas. So you see like several students walk by and they have umbrellas on. From the footage, you can see rain coming down in front of the camera. And then you see several students walking like this way, and they have ponchos on. So they have full rain ponchos. Okay, so I think it was like 2 or 3 that had ponchos. So they're walking straight. They got the ponchos on. So I'm like looking at the atmosphere around, because you can't really see what's really going on in the canopy. And so there was kids constantly moving around. Like there's constant movement that, it's kids right here. They're walking this way. They're walking that way. They're kids under the tent. They're kids under this tent. And so like, all of this is going on, but it's normal behavior. It's not like they're not congregating when people are about to fight. It wasn't like, ooh, let's all check out the fight. Like everybody had normal behavior up until the actual stabbing. So everybody's going about business as usual. You see people walking like not a care in the world. They're not acting like, kids are not congregating. There's no sign that there's any disturbance under that tent. Immediately after there was the stabbing of Austin, they all start dispersing like Skittles or like ants or like whatever you want to call it. They all start like running out. You see Karmelo jump up. He like runs up the bleachers and then jumps down. Like he tries to like hurry up and run down. He jumps down and he like kind of falls, and then he jets out. And then as he's running out, there's kids behind him that's chasing him. And then he ends up running where there were some coaches right there, and they kind of like, stop him and then hand him off to his coach for his school. All right. So, but in the midst of that, let's see. All right. So the victim entered the stadium at 9:53:06, and they enter in the tent 9:54. And then at 9:56 is when you see Karmelo enter the tent at the top. And it says he enters the tent at 9:56 with 14 seconds, which was 2 minutes after the victims arrived in the tent. And then that's when I noticed the ponchos, the umbrellas. And so it says between 9:54 and 10 a.m. So 9:54 a.m. and 10 a.m., no movement under the tent indicates that anything is going on around the tent. By 10 a.m., that's when you see the first indication of something going on. A total of 4 minutes and 12 seconds is the total duration that they had their encounter from introduction to the assault. It all happened in 4.5 minutes. He runs away. He leaves from the top of the tent. He jumps down. He runs into the crowd. The kids are chasing after him. He goes up to the coach. And then they show the view from the parking lot. They show the victim and his twin walk into the stadium from another angle. And they show us again how they distinctively had the same outfit, but different distinctive shoes. And I noticed that they were walking in with 3 other boys, and you can see that there was a bunch of kids like still trying to enter into the track meet. So it says so from the time that they entered into the stadium, had the encounter with Karmelo get arrested. All of this happened in a matter of 15 minutes. So they said from the point of Austin walking into the stadium all the way up until Karmelo being in handcuffs, that all happened within 15 minutes.
So anybody's saying, why didn't they call the police? Well, honey, the police were within, I would say, 10 minutes of this whole thing going down. He was in handcuffs.
In 20 seconds. So then it was time for the defense to cross the legal video analysis. And they wanted to know if there was a way that he can tell that there was an argument. Now, like I told you, you can only see bodies, but you can't see like mouths. You can't really see faces. You could just see like a body is there. So they were wanting to know, hey, is there like, can you show me where like they were arguing at? Can you see them arguing? And the video analysis guy said no. So they wanted to know like about, you know how sometimes in a video, like there's so many frames per second. They wanted to know about any frames dropping, like if like a frame per second happened, like could you miss like a movement? Can you miss like a head nod, or can you miss like an action or something like that? And then they said that the rain was coming down, and they showed the video, and they show that the person who shoved him was standing up, and the person who got shoved was not standing up. So what the defense wanted to prove is they kept going back and forth with the video analyst, and they were like, hey, the person that got shoved, do you see him standing when he gets shoved? And they wanted to basically paint the picture that Karmelo Anthony never stood up until he attacked back. That was kind of what he was trying to flesh out with the video analyst by asking him all of these series of questions about, it's possible that he never stood up. You don't see him standing up, right? Do you see him stand up when he pushed him? Do you see a figure? Are they both up? And he was basically getting to the point that, or what he was trying to get the jury to understand is, here comes these big guys, or these teenagers, they're teenagers, these big teenagers that are significantly bigger than Karmelo. He's under the tent talking to somebody who he thought was a friend. The defense made sure to say thought was a friend. And then they say, or try to get the people to, put in their mind that they come in, they're bigger than him, they're taller than him. He's sitting down. He's telling them that he's not going to move. And while he's in his seat, Austin pushes him. And that's how this happened. So that's what the defense was basically trying to, flesh out to the jury through asking a series of questions of, is it possible that he didn't stand up? Did you take into account that you don't see a person, like he was asking them questions to try to like insinuate that Karmelo Anthony never stood up, that he was sitting down the entire time, and that they just walked up to him and pushed him. And then he had a split second to react, and that's when he stabbed him. All right. So then they wanted to know how long ago did he enhance the video, because he came in as a legal video like expert to like enhance the video. And he said that he only enhanced the video 2 weeks ago. So then they got done with him and they called their next witness. Their next witness was a Black coach who was the coach for Austin and Hunter. His name was Robert Blaine Starr Jr., and he's the head track coach at Frisco Memorial. He trains athletes in combat sports. He is originally from Oklahoma. He was promoted to varsity coach at Irving High School, and then he went to, was it Molina High School? Then he went to Memorial High School. Then they wanted to know his background. Like, did you play football when you were in high school? He played football when he was in high school. He went to Virginia Tech. He has several different sports that he works with, and he does in-season or off-season coaching. They wanted to know, did you know Austin and Hunter? Did you know who they were? And he says, yes, I was their position coach and I knew them for a few years. He said, well, I knew Austin for 1 year and Hunter for 2 years. Then they wanted to show them 2 pictures. So they had 2 pictures blown up to show him of the victim and his brother. So he admitted the pictures and evidence. He went and showed him. He was like, this picture is of the victim, Austin. And then he showed another picture where he said, this picture is of the victim and the brother. I didn't get to see the pictures, but he told us like what the pictures were. And he showed it to their coach who, was the coach. Anyway. So, so he did, okay. So, let's see. Oh, okay. So then he started to speak on what the culture is at a track meet. He said, usually at track meets, they're co-ed and everything as far as the tents. He was like, the tent business, he kind of went on his own separate tangent. He was like, the tent business, it's $1 million business. Because I guess they always have to replace the tents because they get damaged and they always got to buy new ones. And they always have to have like a custom tent that has their logo. And he was talking about how it's like $1 million industry. I don't know how that was relevant, but he started saying that. Then he said that why the tent is so significant. All right. So he went into like how they have these custom tents and how it's $1 million business. And then he said that, and he wasn't saying that it was his business. He was just saying like the industry of it. Then he went into like what the importance.
Let me say this real quick, right? I just showed Karmelo Anthony's high school, right? So it's not like he went to a hood school that couldn't afford a tent. For some reason, they just didn't have one. I don't know, oversight on the coaches or whatever. Probably didn't think it was going to rain. Wasn't prepared, whatever it was. But it's not because he went to some hood ass school and they couldn't afford a tent. He went to a very well-to-do school. Most of these schools in Dallas, DFW area are freaking enormous. Okay, these schools are something to behold. Okay, my daughter's school is at least 5 blocks long. 3,000 kids go to my daughter's school. 3,000 kids, 3,000 high school students. The graduating class is like 200 kids, 150 to 200 kids. There was an entire fight at my daughter's graduation. They had to just keep the ball rolling because they couldn't. Listen, we get too many kids to go through, even though it's a fight. And we're gonna cover that a little bit. I might do that after this before I do the Watching the World later. But you know what? The guy that got into the fight, he actually did a whole Real Life Street Stars interview. That whole thing blew up and everything. But these are Texas. When they say it's big in Texas, these schools, even if you're in the hood, are enormous. They hold like thousands of kids. So it's a lot of money. So it's not like he's at like some hood wrangle school in Detroit that can't afford a tent. I don't know why that school did not have their own canopy for people to be up underneath. That's a lawsuit, I believe. But let's get into it.
Of the tents are. He said that the tents are very important because they mark your spot and they are showing where your space is for your school on the bleachers. He said that normally at these track meets, it's normally around 60 to 65 kids. And they normally have about 6 or 7 coaches to chaperone. He said that the tents are pivotal because that's where they put all of their backpacks, their food, their valuables. He said because it's co-ed, there's boys and girls, they got to monitor, like, kids got different hormones going on and all of that. So he said that they like to always have a coach in proximity to kind of monitor everything that's going on, their valuables, the co-ed, because they always have boys and girls. It's only about 6 or 7 of them to like 60 to 65 kids. And they got to, manage all of that. They don't need no kids sliding on their dime. Okay. They don't need none of that. So he was saying that, why that is important. So he said that, there's usually always a coach that hangs back and is around the tent. He said they they call it proximity control, and that's basically keeping a coach close to the tent at all times, because there are food and valuables and boys and girls together, and them being co-ed, they need a adult as close as possible. He said, but this particular track meet was different. So he said that there are times where they go to different schools so that they can go to the track meets, and they're like not hosting the track meet. He said, but this particular track meet was different because number one, there was the rain that kind of triggered a delay. And then number two, he said that they were the ones that were hosting the track meet. So because they were the ones that was hosting the track meet, they had a lot more responsibilities to deliver, you know, things like they had to make sure that, you know, everything ran smoothly for the other students and the other teams. So they had more jobs to do than normal. Like normally they would be able to watch their kids more closely and, you know, have all of these things happening. But he said that there were so many different things. He was pulled into so many different directions. It was a lot going on basically, because they were the ones that was hosting the track meet. And then he said that
What happened?
Listen, I've been talking the whole time. My bad, guys.
You have?
I was talking the whole time.
Get the fuck out of here.
I was saying that like the 65 kids, right? In my high school, we may have had like about 30, 40 kids in track and field. Probably even 20. Who knows? Because I went to school in Ohio. I mean, and we had a pretty big school, but track and field, maybe like 34, maybe 30 at the most. But this is 65 kids you have to monitor and make sure that people aren't going off into the back bleachers and screwing and, you know, all type of weird, like little high school crap that goes on. You know what I'm saying?
You stupid, son.
Because you already know. Come on, athletes, you know, come on now, let's go. So on top of that, making sure they're not getting freaky dicky with each other. Oh, okay. Oh, girl, you know, all that stuff. Then you got to also make sure that you're like taking care of. Maybe you got your cleats, you got your leg. All right, you supposed to be over here. You supposed to be over there. All this, and only 4 coaches in charge of all that. So, I mean, we have to like be realistic about what's going on, right? So I think it's. I was saying a few times that it seemed like it might be a semi lawsuit against the school about how they're even able to run these, you know what I'm saying? So let's go.
Definitely.
And then he said that normally with the track culture, the expectation in track culture is that there's only going to be people from your school under your tent. Like that's the culture. The culture is that this is our tent, this is our school, it's only supposed to be us over here. That's the culture. And then he said that you don't go in somebody else's tent uninvited. So they wanted to know, is there a policy for a weapon?
Did you guys hear the part where I said about that like Centennial High School is not like no hoe ass school? Like it's a big ass school. Did y'all hear that part?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was like, damn, I like was I muted on that too? Okay. But yeah, like the school that Karmelo went to, because Dallas, Texas, the whole DFW area, just Texas alone, the schools are enormous.
Yeah, because y'all got a big y'all like us.
Second was a district meet.
Yeah, like I mean blocks of school. Like I mean, I can show you the school my daughter went to, Horn High School, enormous, 3,000 kids. 65 to 100 kids in track and field, and only 4 people to monitor all that and still run the track meet and make sure everything's going well. That's a lot.
That's funny you said 3,000 because that's how much my high school had. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
There is 17 where you try to get into the track playoffs. The top 4 that place go to the regionals, then the top 2 go to state. Austin and Hunter threw shot and disc. If you are the host school, you are responsible for
Man, hold on real quick. Thank you, Rain, for being here. I appreciate you being here. Make sure you like and subscribe. We got more content
Yo,
coming.
Rain,
Shout out
good
Rain. Rain
looking
has
out.
been with us. Rain been
Shout, nah, for real. Shout out Rain. Good
shout
looking
out
out,
to
Rain.
Rain. She been giving some great feedback. Love you, Rain. Please continue to subscribe and keep up with what's going on. I really appreciate your input.
Word.
Shouts out to Junie June, the moderator that is keeping everybody in check. Keep going.
Good looking
Running
out,
the
Junie
meet,
June.
due to the staggered start times of events, they were handling logistics and other things like that. Since they were hosting the meet, he was pulled in a lot of different directions that morning. He told his throwers to step up. They are responsible for getting tents off the bus, carrying equipment for the girls' bus, putting up the tents and their own equipment. So he asked them to step up and make sure that they were aligned with the Memorial High School values. He sent a text.
All right. So you have Memorial High School, you have not enough coaches, and now they're relying on the students to actually kind of help them run the track meet. Make sure everybody's doing all the job that they're supposed to be doing. Now that becomes the job of the students. Let's go.
To Austin that day when it was about to rain. Some teams went to the bus. Some teams somehow they got like a rain delay on the scoreboard, and some of them stayed on the bleachers. And when all of this happened, there was a soccer coach that had to get a crock pot, and his job was to go get the crock pot from the other coach. So when all of this was going down, or as it was brewing, he was making his way to the parking lot to retrieve a crock pot from a soccer coach. And when he was going to get the crock pot from the soccer coach, he started seeing all kind of mayhem happen. And I think he said that he ended up dropping the crock pot to kind of see what was going on. And then he was able to like see the commotion and etc. So he seen all this commotion, and he wanted to know if like maybe there's a fight going on, maybe something is happening. And that's when he saw Austin on the ground. He said his face was purple and he had a big hole in his chest. It was a lot of commotion. He can't make it was a lot of people, like a lot of noise going on. He couldn't make out what people were saying, but he said that everyone was just screaming his name, and he had to help Eddie because he was hysterical. After helping him out, he made his way back to Austin. Then he says he hears Hunter tell him to do something. Then he pointed at Karmelo, like, you got to do, like he pointed. Okay, so basically, and this is just, I'm just reading y'all straight my notes, but I'm going to paint the picture. So basically, he is in the parking lot, right? He hears about, he got to go get this crock pot. As he's walking back, he sees all of these kids running and scattering. He drops the crock pot. He's running like, what's going on? All the kids are screaming at him like, coach, like, you got to do something. Like, he sees Austin on the ground. He sees them with this hole in the chest, and they're pointing at Karmelo. So once they start pointing Karmelo out, he basically goes to confront Karmelo. So he says that he goes over to where Karmelo is, and he approached him. And he said that he hopped over a gate to like get to Karmelo. And that's when he saw that Karmelo was walking with two coaches from his school. He put his hand up and told Karmelo he wasn't going anywhere. He was walking calm with his coaches. He said, I asked him, what the hell did you do? Melo said he put his hands on me. He said after that, he went back to go help Hunter, and he put his hand on Austin's leg and he was praying. He said that he heard somebody say, you need to go help Hunter. And he went to go help Hunter. And he said that he didn't notice the rain raining hard or anything like that. But he said in that moment, when he went to go pray for Hunter, in that minute, he said that it started raining super hard. And as he's detailing this, his voice starts to crack. He starts to get like a crackling voice. You can tell like he's getting choked up. He's starting to cry. So then as he's starting to get choked up, I was on the same row as the Metcalf family. There were like a few people, like I didn't sit, like I was like one person away from the Metcalf family. So it was like the same row of his like, you know, mom, dad, all of them. And they were like, you could just hear a bunch of sniffles, and they started crying. And the coach, he starts getting choked up as he's kind of, you know, reliving this. And then one of the jurors, she looks like she's crying or whatever as she's hearing this. And then it was, let's see. He confronted him. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah. So he said that, so he went to Hunter And when he went to Hunter, he was needing to pray in that moment. When he prayed for him for that minute, it just started raining really hard. And he said he started, at this point, he's crying now. And he said that was his sign. And that's how he knew that Austin was no longer here. And when he said that, you just heard tears, like a bunch of tears from his family. His family was bawling. Like they were, it was like, I was like, whew. I was like, this is a lot. Like, this is a lot. So as he's retelling that, where was I? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So I wrote, he breaks down and he's crying. Okay, so that was the moment he said he knew that Austin was gone. Okay, so after that, the prosecution told him to point out Karmelo Anthony. So they said to point, like, do you see Karmelo Anthony in the courtroom? So he looked and he pointed Karmelo Anthony out. He was like, oh, that's him right there. He got on a gray suit. And then he says, he looks different today. He looks clean cut today. Or yeah, he looks cleaned up today or clean cut today. And so then the prosecution, after he said, oh, he looks clean. He either looks cleaned up today or he has a clean cut today. He said one of the two. And so after he said that, the prosecution pulled up Karmelo Anthony's mugshot. And so he showed him Karmelo Anthony's mugshot. And Karmelo Anthony's mugshot was him with his, like, it looked like he was starting dreads or whatever, but you can tell he had a neat lineup. He had a fade, like his hairline was neat, but he just had like he was starting dreads or something, like short though. And so he was like, this is who you remember, right? Like that kind of thing. Like, this is the guy, you know, and showing his mugshot, and they plastered his mugshot on all of the screens, and then the jury seeing, you know, him with his hair and everything like that. So then they.
What do y'all think about that? Do you think that that's cool that they like try to like, oh, look at the dreadlocks? Do you think?
Thank you, Genesis, please, Genesis. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, because Genesis, I got braids. I don't like the profile of that. You know what I'm saying? Because braids, tattoos, whatever you got, don't judge people. Yo, let people be how you judge people by their character. You know what I'm saying? Then they talk about, oh, it's a neat lineup. Okay, why he can't have a neat lineup with dreads? Though? What the same lineup not gonna be neat with dreads?
So what are your thoughts? Do you think that makes you look bad when you have a certain like dreadlock hairdo? Go ahead, man in high council.
Yeah, my thoughts is that's exactly what's about. That's what it's all about. It's about profiling, as Junie June had said. However, I'll take it a step further. I also mentioned that there's I'm white and I say so law, but there's also a world nigger law where I'm not being facetious, where every country, every state in the world has some type of law against N-words. So it's perceivable that someone who wears dreads, locks, whatever, that in people's eyes, their perception, they're seeing an alien or a monster, someone who's not only just tall, black, but tall, black, and monstrous. This is how the programming has always been from day one. Doesn't mean that people can't get along, but subconsciously, that's what it plays into.
They focus on that hair. Hey, you know, he look a little bit different, but he.
After they did that,
one last thing.
If he ever met Karmelo Anthony before, he said
the man in the high castle. The one thing in my life, I have a little prejudice too. I have it. It's very difficult for me to trust brothers who don't have any facial hairs, no whiskers or anything. I just can't trust them. It'd be difficult. They'd be like a prosecutor or something, or a judge or something. Something buffoonish and coonerish.
Let's go.
didn't know him. He never knew him before. And then they wanted to know about Hunter. Is he still involved in Hunter's life? And he says, yes, he was recently his football coach. And he said that he was, and they were like, you were disappointed in Austin. And he said, yeah, he was disappointed in him. He said, after they went to the thrower event, they left early to go fishing. So he threatened to kick him off the team. He said that particular day, because he threatened Austin that he was going to kick him off the team, he said he wasn't needed for that track meet. But since he was the captain of the football team, he came to support the team. He said, actually, he had a crappy year as a thrower. Like, he wasn't doing well as a thrower. He had a crappy year. And then he said, they were like, okay, so that morning you sent him a text. So they put up this text message on the screen, and it was the morning of the incident where he texted them before they got there. So in the text, it says, can you send this to all throwers? You guys keep leaving early. So just know you guys are probably not going to the district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourself? So that's what he wrote to him. There was one other paragraph, like it was like 1 or 2 sentences below that. I didn't have enough time to write it down, but this is what Austin's coach wrote to him and his brother the morning of the incident. So I got all of the text messages. I was able to write all of it besides, like, it was like 1 to 2 lines that I wasn't able to catch. So he said, can you send this to all throwers? You guys keep leaving early, so just know you guys are probably not going to the district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourself? So then I guess after he sent that, he changed his mind and allowed them to come. Okay. So he changed his mind and he allowed them to come. And then they showed that there was another text message that got sent out. So the next text message that got sent out, it says, you and Rhett are on early bus. Get the tent and whatever else we need. Set examples of how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. I need you and Rhett to hold us down. I will be helping hosting the meet. So I'm going to lean on my older guys. It was like 1 or more 2 lines to that text too. I got as much as I could. I was trying to write down as fast as I could. So initially he threatened them and he told them that he wasn't going to use them, that they were not bringing value to the team. And then he changed his mind and he said, listen, I'm gonna put y'all in charge. I'm gonna lean on y'all. You know, I'm gonna give y'all some responsibilities. Basically, that's kind of what I took from these 2 text messages is like,
why do you think that he had to do that? Was it because he was understaffed and underpaid? Like, I mean, it seemed to me like he just didn't have he needed more people to help him.
Lord of the Rings.
Rely on other students to do his job, and there was too many students to take care of, too many things. So he said, you know what, even though I would like kick you off normally, I need your help, so go ahead. You want to like do this, go ahead and help out with this. And so that introduces that element of whatever, of entitlement, not entitlement, but like, okay, now I'm in charge. You know what I'm saying?
As the man in the high castle has said just a moment ago previously on Alchemizing Energy today, I mentioned that the guidance counselors everywhere, but no matter how many guidance counselors they have, they're outnumbered to ratio with students. Also, when the coach allowed Austin Metcalf, who was basically suspended or kicked off the team, when he allowed that to happen, he just gave them permission to start playing Lord of the Flies, you know, to now dictate each other of who has more power and who can sit there and who can't, just like the movie. And this is what it turned out. That coach should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, so what ended up happening is you give a person like authority that normally, you know what I'm saying, probably shouldn't be an authority, and then, you know, oh, you can't be up over here. And so then it becomes a whole situation. But you know what? People might say, well, you know, what,
y'all not doing y'all end of the bargain, but let's see how y'all handle these responsibilities. That's not what the text says. I just read to y'all what the text says, but that's what I got from the text. You get what I'm saying? After that, it was the defense cross. So now we're at the defense. So the defense wanted to know if he called the sheriffs to share info about the incident that happened with Karmelo, and him making a statement by saying that Karmelo should not have been under the tent because it was not raining. So they were like, did you make a statement to the sheriffs and tell them that Karmelo Anthony should not have been under the tent because it wasn't raining? Like, did you say that? And then he was like, I don't recall saying that it wasn't raining, but if it says that I said that, then I said that. Like, that was kind of what he was saying. Like, I don't recall saying it, but if it says I said it, then I said it, type of thing. So then
you have to give him a pass. This has been 2 years. So, and that's crazy how they try these cases like years later and then try to ask a bunch of questions like you remember like it was yesterday. We got to give him a pass. It was 2 years ago. So let's go.
They wanted to know, well, was it raining or whatever like that? And he said to him, he didn't consider it to be raining like all hard. He said to him, it was a light drizzle. And he only remembers it raining hard when it was him and Hunter having their moment. And they start probing him and like, it wasn't raining. And so then he went into saying like, you know, well, I'm used to certain, like, he didn't say it. I'm just paraphrasing. He was just basically saying like, to him, that wasn't like really rain.
Good point. Good point. Isn't she lovely? 5064. So in reality, they shouldn't have been there. They'll say that Karmelo Anthony shouldn't have been there underneath that tent, but really they shouldn't have been there because they were
free Karmelo forever.
Shouts out.
You know what I mean? Like that wasn't nothing to like. That wasn't really nothing. Like that was just a little. It was a little drizzle. It wasn't really nothing like that. But in the video that I saw, you can see the rain coming down. You can see the people got ponchos. You can see they got umbrellas, all of those things. So they were asking him like, so you mean to tell me it wasn't raining? And so he was like, well, to me it wasn't, you know, because they were trying to confront him on the statement that he made to authorities about it not raining. Okay. So he was basically justifying him saying that it wasn't raining. Again, if you guys want to support the channel and you are enjoying my content, share the videos, share the live. Sharing the videos means share.
Yeah, say it here. Share. Because I'm over here working hard too. It's been 6 hours. I'm still here. Giving y'all this content.
Sharing my link to my live and donating to the Cash App Neek at Night Media. It is a lot to cover this and bring y'all as much details as possible. If you guys are enjoying my content, even if you aren't and you're like, I can't stand this black bee, I can't stand all you. Hit the dislike button, whatever the case. If you're here, just let us know that you're here. You know what I mean? Show some type of engagement. Let me know. Say hi. Hi, how are you? My name is Neek. If you don't know me, I cover trials and I cover gossip and I cover media. I cover trending stories. I cover all those things. There was a recent documentary on Hulu called The Cult of Nature Boy, and they featured your girl for a couple of seconds up in there. So if y'all got Hulu, you can see me talk for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, here, there, and everywhere. You know, a couple of episodes, they jotted me down.
Yo, her name
they said,
look like,
we'll put you down for 3 seconds on this episode, 3 seconds on that episode.
Yo,
you know
her name look like Sneak at Night,
also,
son.
I was on CNN, child. Can you believe it? I did
Yo,
the
that
trial
shit
coverage.
is crazy. Yo, you see Genesis, you see what I see, right?
Let's go.
I seen the video.
Yo, she's
You a witness
stupid.
to the case. I know you've seen the video. You've seen them people with umbrellas. You see. He said, I maybe they didn't show him the surveillance video. I don't know, but I just assumed he would have seen it. You know what I mean? But he was like, they were like, do you recall people with umbrellas? I don't recall. I didn't see. They said, you talked about coaching track and football and different sports and how different sports have different rules. He said, yes, sir. He said, no rule prevents them from walking around, and no rule, but there's no like written rule that says that you can't go under another tent. And he was saying that like, it's not like a written rule, but that's like the culture. Like, that's just, you know, it's one of those things like, if you know, like, you know, you ain't supposed to be under there. Like, we didn't write it down and tell you that, but you know, like, it's our.
No, it should be a rule. What are we talking about? What are we saying? Like, you shouldn't be on the other side of the. If you go to a basketball game, you shouldn't be on the other side of the basketball team thing. You know, Yeah, you shouldn't, but that's not a rule. It's not a, what I'm saying? If I'm like playing for Miami and our team is playing against North Carolina and they're on their side and I'm the home team and there's nothing saying that they can't come over to my side of the bleachers and we can't go around to their side. Like that's first of all, like in track and field, all the bleachers, it's just one freaking bleacher. It's not like they have on either side of the situation.
That was like the track meets was like the mini Olympics. Everybody's on each other's, you know what I mean?
It's on the same damn bleachers. So how you don't really enforce that? Come on now.
Culture. Like if you know, you ain't supposed to really be under the tent. And so he said that but you do see times where kids from other teams will see their friends from other schools and talk to them, right?
Listen,
see that,
right? Like that football, possible, track, no. They don't have bleachers on two different sides of the thing. Track and field got one bleacher. Everybody's on the same bleachers in a line. It's not like football where you have a whole like stadium where it's like a round thing. One band's on one side, the other band's on the other side, the opposing team's on one side, your side.
I don't know what flip.
No, track and field, it's one set of bleachers. That's it. Almost like tennis. You remember?
I don't know what
tennis. Everybody on one bleachers. On tennis, anything like that, where you're just going back and like running or playing tennis. It's not like that.
Flip the script. You know what it is, Genesis? Flip the script she might be from like a smaller state.
Huh? Well, no. Track, Oh, she says track is not like that. Like that though. Other sports maybe would not track. Nobody hardly stays up unless it's states. Well, you know what? You know what? No, that was a state. That was like a champion or like a regional. So you might have a bigger, show out, but until it gets like to high level, like about to be the championships, nobody's really showing up except for the people in the track meet. She right about that. She's right. Yep. Ain't nobody really showing up. If your parents might show up here and there, but unless you're in states or some real heavy, like about to like qualify for some real shit, no one's there.
And then he said, yes, sir. And then he said, that team tent is your home base, right? Where they leave backpacks and stuff, right? He was like, yes. He said, you said Frisco ISD policy and other teams can't come to the team tent. And you said that was a policy. He said, I don't recall saying that it was a written policy. So you're basically saying that it's not a written policy, but it's just like the culture. And he said, yes, sir. They said, so the tent is how you mark your home base. If you are invited to other tents, usually that's not a thing because of co-eds, but usually a coach is there to regulate that. It's not unheard of for a student athlete to go under another tent. He said, no, but it's not the norm. And then he says, there are other coaches that might be fine. Okay, so my experience is, so they were asking him, like, is this okay for other coaches? He was like, in my experience, that don't fly around here. That's why we always have a coach in close proximity to the tent. He said, but you do see students talking to other kids other than tents, don't you? And he said, yes, sir, but I follow the rules of the athletic director. And so he was basically like, every time they were saying, like, you have seen that before, though, right? He was basically trying to like deflect and try to act like he doesn't see it because he follows the rules, But they were trying to flesh out to him, like, even though you follow the rules, you've seen it though, right? Like that's kind of like what this was given, like, because every time he answered, he was basically saying, I don't do that. I follow the rules. I don't allow it. I don't do it. I follow track culture. I follow this. And so they were trying to they was like, yeah, but you've seen it though, right? Like that was kind of, the back and forth that they were having. It wasn't in those words. Again, this is not an official transcript. I wrote down as much as I could and some stuff I paraphrased, but that's kind of what this exchange was given.
I would, while we're here, this is a friend of mine who actually is a world-class, went to college, and placed in track. Broke records and everything in track and field, did movies about the track and field industry. And I wanted to ask him, not gonna give his name. He doesn't want to be known who he is, but he's a person that really is a well-known person that, you know, is in the track and field. What do you think of like this whole thing about like people being in different stands, communicating with each other? Because I was like, you know what, the track and field, the whole layout is not the same as like a football situation, right?
Yeah.
People like
I gotta.
they integrate with each other. There is only one. Normally in track and field, it's only like one stand where everybody's on opposing teams. Everybody is intermingling with each other. They
Yeah,
see
I
each
got
other
one.
and all those
I got
different
one.
things.
I got.
But hold on, Tony. Let me hear it. All right. So this is my friend. I'm gonna call him Larry. Larry Mavis. Larry Mavis. Tell us what you think about the situation.
I mean, first of all, just think about it like this: sports is competition. So when we play sports, everybody's talking shit. Everybody got something to say. That's how sports is. So we play it out on the field. Like you expect somebody to talk shit. You expect somebody to act like they better than you or act like you ain't nothing. You know, you expect that because that's what sports is. And then what do? You beat them on the field. That's why football is like that. Basketball is like that. Track is like that. That's all sports are like that. You don't think it. Wake up in the morning and bring a knife or a gun to when you compete in sports, because what you must not be able to play. If you can't go out there and whoop them in sports, then you got to practice more, work on your game, and get to where you can shut them up. Because you can shut anybody up in sports. You know, no matter what they say. You can take their girlfriend, and you can take her home. You can do whatever. You can eat their mama's food. You can eat their mama's food. We used to go to track. Just let me say, we used to go to track meets. We had nobody with us. We didn't have no money, no food. We'll see people come in with the little food like the hot dogs or got little thermoses and stuff. And we'd say to ourselves that morning, that's my food. And so we'll go set a record, and sure enough, we want to eat that food. And their kids would be, the hot dog would be in their hands, and they would have the lemonade, and they would say, do you want some? We would say, yeah, I want that one. In other words, I'm taking it from your son, and I'm taking that lemonade, and I'm about to drink it because you offering it to me. You're going to give it to me. Okay, so just understand the psychology of black people in sports. We took this, from the time we couldn't play in sports, couldn't participate. We came on these fields, we came on these tracks and all that, these basketball courts, and we took that, right? We took that, we own that, that's ours. And from the time you're playing sports from 13, 14 years old, one thing you know is if I can play good, I can get a hot dog, a hamburger, some pancakes, place to stay. Pretty soon I'll get a car. I'll take anything from anybody, and we'll take your girlfriend flat out. And that's what sports is about. So don't let anybody fool you thinking they're going to wake up in the morning and go to a sporting event with a knife or a gun. What is sports for? The sports is for you to give me your car. I'll leave with your car. That's mine now. That's what sports is about. So, and all black people, athletes know that. That's what the passion you see the black athlete with. That's what that's about. So this kid, you to wake up in the morning and go to a track meet with a knife. Where your track shoes at? You see, you could accomplish more with your track shoes than a knife.
Well, they said that the knife was actually meant to screw in some cleats or something like that. That the knife.
No, you don't need no knife to screw in. No, you don't. The track spikes and stuff. There's little devices to screw that in, but you can't do it with a knife anyway. They're not made like that. That's not what that's for. You don't need no knife. And at sports, you got your body, your mind. What do you need? What is a knife gonna do for you? Go. You take that to the streets with a knife. But when you come to a sporting event, your ability, your passion, your mind, your body, your soul, that's what you bring to a sporting event. And we win with that. Globally, we've been winning with that. So
can I hear it from you then? Can I hear it from you? is Karmelo going to be found guilty?
Yeah, but to me, well, let's say it like this.
You have he actually he used to be a lawyer, so like tell me
Okay,
about
so
this.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm just asking him about.
Okay, let me answer that. Any case in the world, it only takes one juror to disagree with the guilty verdict, and the person's gonna walk free. All right, or there could be a mistrial or whatever on an Allen charge. The bottom line is, what they're doing in the case is they're saying the only thing we got going for us is race. That's it. To say that this is a prejudice right through that jumped us, that was about to jump him, and he was self-defense. So they have to use race. That's their only chance in the case. Okay, so the lawyers are just doing what lawyers do, which is, let me come up with a defense, the only possible defense I could come up with, and let me milk it, and let me get one juror, and then I can win the case. So it's possible to win the case if they can paint. But to me, what they need to do is paint the kids that got stabbed as racist from way back. Paint their whole, and then paint prior dealings with them. Because, like, for example, all them kids play football, so maybe they had a fight in football that fall, those two teams, and maybe they had them spilled over onto outside by the parking lot, or maybe they saw each other in the city later, and they all fought.
Yeah, I filed flip on that one. I'm reading the comment section, but anyways, bro, thank you for all that.
Right, so that's I wanted to like let people hear from a person that's not only an attorney but also been into track and field. Like people, the main thing people are saying is that he should never have had that knife on the field. That's pretty much obvious, like come on, why would you bring a knife to the field? No one is.
What years were you doing track and field, sir?
Like, I mean, he said, "What years were you in track and field?" We old.
In your prime years, bro.
I stayed in track and field all the way even to now. We connected all the way up to the top of track and field, USA track and field. But we still in the sport even to this day. But I ran track a long time ago, but I continue to stay in the sport. So
yeah, prime years. What years?
It's not.
Prime years.
When was your prime years?
Yeah, but I told him I wasn't trying to really identify myself.
He don't want.
I got you.
Right. So, but he's still up there in
the world. I'm on the world all-time list.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he is. He actually.
No, you're not.
What do you say? You said I'm not. Who is that?
Yeah, this guy.
No, because you would share. It'd be that simple. No one's trying to kidnap your kids. Come on.
What do you say?
He said,
no one's trying to kidnap your kids.
No, man in High Castle, you don't even identify yourself. Shut up. Tomorrow, so you would share.
I'm an actuary in real life. I don't even identify.
All right. So what were you saying? Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I ran 110 meter hurdles in 13.5. What did you do? You ran track too?
Man in High Castle, you ran
I
track?
wanted to hear your prime years, sir. That's all I asked, but then you said I don't want to identify. That's all I wanted.
I competed.
Were those in your prime years, sir?
Hold on, no, stop. You listen. He said, go ahead.
I competed in the U.S. Olympic trials. I completed in Europe, and I'm on World Athletics, listed to this day, world all-time list, 110 meter hurdles.
Right. So did y'all hear that?
Thank you for those prime years. Finally.
Amen. So bottom line, but nobody has to tell you anything.
He didn't have to tell me nothing else, but I asked him about the prime years.
Right, but he doesn't want.
He did, and then he did.
Let me tell you the good brother right here. What's your issue with what I'm saying, my man?
I don't have an issue with what you're saying at all. But at the very beginning, when I asked about those prime years, just the prime years, you're like, nah. Then you finally got to it. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, all right. She been knowing me for 25, 30 years. Okay, so we go all the way back, me and her.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that.
She knows my name. She knows my history and all of that. She's been trying to get me on podcasts for years. I told her I never want to go on podcasts. I don't want, I don't want to. I'm doing other things in life to where I don't want to do that. So therefore, I'm not
Great.
trying to do anything identifiable. But I mean, look, let me say this. Even if
I agree with you.
even if I wasn't world class or nothing like that, even if I wasn't, I still got the same opinion. Which is we play it on the field. And that's what sports is about. It's just like me and you. Me and you got a problem in sports. Me and you come out there. You'll be talking stuff. You got your people. My people, we'll be talking stuff. But the bottom line, we're going to run against each other. We're going to play against each other. And one of us is going to beat each other. You know what I mean? And that's how we really do it. And all of us stay friends throughout life. You know what I mean? We had our little issues or whatever. But it's just like you see the different boxers like Floyd Mayweather and this one and that one. They stay friends after they beat each other up because the competition stays in sports. You know what I mean? And that's what think of hip hop. The initial days of hip hop, what was that? That was to compete in the arts, not out in the street. That's always these when you have these activities, we're always trying to take it beyond the street and compete in other areas where we still have our competitive fire and our passion, but we play it out in other areas so that nobody gets hurt. You know what I mean? That's what this stuff is about. So we don't want to bring the streets to sports or to the basketball court.
But you know what? He's not from the streets. He's not from the streets, bro. He actually lives in a very rich area. He's from Frisco. I don't even know. I don't believe that he brought that knife to try to stab somebody. He just happened to have it in his bag, and that's where it got tricky at. And that's what the whole thing. It wasn't like a hood guy from Oak Cliff. He was from Frisco too. He just went to a different high school in Frisco, and they both just ended up just having a very unfortunate thing of events. Now, like I was gonna say, one last thing, as an ex-lawyer, do you think he has a chance? Here's the question: manslaughter, right? I believe that this is not a first-degree murder case. I believe that this is a manslaughter case or a second-degree murder case. Do you think that there's a possibility that the judge, once he hears it out, will say that no, this is not a first-degree murder, this is second degree?
Yeah, I don't think it's first-degree murder at all. It got to be murder too, or like you say, manslaughter, probably, something like that. But the other thing is this: if the lawyers, they play football, these teams, teams have rivalries. A lot of stuff is said on the field. People call each other names. All type of stuff happens during sporting events, especially in football, right? So if they played football against each other, these teams, and if there was stuff said where they feel like this is our rival, this team, we got to get them, they trying to, do something to us. If they feel like that could spill over to the track. You see those same athletes on the track. So people could feel like, well, we had a beef with them, and they, racial epithets or whatever they were calling us in football, and we didn't like that. So, we came prepared, or we knew something was going to jump off with them. It's possible to win the case, is what I'm saying. If they take it back to prior competitions that they had against each other, if they take it back to where they may have seen each other somewhere in that city or whatever, issue words, it's possible that to make it like, well, when they saw each other, it was on site.
Well, no, they said that they'd never seen each other before.
But I heard I thought they played each other in football. Both of them.
They had to have, right? They had to have. That's a lie. So that's a lie.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I ask the Olympian
earlier.
a question? Can I ask the Olympian a question?
Because if they're from that same city and their teams are playing in track, they probably played in football. And
I think they both played in football together. I think Karmelo Anthony was like a.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was saying earlier.
Can I ask the Olympian a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you very much, sir. Do you, if you have heard the information that the head coach, had fired or had kicked Austin Metcalf off the team?
The track team.
He gave him out the track team. He gave him a text message. Hey, I need you to come play though. I need you to come. You can still come, but I need you to handle some duties around the track. And What type of relationship would someone really have to have as a student athlete with their head coach for their head coach to have a change of mind after kicking them off the team? What type of relationship? So,
Put it like this. It's normal to, everybody does, well, I don't say everybody, but a lot of people that's played sports have gotten either kicked off a team or suspended or left home before. And coaches, what are they? They're like father figures or whatever. So they're trying to teach you something. So they just like being suspended. You get suspended sometimes and then you back in school. Hopefully you learn your lesson. So if he kicked them off the team for horsing around or whatever they were doing, then maybe the coach would say, okay, maybe you learned your lesson. Hopefully you did. I'll let you back, on the field. Because coaches don't want to ruin your scholarship possibility, don't let you play at all. But they do want to teach you a lesson. So it's possible that, remember, coaches are a lot of times like a father figure to you, trying to help boys become men. So it's possible that they'll kick them off the team and let them come back and hope they learn their lesson. It's possible.
yeah, Karmelo Anthony, he's gonna be walking, sir. That's a red state.
He's from what?
He'll be walking. For my analytics, he'll be walking.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, I do.
Wait, say that one more time.
He said
And mark this date when I said this. Mark this date when I said this too. He'll be walking.
A case if it's based on race. It's possible.
But here's the thing: the jury, when they asked
All
the
that
jury,
based on race stuff. He'll
hold
be
on,
walking.
when he asked the jury, they asked the jury, how many of you guys would like give a person 5 years if you know that they were innocent, even if they killed somebody? And everybody that's left over are the ones that said that no, he killed somebody. He has to get something. So he's not going to.
I mean, look, let me tell you something. Here's what go to Zimmerman case for 1 second. How did they rig the Zimmerman case? They overcharged Zimmerman. So when they charged Zimmerman with murder one, they were going to win that case because they weren't going to make a murder one charge. So when you see sometimes and they'll charge somebody with murder one, that's a hard bar, murder one. So the person will beat that murder one. Now, if they got the charges all the way down the line, down to manslaughter, then you would think that they'll get him on maybe like a manslaughter or something just for bringing the knife or whatever. But I would say this: any case you see with a jury, it takes one juror to say, "Nah, I'm not going for that," and that case is the Anthony will win. And then they would have a decision, to retry, maybe do a mistrial if the jury was out too long, and maybe retry him again, or they could outright win. It's possible for him to win, any case, and it's possible for him to lose. You just, it depends on the jury, and it doesn't. All this thing about a white jury and black jury, there's white people there's some white people that would just not convict them, not vote to convict. There's people like that. So
well, it's not a white jury. It's actually a lot of they're saying that it's all white, but it's I think like about a few Asians. It's mostly immigrant, like not immigrants, but like Asians and Middle Easterns and white women and about 4. How many white men they say? Does anybody remember how many white men? I think about 5 white men and like the rest is like women or something like that. Like 7-11, 7 white men, 11 white women.
It boils down to their ideas, their ideas.
It's mainly Asian and white, Asian and Middle Eastern and white.
That's how I'm following the testimony. I wouldn't say he will win or lose. I think it's possible either way. People that's following the testimony closely, they got a better idea. You know what I mean? But me, I would say that they're going for what the lawyers could go for, which is based on race. I hope they have a backdrop with it where there's prior history. I hope that, because I think that's, or between those schools, period, those teams, period, prior history.
But they're not basing it on race, though. They're not.
I don't think they are. Are you from a blue state?
They're
sir?
not basing it on anything race. It's 100% based in like what happened, self
Nah, this
defense.
whole shit.
It's 100% based in self
Nah, this whole
defense.
shit is race.
But no, the lawyers are not
Everything is
using
race,
no,
but
no,
this
the lawyers are not using race.
Race is in it no matter what. Whether the lawyers say anything or not, just the fact that a black kid and a white kid went at it, race is in the case. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, but I would say this. No, I think the first of all, the black kid is wrong for bringing a knife like that. But I will say, it doesn't mean he won't win the case. You know, he may win that case. Would I say he's more likely to lose? I just think you don't know until you can see who's on that jury. Because if I'm on the jury, just saying I made up my mind, maybe I tricked him, I got on the jury, and my mind is already made up, I'm not convicted him. He's not going to get convicted.
Well, it looked like the people were kind of, if you can, Harry, if you can like watch my show and see the information I'm doing. I mean, we're about 7 hours in, but if you can like, because we're still going, just watch what we're talking about and maybe you can come back and give some more insight.
You know what they say? They say, I forget the percentage, but it's a high percentage, up to 60-some% of jurors make up their mind after opening statement. So if you can look at the opening statements and see which way the jurors, which one had the best opening statement or which one made the most sense. A lot of people make up their mind in opening statements.
Well, I don't know. Some people say that the defense was good. Some people say that the prosecution was better. So I don't know. It's a toss up. So yeah, but I don't want to keep you too long. I hope you could like check out some of the work that we're doing here and check out the information that we're like bringing up and let me know. Give me some information on what you think. But we're gonna be covering this. It's about 2 weeks long. We're gonna be covering this, so I'd love to have you come here every once in a while and let us know. Especially because I know that you are heavy in the track and field. Heavy.
Right. Anybody in sports though could have a viewpoint because sports is, a lot of shit talking during the games, during the events, before, after. There's a whole lot of stuff that happens. A lot of stuff. People get mad, but people just generally got an attitude. And that's why people work out and be prepared so they can whoop you. You know what I mean?
Right. So there's like a general kind of like a cockiness that come into sportsmanship that's already there, no matter what, like a kind of a like, territorialism and all that stuff. And so he probably shouldn't have been underneath their tent, like all that stuff. You believe that too?
I mean, no. I don't believe that part because that's part of sports is that somebody get in somebody's head, maybe go to your tent, sit down. That happens in sports, somebody trying to get in your head. So that happens. And the other person will say what they got to say. I just think that you play it out on the field. People do get in each other's head all kinds of ways in sports. So yeah, all that happens. But you're gonna play that out on the field. Now I have been in situations where there have been fights in track, and usually that's when somebody knocks somebody off the track. Like they bump somebody, knock them into the infield, or get them disqualified, something like that. Then I've seen people run across the track and knock somebody down or get in a fight after the race. I've seen fights or people on their own team get in fights. Say somebody lost a lead or something. Somebody, you get beat up on a relay. Things like that.
I have heard like you be running and somebody hit you with a cleat in your Achilles, your heel, and you'll be running and they kick you in your damn leg.
All of that.
All of that. I put it to y'all like this. I don't know if y'all saw a couple years ago a girl in high school in Virginia somewhere who hit the girl with the baton on the head, right? And they made a big thing out of it. It was a relay, and the girl was passing her. So the girl who was being passed, she hit the girl on the head with the baton, and then I guess the girl fell out or something. But the point is, they were charging her with a crime. And I was trying to tell people then, in the relays, the baton, you talk to hit the people, not necessarily on the head, but that baton is If you're trying to pass me like on a 4x4 or something, you are gonna get hit with the baton. You know what I'm saying? That's where everybody knows that. But when we came up, we always, you're gonna get hit with the baton because you're not gonna pass me easy. And there's a lot of contact.
Yeah, for real. I'm going right for your wig piece.
Right, you know, and you know, a lot of like violence, even in football, basketball, it's little stuff people do. Like even in football, I heard that when they all piled up on each other, they're trying to rip each other's heads off. When they're all piled up in a pile, they're trying to gouge each other's eyeballs out and all type of wild stuff. So people don't even
All of
understand
that,
the
whatever it
aggressiveness
takes. Look.
of sportsmanships can get to like a level of,
Look. Genesis, Anita Baker told you, whatever it takes.
Yeah. So, you know, I think that's what it really is boiling down to is like people don't understand how aggressive sports can get, you know.
Yeah, but you don't take it. I mean, only time you see it taken far like that is just like how where we was, you know, the city that you and I both used to live in, right? To where there are people that's gonna fight it out in the parking lot after the event.
Right,
and
pop the trunk.
Not for real, part 2.
Yeah,
part 2.
Yeah, for real.
Right. Well, bro, I'll see you after this is all over with, and then say
right.
But not
Right.
actually
You know the show, the
in the
after party, the whole
bleachers, you know,
chat, baby.
stabbing people. Right.
Yeah.
But that's usually like hood life. You know what I'm saying?
It's not at Frisco in the suburbs, you know, stabbing.
Yeah, you wouldn't think. You know, so that's why I think.
Well, you know, they said that he's 140 pounds, and the guy was like 220 pounds, 6'1". This guy's 5'7", 5'6". So
Yeah,
and
he
it's
could
two
box
of
him up.
them. They're
Don't let him-
twins. They feel he probably
He
was
could
scared.
box him. He just got to hit him in the right spots. He could box him.
Yeah, you know the saying. It's not the
Size of the dog.
fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
Amen.
Right.
Right. So I'm gonna let you leave it at that. Hey, listen, I'm gonna call you when I'm done with this live, but like go on my channel and check out what I'm talking about and see if you have anything else you want to add to it.
Cool. All right, y'all.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Much
Gray. I
love.
appreciate it.
Peace, fam.
All right, peace. Yeah, no, like I he is he's not an average person. I mean, this person got out movies and everything, so you can't be letting people know, you know. But yeah, so yeah, that's what it really boils down to, you know, is that, you know, and shouts out to my friend. So
Word, took her wig piece off with that baton. She wasn't playing with her. She said, "What? Your hair longer than mine?" Blah.
right. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, so these are things to consider, the aggressiveness when it comes to sports. Let's go.
So
Let's
then, okay, so he said, I follow the rules of the athletic director. Okay, so did you know that out of all the teams that were there and all the teams had a tent, and Centennial was the only team that did not have a tent that day? He said, no, sir, I did not know that. He said, you told the detective that you were pretending to kick Austin off of the team. He said, how much did Austin weigh? It's over 200 pounds, right? So he said, I can't tell you. Like, he was like, I don't know, maybe he was over 200. He said, well, you know, he said he did, like, I guess he did gain weight, and he maybe he could have got up to 220, you know, but he was like, I know it was over 200, maybe 220, but he was like guessing, like, I don't know, like he did gain weight. I know it was probably over 200, maybe, you know, it's like, maybe, you know, it was kind of like that. So then I put in a note to myself, because I like casually, like I would look and I would write down like what's being said, and then it dawned on me. At this point, I'm like, wait a minute. I thought to myself, I'm like, I don't see not one juror taking notes. So I wrote that. I'm like, jurors are not taking notes. So I don't know if in Texas they don't give them a pen and a pad. I don't know if they have a pen and paper or if they don't. I don't know what the Texas rules are, but I never recall, and not to say that they never took a note, but each time that I glanced over, and again, most of the time I'm writing, but I'm like, it like halfway through the testimony, I'm like, wait a minute. I looked, I'm like, they're not taking notes. Now, so for me, that was unusual because every single trial that I have covered, even like no matter what the trial was, anytime that I was in the courtroom and I was covering a trial, I always seen jurors with notepads and papers taking notes. Now, again, I don't know if they even have notepads or not, or I don't know if they did take notes. I just remember taking a mental note and thinking, I haven't seen them take no notes.
Interesting. All right, Barack Obama, welcome to the panel. What do you want to say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I don't think that young man is going to get a fair trial. I'm reading stuff about there's no blacks on the jury. Coming from the outside looking in. It could be liberal whites, I don't know. But as we know, as a society, anytime you're dealing with white folks, it's always some kind of bias. Okay?
Right. So you're kind of coming in late. It's not just white folks. It's Asians. It's a little bit of Indian, like a little bit of Middle Eastern.
Let me elaborate. I've been watching you like 6 hours. I ain't say nothing. Asians, all of those are gatekeepers. So when you
correct.
When you start saying Asians, because I live in an area, they looking for white approval. So that don't count.
Love that
minority.
Look at the word Caucasian. Split it in half.
Right.
Look at the word Caucasian.
Hold on. I will say that before this immigration thing was going on. Now that immigration,
nah. You know what, Genesis and Indian too. The reason why the influx of them coming over here is because they make the medicines. They help them out with these fake medicines. So they all identify as white. They all in the same cahoots because they all make money together. You know what I'm saying?
I would have agreed with that before this whole ICE.
Hold on. Let me elaborate. Like I said, all of those other races, sometimes Latinos too. All of those are cultures or races looking for white approval. So if you're not putting blacks or not conservative blacks, that's white to me. That's white.
Right. Because think about it. Who don't they let up here? You know what I mean, Genesis? The Afro Latinos. They let the Spaniards up here because that's they bloodline. You know what I'm saying? They not gonna let the ones like us here. If you notice that, they keep them down there, and they very racist towards them. You know what I'm saying?
Because I'm in a state where it's a lot of them, and I had conflicts. I knocked out a Cuban, Chinese, Latino, white, all based on
gave them a
stuff
Cuban
that was
state.
said. So I'm coming. Those cultures are looking for white approval. So when you start saying to me Asian, that's gatekeeper. When you start saying to me Indian, that's gatekeeper. If I don't hear Black, African American, Israelite, or whatever it is, FBA, that's white to me. So don't let them whitewash you, brainwash you.
But hold on.
Right.
So here's the thing. But do you think that sentiment has changed slightly now that Trump with ICE?
It's only enhanced during ICE. It's only enhanced. They tap dancing harder. They tap dancing more.
The agenda is us. Just think about it, Genesis. When we used to go for Chinese food, what's the first thing that they put in that bag? Genesis sauce. What's the first sauce? What's the most sauce that they put in that? Thank you. They do not do the duck sauce. They give you the most of the soy sauce because the soy target our reproduction organs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so they're purposely giving you soy sauce to like mess with
there you go. Genesis, anything that's in our neighborhood is to target us, to weaken us. You know what I'm saying?
And
Indians,
also,
them. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question for the panel. When's the last time you seen a chicken? When's the last time you seen chicken meat that's been red?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that is weird. That is weird how sometimes it be chicken.
So
it don't be chicken, it be pork. The pork be having red on the outside.
Man, it's their chicken.
Like I said,
you can't now. All of them is the enemy.
Who puts duck sauce on fried rice though? Come on now, y'all.
I do.
Yeah, no, they be trying to think about it.
Fried
Genesis,
rice is made with soy sauce.
Just think about it. Really think about it, Genesis. They try to gatekeep the duck sauce and give you the soy sauce. Really think about it. Really think about it. Like little things like that mean a whole lot, though. I know something small. People are like, oh, this just so. No, that shit is like drinking tropical fantasy. You know what the tropical fantasy in the corner stores did to people? We was young, but you know what they used to tell us? The older people like, yo, don't drink this. This shit like your sperm. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't lying. Nah.
Right.
Right. So
This
you
is
think
Popeye's Chicken 2.0 we talking about.
So back on subject. Back on subject. How many blacks are on that jury?
Right, ain't none probably.
Exactly.
None, zero.
Yeah, that's what I said. Now, unless you get what you do have to be fair, you do have some whites that'll fight black rights more than some blacks will. That you do
It's
have,
true.
but that's very
That's
rare.
true. That's true.
That's very.
That's
They call
true.
them. They
Yes.
label them
Yeah, for
liberals
sure.
or whatever, but that's very. In Texas, it's totally different. So it's,
Right.
it's totally different. And I hate to say what I'm gonna say right now. 'Cause I don't like to spread hatred but if things that keep happening, like that Asian guy that shot that guy and nothing happened, you're gonna have to.
Right.
It's gonna have to be. We come in peace, but we'll leave your town in pieces. I hate to talk like that.
Right.
You know what? Hold on. That makes sense.
And you're my boy.
And
Go ahead, Jennifer. My bad.
oh man, that makes a good sense. Right before this trial, there was an Asian trial.
Yeah.
Right. And what movie, Genesis?
Genesis?
What movie was that on? What movie was that same play on back in the day where the Asian shot the person in the store coming and said, what movie was that on?
Was it Boys in the Hood?
No, it was a.
Nah. It was y'all ever.
Don't be a hood in South Central or something like that.
Don't be a menace to society or something like that.
Menace to society. Man, I said I'm going off the
My bad. I messed it up too.
Don't be a
No.
menace by
Y'all
drinking
are
your
right
juice
now.
in the
Y'all
hood.
are right now. Y'all got it. But basically, that's it. All of this stuff is the reason why I said movies because it come from real life. All of that's real shit that they do to us, and because they know that they gonna get off on it, because they in the pockets with each other.
Yeah, that should have been at worst murder, at best manslaughter.
Word. This shit
It's no
fly.
way.
If it was the other way around,
Yeah,
if it was the other way around, black store owner, little Asian boy, they gave them. Remember when they gave them Asians the rights and didn't pass a people crime bill? They just passed the Asian crime bill.
Yeah, and
Come on, you pass a bill for all people, not just fucking one race. Are you kidding? Because the whole agenda been us. It's been us.
Right there.
And I don't want to put my business out there, but I got robbed for a couple of thousand by a bank teller. So you can't tell me you that outraged over water. Even if it keeps happening to you because you're in business and you get insurance for that stuff. So, like I said, America, I hate to say it like this. You come in peace, but you might have to leave it in pieces for them to get the point.
Right.
I don't like to spread violence and hatred. But when it comes to America, who's ran by white devils, that's the only thing they understand when you go upside their head. Because when I was having problems with the white boys growing up, I had cousins that was from rough neighborhoods, and when we went upside their head, we didn't have no problems after that. So
right.
Because
And also, before you start the show again, DJ Genesis,
Honey, you must have read my mind. You already know I was about to hit the play button. You must have read my mind.
No, but hold up though, real quick.
I like to say something real quick for the audience. If you look at the word America and you scramble it, you rearrange the letters, it will spell I am race. And when I'm saying this, I don't mean to say like, oh, it's about genetics. It's about competition. It's about corporate business. It's about being competitive. And I think we've been talking about race all day on this show, but not nearly just people. We're talking more about the business aspect, the willing and dealing, the pushing the envelopes, the clerk, the court marshals, the prosecutor, who owes who. My niece's birthday shower is coming up. Here's this yacht. They do favors for each other. I rest my case.
Yeah, just like what he said with America. What you live by, you die by. That's it.
Yeah, America was built on violence and destruction. So when you're dealing with
how it's going.
And I'm not saying everybody, because you got good and bad or everything. I would never say
right.
everybody white is bad and everybody black is good. But I'm saying the way it's structured, that's what you at the end of the day, that's what you have to do, because the
right.
Because you come at them like it's too many. I'm seeing too many. It's too many. Like for example, and I don't want to go off subject. Too much police brutality. They got excuses for something when they do something wrong. I was just watching something the other day in Atlanta where there was all black cops. They had pinned this. It was a female. They had restrained her. She was running her mouth and everything. A black cop, is a sergeant, kicked her in the face and she's restrained.
A Sambo. See a Sambo. You see, but
yeah, he got fired and everything. But my thing is, what if he broke her jaw? What's protecting? There's nothing. But it's going to get to a point where people are going to stop respecting. People are going to become lawless, and that's scary because you got guys. I grew up with guys that wasn't scared to fire at the police and everything, and that's scary because you want to live in a peaceful world. You want your kids to be in a safe haven, but it's getting to a point in this country where nobody is respecting nobody else. Like, for example, I was telling somebody, I don't agree with this guy going to school with a knife, but if he's a little guy, a big guy could beat him to death if he can't defend himself. And then everything, the prosecution and everything goes into effect after the fact. But what protects you before the fact? I got into an argument with my own mayor, his people, because he's talking about how safe the city is, and you walking around with armed guards and you got a weapon on you, but then you want to go after people that got beef in the street for firing at people that got beef with them. I got a nephew that's getting ready to do a 3-year bid because he had some beef in the projects and he was with his girl and 3 dudes tried to set it on him and he pulled out and fired at him. Now you want to lock us up for that, but you're protecting yourself. That's why I'll debate any politician or anybody on the planet with that, and I know that I'm right. How do we protect ourselves
for that, though, in New York
when we're being attacked? Where you want to come after me, like for example with Karmelo, because I killed somebody that was coming at me, and I'm not there, and it was nothing protecting me. The police ain't around all the time. So if I'm running into a beef with somebody I got beef with, and they coming after my life, how do I protect myself? When 911 is after the fact.
Spurs and 6.
Nah, New York.
Knicks in 5. Nah, Knicks in 5.
New York is 6, 7.
Okay, I agree. Long as it's Knicks, I agree. Whatever. Let's go.
I mean, yeah,
let's go.
And I'm like, they're not taking notes. So that was just something that I realized. I'm like, they're not taking notes. That was interesting. So I'm gonna have to ask tomorrow. I wanna know if I don't know who I asked at the courthouse, but I want to know if they give them a pen and paper. Because I don't even know if they even have a pen and paper. They might have a pen and paper. I don't know if they even have one. I just remember I didn't see them taking no notes. And so then I asked one of the girls, I wrote like a sticky note to her, and I'm like, hey, am I tripping? Or have you seen the jurors taking notes? She was like, nope, they ain't took no notes. She said, I didn't see them take no notes either. I was like, interesting. Like we passed a quick note real quick. So anyways, I'm going to ask tomorrow if the jurors can take notes and if they have a notepad, because I don't remember them taking notes. Anyways, so that was the mental note that I put at the top of my notes. And then, oh, okay. So the defense. All right. So they're questioning the coach. And then they said, so earlier, and again, I'm paraphrasing. These ain't the exact words, but this is kind of what it gave. He was like, so earlier you made a comment about Karmelo, and you said that he was cleaned up. That's kind of how it gave. Now, that's not the exact word for word, but that's what it gave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of them people that, like, a person will say something, but you know how something comes off. It's not what they say, but that's how it came off, you know? So he told
Genesis,
Oh,
real quick.
You made a comment. You said that,
Yo, Genesis, just like when I heard the slick comment earlier about like when somebody was about, oh, yeah, but not like Dallas Fort Worth, they got metal detectors. Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Same thing what she's saying, little slick stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right, where most of the black people are, they got metal detectors, but it's
Yeah,
cool.
like come on, like cut it out.
It's different, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
so,
like cut it out.
Here we go. But it was a black guy that said this bullshit about the hair. Let's go.
Karmelo looked cleaned up.
No, I get that vibe from her
he got a
too.
haircut,
That she's,
but he said
she's for them.
Yes, I do too. No, yo, look, I do too. Genesis, I said it early. Because she said some hair. I caught her too with the hair shit.
I don't think so. I really don't.
Nah, why? It was a little something. No, it was a little something. Like it's because it's always gonna slip out. It's always gonna trickle out.
I don't think that Nick. I think that Nick is impartial. But let's go.
The coach responded. He said, "Yeah, he got a haircut." He said, "But his other haircut is a normal one too, right? You've seen kids wear their hair like that." He said, "Yes, sir." He was like checking him on him, saying that he looked clean cut or cleaned up, or I think he said clean cut. Anyways, he was kind of checking him on that. So,
she just put the white supremacist hand mudra up.
The 6.
Yep.
She
You
did the
saw
6.
it, right?
Okay, so they said do you recall Karmelo looking like he was about to cry?
Rewind that real quick.
When so they were asking him the interaction that he had between him and Karmelo.
Yo,
you know
Genesis,
what I mean? I'm one of them people that
Genesis,
a person will say
always
something,
pay
but
attention.
you know how something comes off. It's not what they say, but that's how it came off. So he told him, he was like, "So you made a comment. You said that Karmelo looked cleaned up." He said, "Yeah, he got a haircut," but he said the coach responded. He said, "Yeah, he got a haircut." He said, "But his other haircut is a normal one too, right? You've seen kids wear their hair like that." He said, "Yes, sir." He was like checking him on him, saying that he looked clean cut or cleaned up, or I think he said clean cut. Anyways, he was kind of checking him on that. So,
I don't see the point in this conversation.
Hey, always pay attention to body language.
That's kind of how it came.
Nah, Genesis, I'm telling you. Genesis, I'm always, Genesis, I'm always.
You checking him on that.
Nah, Genesis. Genesis, always pay attention to body language. Always pay attention to body language. That right there.
You've been on it since day one, since you caught her from day one. But I had to read her a little bit more, and yeah, you're right, bro. You're right, bro.
Always pay attention to body language. That right there, I'm very hip to the signs that they throw up. That right there, yeah. She letting them know.
That one little flash of a. Okay,
you know what I mean? I'm one of them people that
a
pay
person
will say something, but you know how something comes off. It's not what they say, but that's how it came off. So he told him, he was like, "So you made a comment. You said that Karmelo looked cleaned up." He said, "Yeah, he got a haircut," but he said the coach responded. He said, "Yeah, he got a haircut." He said, "But his other haircut is a normal one too, right? You've seen kids wear their hair like that." He said, "Yes, sir." He was like checking him on him, saying that he looked clean cut or cleaned up, or I think he said clean cut. Anyways, he was kind of checking him on that. So
I don't know. I think that was just how she had her hand. But okay.
Yo, Genesis, always pay attention to body language.
Okay, so they said do you recall Karmelo looking like he was about to cry? And when so they were asking him the interaction that he had between him and Karmelo, does he remember Karmelo looking like he was about to cry? And so he said that he recalls he looked hysterical, and he said that he put his hands on me. He was he looked hysterical, and he said that Austin had put his hands on him. So that was it for that witness. They called the next witness. So the next witness is a coach by the name of Tiffany Whitaker, and she is the athletic trainer for Memorial High School. She's been, it says she was 8 years from Colony, went to get a degree at TCU. She's certified as an athletic trainer. It says that she was there when the school got open, so she had to get furniture, all these things. So then they wanted to know, from her point of view, what is the culture behind the tent? So she said a school's tent is like a locker room. You stay in your locker room. Everyone has their own individual spaces. If you are by yourself, do you park under somebody else's tent? She said not normal. That's not normal. And then so they wanted her to explain what the weather was like that day. So they were explain the weather. She said it was cloudy and windy, and she said they kept like monitoring the weather because they saw that there was a storm moving towards their direction. And she said there was some drizzle. And because there was some drizzle, it signaled a weather delay on the scoreboard. She said they had set up all the equipment by the locker room, and she was off the track behind the flagpole. She saw Austin that morning before this incident happened, and they were like, well, did you see Austin that day, like before everything happened? She said that she saw Austin that morning. He gave her a hug, and he went about his day. She was in the area of it, but she wasn't right there when it happened. And she said that she basically saw all the commotion. And when she saw, like, you know, all the kids scattering, all the commotion and stuff like that, she looks over and she like notices a student by the name of Hudson. So she says she sees Hudson, and he says that he stabbed him and he threw the knife and he's in the stands. She said, so she stood and she walked in that direction to go get Hooper. I guess Hooper was another coach. She said, and so she goes.
Fred says, my son ran track and he was under all kind of people's tents. All right, here we go. Let's go.
And they're like pointing out Karmelo. She's the one who like intercepted, you know, Karmelo along with another coach. So one of the kids basically tell her like, hey, he stabbed Austin, you know. And so she's like, hey, you know, trying to tell Karmelo like, hey, like you can't leave, you can't go anywhere or whatever like that. And then she got another coach by the name of Hooper. She got his attention and she said, hey, I need you to take him. He stabbed someone. And I think at that time she didn't know it was Austin. I retract. They just said he stabbed him. At that point, she didn't know that it was Austin. He stabbed him. And then she went to go get Hooper's attention. And she said, hey, you know, he stabbed someone. He is not free to leave. So she handed Karmelo off to Hooper to go see who was stabbed. So she, after she got Cooper's attention, who is the coach at a school called Heritage, she said, he turned around and said, you stabbed somebody's son? She said, once I saw he would take care of him, I went to render medical aid. So once she went to go render medical aid, she thought, I guess, he was having a seizure. She thought somebody might be having a seizure. She looked around and she saw Austin, and she headed in that area to help with evaluating him. Coach Burt had fingers on his neck to check his pulse. He was blue in color. He was not breathing. She said, I started rescue breaths. Others did chest compressions. They continued CPR until paramedics. She was in autopilot. She wasn't even paying attention to what's going on.
Okay, so she was doing breaths. Other people were trying to do chest compressions, which probably should not have been getting done. As we stated earlier, is that unless the heart is stopped, then that's when you do it. But he had stopped breathing. It should have been breaths, you know. And if the heart stops, then chest compressions. But he said he was checking for a pulse, didn't find one. So that's probably why they were doing so there we go.
She was just like in go mode, basically. And she they rendered CPR until the paramedics came. She said when the paramedics came, they gave him medication and they gave him blood. And once they gave him blood and medication, he started to get some of his color back. Because at first he was turning like purple and like bluish purple and all that. And so once the paramedics got there, they gave him medication, they gave him some blood, and so he started to get some color. So she at that point she started to get hope. Like she started to be hopeful that he was gonna be all right. You know, like she started to get hopeful, and she basically let the paramedics do their thing, and she like hung around the area and waited. So then it was time for the defense to cross. So they said, so hey, like after this incident, you went to the officers after this and you told the cops that you stopped and put grabbed Karmelo. She said that she didn't physically grab Karmelo. She just kind of like, you know, like made sure that he didn't go anywhere, but she was like, I didn't touch him. But, you know, they were asking her if she like grabbed Karmelo. So they wanted to know how did she describe him? And so I guess she described Karmelo as 5'7", and that was as opposed to Austin Hunter, that was 60 to 70 pound weight difference, and he's smaller. she has seen, and so then they wanted to know, like, okay, so have you seen kids that are from other schools go onto other tents? And she said, yes, she's seen that. So then they said, you know, because track meets are long, they're drawn out, there's a lot of walking around, and it is common, you know, like kids do go and talk to their friends, especially if they have buddies at other schools, they'll go and talk to them. She said, correct. And if they know someone from another school, they sit and talk to them. She said, correct. Did you know Centennial didn't have a tent? And I think she said she didn't. It wouldn't make sense to go under another tent to get out of the rain. And then it says that they have male and female athletes. And then it said Austin was a very good football player. He was a linebacker on average. And they were trying to figure out like how big he was. Like they were trying to get her to compare how big Austin was based on like positions that people play in football. So I'm not a sports person, but I guess certain positions you're bigger. Child, I don't know nothing about football, but they was going through the list of different positions in football to compare how big he was. If that makes sense. That's what they were doing. Those of y'all who watch football, y'all get it. But they were talking about like linebackers versus this versus that, you know, like saying how big, like trying to get a visual of how big he was. So after that, they were done with her. And then the prosecution released her as a witness. And then the defense said that she was subject to recall, meaning that there was a possibility that they can bring her back. So then they went to the next coach, which was a coach by the name of Vincent Hooper. Vincent Hooper is another Black coach, and he is the head coach at Heritage High School. He was born in Dallas. He played sports in school. He had a little time in the NFL. He was invited as a free agent to the Minnesota Vikings. He didn't make the team though, because I think he said that were only bringing 10 people on, and he was number 11. He was 6'2". They asked him, they was like, the prosecution was like, this might be embarrassing, but how big are you? Like, what's your height and weight? And he was 6'2", 240 pounds. I don't know why they asked him what his height and weight was. Maybe trying to compare it to Austin. I don't know, but they asked him his height and weight. I was like, why are you asking him his height and weight? Anyways, so they asked him his height and weight. He said he was 6'2" and 240 pounds. And every time he would give an answer, he would talk like really fast, like really, really fast, like he was talking real, real fast. And so the judge had to keep stopping him, like, slow down. And then they would ask him a question, and then he would talk, and then he would talk really fast. And the judge would have to like, okay, like, calm down. You know, like the judge had to keep slowing him down because the court reporter wasn't able to keep up because he was like talking really fast. All right. So then they said kids like to mingle and talk, but something, I don't know what I wrote there. Let's see. Okay. So it says, what do you remember about the rain? And then he says, was the track meet going to be delayed or something like that? He said he didn't remember. So then they wanted to know where he was when all of this was going on. So just like the other coach, he was occupied doing something else as well. So like when this initially happened. So they wanted to know, where was he at? So he went through his list of, you know, events of how it was him to intercept Karmelo. So he was another one of the coaches that also that the Tiffany passed Karmelo to. So he had to run through his day and why he wasn't around and where he was at and what he was doing. So he said that he went to his car to get batons so that they can do the relay handoffs. Then he saw kids scattered and yelling. And he said he was telling them to calm down. And when he was telling all the kids to calm down, they were saying he stabbed him. Then a coach handed Karmelo to me and said, don't let him leave. He asked Karmelo, what did you do? He said, Karmelo's response to him was, he put his hands on me. And then he said, when Karmelo said that, he said that he put his arm around Karmelo's shoulder. So after Karmelo said that, he basically like embraced Karmelo and he put his arms around his shoulder. And so he said he put his arms around his shoulder. He said he had a heart-to-heart with Karmelo, and he said, you know, if he dies, this is going to change your life for the rest of your life or something like that. And Karmelo Anthony responded and said, he's not gonna die. Like Karmelo was like, he's not gonna die. Like, you know, like he ain't gonna, like, there's no way he's not gonna die. Like, he's not gonna die. Like, so they were trying to flesh out the mindset of Karmelo at the time, but this was the prosecution fleshing this out. I thought this would have been something that the defense would have been fleshing out, but this was the prosecution who was getting all of these details out there. And so, yeah, so Karmelo Anthony said that he's not gonna die. And then he said that he embraced Karmelo. And when he embraced Karmelo, Karmelo started to cry. He said at that point, he handed him off to a Centennial coach. And then he says it starts ringing a bell when he's seen the twin brother and he saw an African-American kid run after Karmelo. He said an African-American kid said, he stabbed my brother. So then they were like, okay, so this black kid walks up and says that Karmelo stabbed his brother. Like he's not, like,
that's what they said in Boys in the Hood.
Brother. So what did you understand that to mean? Because obviously he's not his real brother. That's kind of what the prosecution was trying to show, that a black boy is calling Austin his brother.
Remember earlier they said that Karmelo went to visit a person he thought was his friend.
Right, Eddie, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Because Eddie turned on him too.
That is Eddie. That's Eddie. That's
Eddie turned
my brother.
Eddie turned on him. Eddie turned on him.
Turned on him.
Yeah. Turned
And
on him.
so he was like, well, I understood that to mean, like, you know, they're buddies, they're friends, they're teammates. And so that's why he was calling him his brother. I didn't think that he was his real brother, but you know, I understood that to mean like they're buddies, they're friends or whatever. And then so he was like, he walks Karmelo to the Centennial coach, and they wanted to know
What he
if
said?
Karmelo
So he sets
Anthony's
the precedence in the
emotions seemed
future.
genuine,
What
because
he
he
said?
said that Karmelo Anthony had started to cry, and they wanted to know if his emotions seemed genuine. He said that
Now,
he said
Genesis,
yes.
now look at this right here. Look at this shit here.
Facts. FAFO.
You know, like to him, he felt like Karmelo's crying was genuine. He said the young man said that he's not gonna die. And he said that Eddie is a black kid, and he handed off Karmelo so that he can get Eddie, something like that. And then he saw Austin, and then Austin was pale white in a puddle of blood. And then after that, later that day, he went to Frisco PD. So then it was time for the defense to cross-examine him. And then the first question that they wanted to know is, okay, so when you embraced Karmelo after this and Karmelo started crying, you said that you felt like his emotions were genuine. He said, yes. He said, based on my experience as a coach, I felt like his emotions were genuine. And then they were like, he said, I don't think that he thought that Austin would die. Like in his mind, like he doesn't think that Karmelo thought that Austin would really die. And then they wanted to know, like, okay, so when you came in contact with Karmelo, like, was he running? And then he explained how he hugged Karmelo, and they like embraced each other. And he said that he had walked off to see something else. And when he like briefly walked away from Karmelo to, I think, check another student or something, then he walked back to Karmelo, and Karmelo did not leave. Like he didn't like run away anywhere. Like he waited for him right there. So they were trying to prove that Karmelo wasn't trying to run and escape, because when the prosecution, they did their opening statement, they made it seem like Karmelo was trying to escape. He was trying to get away. He was trying to avoid, you know, getting caught. And so the defense was trying to show like, hey, wasn't there a moment after you embraced Karmelo and you came in contact with him, you stepped away from him for a little bit, and then you came back and he was still there. He didn't move. That's kind of what they were trying to, you know, establish. So, okay, a track meet is an all-day event. Students will mingle with other friends. They were asking him, like, you know, will students mingle with other friends? He said, yes, sir, they will do that, but we try to keep that from happening, but it's not unusual. it was raining and students were getting from out the rain. That's the question that the defense asked, and he said, yes, sir. And he says, you comforted Karmelo, and he said, yes, sir. So that was the end of his testimony. Then the next witness was Joshua Rugman. He was a white coach. He was the defense coordinator for the football team. He was born in Houston. He joined the military. He played football in high school. He was a 100% disabled veteran after he left the military. And they wanted to know about like his POV of track meets and, you know, the culture and all of those things like that. This is the
Nah,
coach
Junie, right.
that
Bring
River
him up
gave
here.
to Austin.
Yo, May,
So
break, come up,
when
come up.
Austin had got stabbed and he was laying on the bleachers, he ran over with another coach, a coach there, and he ran over. Thayer called 911. He took off his jacket, and when he took off his jacket, he started
Nah,
to
for real.
use
Don't be a
his
chatterer.
jacket
Come
to
up.
put pressure onto the wound. So they wanted to flesh out like how all of that happened. And so it said that
Don't be a chatterer.
a part of like the job and the track meets is to stay close proximity, is to stay close to the team tent and keep an eye out and make sure that things are running smooth. Then they wanted to know how big he was. So they were like,
Hold
so
on,
how
how do I
tall
get
and big
back
are
on?
you? Okay. So he said that he's
Damn, I can't even
6'4",
see.
260 pounds. And he said that on the day that this happened, he was
How do I get
waiting
back in the chat?
for the field events to start.
Oh,
So
shit.
they said, did you have boys and girls under the tent? He said, yes, sir. They wanted to know what the weather was like. He said it was drizzly out, not a hard rain. There was enough. He said it wasn't like a hard rain, but it was raining enough where I needed to put on my jacket. I had on a rain jacket and I also had my hood up. So they wanted to know where he was at. So he was like, okay, so on the bleachers, you know, okay, so so like when you first walk on the bleachers, right? You know, the very first rail on the bleachers. And then after the rail, the first rail is all the seats. Him and another coach was like slightly off to the side at that rail, the closest, like the rail that like separates the, like that starts the bleacher. They were on the, like they were talking on the rail, and then the kids were slightly back into the side of them in the tent. All right. So he explained where he was positioned at, and they wanted to know, okay, so the whole time that you were at the, like, you know, standing in your position where you were, did you see any commotion going on? Did you see anything to alert you that, you know, there was an incident happening, anything like that? He said that he never saw any commotion until after the stabbing. So like all the way leading up to the stabbing, like whatever words that they had exchanged or whatever, he says that he never heard anything, and he wasn't that far away, but he didn't hear anything until he started to see all of the commotion with the kids and all of them, you know, running around and everything like that. Once he saw the commotion, he saw that Austin was wounded. He immediately ran to him, and then they showed the video of him. And then they were like, they showed a video, and they were like, okay, so which one is you? And then they pointed out which one he was, and it showed that he was the one that, like, as soon as there was commotion, he immediately ran to Austin. And as he's running, you can see him taking his jacket off, and he's immediately running and taking his jacket off while he's running so that he can use his jacket to like do his compressions or compact the wound or something like that, he was saying. And basically the reason why he knew what to do and what to spring into action is because he's an Army veteran. He said that he was in the military, and there was several times that he was blown up. Okay. He said, I was blown up several times, and he knew, like, you know, just what to do. Like he was in a, what did he say? Like a buggy? What's the call? He didn't say buggy, but he was in, you know, like a military car, and it got blown up, but he was okay. And then he was in a house that got blown up, but because of these different blowups, like he was 100% veteran. And with the knowledge that he has as a veteran, he knew what to do to spring into action to, you know, compact the wound and put pressure on the wound and all of those things. Oh, y'all saying Humvee? Maybe it was Humvee. I'm saying, I know it wasn't Buggy though. He said a name. It might have been Humvee. All right. So after that, okay. So,
not the buggy. Did she say it was a buggy? She was.
What she said?
She said a buggy.
Okay, so when he went
Like a punch buggy?
when he went to immediately spring into action, at the same time that he went to spring into action, there was another coach by the name of Thayer. Coach Thayer called 911. So while he's administering aid, all of the kids are hysterical. Coach Thayer calls 911. So they wanted to know, like, okay, so you put pressure on the wound. He said that he yelled and called to Thayer to call 911. Somebody came up behind him. He said that it was his brother saying, oh, wait. Yeah, somebody was saying that it was his brother. They were saying it was on location, the blood. He said he knew it was bad because it wasn't a lot of blood that was exiting. The blood was staying internal. So he said that due to the location of the stab wound and due to the fact that a lot of the blood was staying internal, he knew what was like basically that he was losing his life. And he said you can see the color in his face start to drain. And he eventually realized that there was no post. So they did CPR on him. He wasn't breathing, but he was doing agonal breathing. And so they said that, I guess, agonal breathing is when you're taking your last breath and you're not really breathing, but you're taking your last breath, but people think that you're breathing. So I guess at one point he was taking his last breath, and when they did the 911 call, he didn't want to like give them false hope. So he like let them think that he was breathing still or something like that. So they wanted to know how long did it take the paramedics to get there. It took them about 10 minutes to arrive. And he said that after all of it happened, he stayed with all of the kids so that they can talk it out and kind of like talk through like what had just happened. After that, they played the 911 call. Whew, this 911 call was intense. So they entered into the 911 call, into the exhibit, and the 911 call was initiated by Coach Thayer. And in the 911 call, it was a 7 minutes. I looked at the timestamp of the call. It was 7 minutes and 27 seconds. It stopped a little bit before 27 seconds. I think it stopped at like 7 minutes and 19 second mark was the actual duration, but the full thing, the timestamp was 7 minutes, 27 seconds. Anyways, so they call the paramedics and they say, you can hear kids in the background yelling and they were hysterical. Okay. They said that they were on the visitor side bleacher. They have an Army vet doing compression rooms. They wanted to know if the victim was breathing. They said, no, he's not breathing. He's stabbed in the chest. So while he's talking to the paramedics and they're asking him, like, is he breathing? You hear in the background, you hear a bunch of kids and they're just hysterical, like completely losing their minds. Okay. They're hysterical. They're freaking out. You can hear them frantic in the back. And the coach there, he was calm. He wasn't, he was calm. But everybody else in the background, they were hysterical. Like they were losing it in the background. So, so you hear them, you hear the other coach. So while Coach Thayer is calling, you hear the coach that was on the witness stand, you hear him in the audio. And so he starts telling Austin, stay with me, stay with me. He was like, stay with me, Austin. So you hear him like they're doing chest compressions, and he's telling Austin like, stay with me, or whatever. And then he said, the other coach said his eyes are rolling in the back of his head. As soon as they said his eyes were rolling in the back of his head, all you heard was Austin's family bawling, crying. You heard sniffles, they're crying. I looked over at the jury because I wanted to see like how they were taking it. And one juror, he was in the back like, like his eyes wasn't bucked. It wasn't that bucked, but he was kind of like. Another juror, she was getting choked up. She didn't cry, but I can see her like, she was like trying to like compose herself, keep herself from crying. you could tell she was shook, basically. I was looking, I was like, okay, like how, you know, like while it was going on, I was like, you know, like the Metcalfs were on the same row as me. So that like I hear them. I don't want to like stare them down. And, you know, I hear them. So I try not to look their way. I just hear like a lot of crying. And then, you know, I'm looking at the jurors and I'm trying to see like, you know, how they're taking it. And most of them had like poker face. Like you couldn't really read what they were feeling or thinking or try to get a read on it. But some of them you can tell like they were trying to like listen, but it was like, you know, one of those things. All right. So I put a note and I said, Austin family is crying. So the audio continues to play and you hear the coach saying, come on, like, you know, fight, you know, come on, like that. And then the operator says, is the knife still in his chest? And they say no. And so then they wanted to know if he was breathing. They say he's not breathing. When they said he wasn't breathing, oof, you just heard all of the sniffles and the cries from the family. I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm like, I wonder if this is their first time hearing this audio or I don't know. Like it was intense. Like that moment was intense. So then I noted that, you know, the kids were hysterical in the back. Somebody was saying, come on, there you go, Austin. And then I put juror looks worked up. And then I put juror has hands over his mouth with concerned look. And then the audio says, come on, Austin, you got this. Fight through it. You're doing good. And then they were putting the sweats on the compressions. Come on, Austin, fight, push through. And so after that, they showed a photo of Austin when they worked on him. But because the family was crying and they were like shook from that 911 call, after they played the 911 call, they showed a picture of what Austin looked like when the paramedics was working on him. And so because the family was so worked up, the prosecution said, you know,
make money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making.
Yo, shout out to
James. It's kind of hard to even
Parker.
play that song.
Nah, it's all right, Genesis. Shout out to James Parker.
Shouts out to
Nah,
James.
shout out. Word, James Parker just parked that $10 bill. Shout out to James Parker, man.
Yeah, much love. I mean, it's hard to even play that like with all this. I'm like, damn, I feel terrible playing that right now. It's so weird.
Nah, go ahead, Genesis. Let it roll.
Much love. Thank you for the super chats. You know, all like that helps me to keep this whole thing going. But this is heavy, y'all. It's heavy. Please, listen,
Right. This nigga Austin want to fight everything except for his own life. See what I'm saying?
Man, listen. And if you listen, right down here is my Cash App. If you want to like donate to the Cash App, please do so. But man, I'm trying to find the right place to pause it because it was like getting really deep into it. But I had to like go ahead.
Nah, that's all right, Genesis. Nah, whenever you know they come first. Nah, she gonna have to wait. She's sneaking around at night and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shouts out to people that like donate to the channel. Much love, guys. Much love. So let's go.
Respect for the family. Don't publish it for the audience. Just publish it for the jury. And it was a picture of Austin being worked on by the paramedics, and they showed that to the jury, but we're careful not to show it to the family. And then after that, they showed when the coach was running to him and taking off his jacket, the bloody jacket that he used to do the chest compressions. They showed a picture of it. Sorry. It was a lot going on, y'all. Okay, so they showed the picture of the jacket and they published that to us. So we saw the bloody jacket. So they showed the front of it. They showed the inside of it. They showed it inside out, and they showed, you know, how it had blood on it. And after they showed those pictures to the jury, then they said, now we're pulling out the actual evidence. And then they pulled out the real jacket. Okay. So then they pulled out the jacket that he like the real one that day that got Austin's real blood on it, like not just a picture, like the real jacket. So then he says, admitting the real jacket into evidence. He didn't say it in that way, but admitting the real jacket into evidence. And so he went and then he showed the jacket to the judge, said that they were admitted into evidence, showed it to the defense, and then he came back around and he showed the jacket to the jury, and he opened it up and he was showing them, like, you know, this is all the blood on the jacket.
Oh my God.
And I was like, you know, like
what the hell? Right. Exactly.
I'm like, this is a lot. And you know, the poor family is just bawling their eyes out. Like, I'm like, this is a lot. So I had to decompress after court. That's why, like, it took me a few hours to get to y'all. Like, I really had to just, you know what I mean, sit with myself and just have some me time after that. But because
I don't know, I don't believe it.
Tomorrow is a new day, I'm not gonna be able to, you know, go through all this. Then I was like, we getting through it. So after that, let's see. Okay, they showed the bloody jacket. They pulled out the actual jacket. And then they told him, so you did everything you could to try and save his life. And he said, yes. And then that was it for him. And then it was time for the defense to do their cross. And they were asking him about who the other coach was that was standing next to him. So when all of the commotion happened, it was him, the coach there, and then it was another coach that was standing next to him also. And so they wanted to know who that other coach was. And he said that the other coach was Coach Burnett. And they didn't really ask him a lot after that. Like, the defense didn't really ask him a lot. They asked him, let's say, typically doesn't like kids from other schools come, but when they do come, they talk for.
Right. So Flip the Script says this is called getting an emotional commitment from the jury. It's designed to get a reaction from the jury, one of support. That's the whole, like, you know, showing the kid that this, that, the other, you know, all that stuff. So let's go.
A bit, then they leave together. Something about that. So that was the end of the day. So that was the entire day. It took me 2 hours to get through it. That was the first testimony of the trial. That was everything that happened today that I can jot down. Thank you guys for tuning in. I wanted to make sure that I got that to y'all. Is it really midnight? Oh my
man, listen, guys. So I just want to say this. All right. So man, that listen, I've been up here for 8 hours, but I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna come back when Watching the World and Calvin Johnson comes back on to really break down this whole thing from a legal perspective. So I don't want to burn y'all out so much before.
No, Genesis, let's do the part 2 late night. Let's get deep with it.
Yeah, I wanna bring y'all back when Mel comes on with Calvin and have more because there's so much more going on. There's so much going on, bro.
Yep.
There's a lot. Like, listen, look at this. There's so much shit. Okay,
but Genesis,
like, yeah, like
go.
You have like people talking about, like, I mean, it's all type of crazy stuff. Like,
Genesis, before we go, I must say to the panel and the listening audience, protect yourselves at all times, no matter what, because there are people out there that will try to hurt you. And you might not have any alternative but to hurt them before they hurt you or even kill you in the process. Killing you might not be their intention, but it can happen if you allow them to just hurt you. So no matter what course, don't let your life be the ultimate course to pay someone else emotional debt that they feel inside. Don't let yourself be a sacrifice for someone else's evil. Protect yourselves at all times. No matter what, live to see another day.
That's right.
all right. Let's get some, like, okay, who wants to go next with some final thoughts? Who wants to go next?
Yeah, me. I got to get out of here. I just want to say thanks for everything. Thanks for everybody's opinion. I got to be out of here. All right, everybody. Peace.
Peace. Thank you, Brock. Thank you, Brock.
Peace.
All right. Who else wants to go next?
Shit, I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
I look at it like this. I mean, you only get one life. You want to be treated well as best you can living it. But I don't go around trying to be play the victim mentality here as looking forward to something bad happening to you. This bad stuff happens to everybody all the time. So if you can get anything from this video, you should live life, expecting the best and not looking for the worst.
All right. Last words. Who's next?
Right here. It's the man in the high castle. Proud Americans, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Also, you can segue back and forth from Watching the World 777. DJ Genesis will be right there. And segue right back to Alchemizing Energy, where to get replenished with all the ingredients, the minerals. Proud Americans, what have I said? Do not be underprepared. This is a long game. And right now, it's the hunger pains. People, they're lonely for no reason. And they're trying to bring misery to the world. And they're trying to accelerate it. The accelerationists are out there. They're young. They're naive. Sometimes they have skateboards. Sometimes they have hockey sticks. Sometimes they're at these takeovers. Yeah. They're everywhere. Be leery of these young people out here of all demographics. I pray. Hallelujah. Amen.
Who's next, Tony?
Yeah. All I gotta say is, Genesis, no matter what happens in this trial, y'all don't come out here bugging out, because that's what they really want. They couldn't get us outside the whole winter. They tried different things, it didn't work. So they think the George Floyd type of OJ Simpson type of whatever tactic gonna get us back outside. You know what I'm saying? Don't participate in no kind of activities out here. Just like how everybody else said, just prepare for yourselves, your family, friends, do your thing. Don't ruin your lives for stupidity, all right? That's it. Genesis, good looking out. Junie June, good looking out, holding it down. Word.
So let me just tell y'all, let me just tell y'all this real quick. So even though we're gonna stop talking about this subject, coming up, what I'm gonna still do up until it's time for Watching the World to come on. Anybody of y'all know that my daughter's graduation was a nightmare? It was beautiful, but a nightmare at the same time. And the actual guy has a Real Life Street Stars interview, and I'm going to cover it in probably the next 30 minutes because
hold on, what happened, Genesis? He's a real life what?
He's on. They did a Real Life Street Stars interview with him. So you know,
he popping.
If anybody knew about the whole thing that happened, it was wild.
So he got his second diploma. That's my man, son.
He said he was giving out diplomas, and honey, he just got another Real Life Street Star. Look at
that nigga.
So we're going to cover that. Give me about 30 minutes. I've been sitting here for like 8 hours straight. So just give me about 30 minutes.
Take a break, Genesis. We'll be back. I'll be back. I ain't going nowhere. Word.
We're gonna cover this because listen, my daughter's entire graduation was just wild with this. Okay, because
so Genesis trying to go for Genesis. You trying to go for 3 parts. Listen, I'm with it. Listen. This is what we here for.
Hey,
this is what we here for.
Tomorrow I'm not gonna be doing shit. You know what I'm saying? So just get it on while you can. 'Cause I'm not, but yeah, like, you know, my baby had her graduation. She looked very beautiful. Look at my little Poogie Woogie. She's so cute in her graduation. And guess what? You know, it was just a mess. People got to fighting and, you know, at the graduation. Okay.
Right.
And it was all over the internet. You know, it was a whole big shenanigan situation. You know, chaos, brawl at the graduation. It got real wild. You know, people, you know, this is, I'm not sure if you guys got to see this whole thing.
Word. He said, "Get up, let me see what
Crazy,
you got."
guys. Right.
He said, "Let me see what you got."
Right.
He said,
So
"What? Let me
this
see what
is
I got."
at my. So this was at my
He
daughter's
gave that nigga the Kellogg. Genesis. He gave that nigga the Kellogg's corn pops.
Yeah, so we are going to come back. Give me 30 minutes. Let me go to the bathroom and just, you know, and we're gonna come back and review the Real Life Street Stars interview with the young man who had to kind of give it to his pappy. Let's see, and then we're gonna like close out the show, guys. Let's go.
Yo, word up. So listen, yo, look at this shit. Look at it. Look, hammered him. How you getting hammered and walk down? He walked him down. He walked.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like I am. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to from darkness to light. Yeah, and you'll find your way.